Chapter 93. After he landed on the ground, his legs carried his lower body. Using the momentum from the jump, he ran for a few meters. After an instant, his face revealed a horrified expression. He stared blankly at his legs that were running in front of him. He turned his head and saw Xiao Chen's cold eyes the instant the electric light disappeared. Xiao Chen shot out a strand of purple flame and burned the corpse on the ground to ashes. After that, he went into his room to pack his things and immediately left the courtyard. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen came out of a desolate inn. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body in a black shadow. He slowly walked towards Liushang Pavilion. Xiao Chen's attire was not unusual among cultivators. Hence, when he walked into Liushang Pavilion, he did not attract much attention. He casually found a table and sat down. Xiao Chen called the waiter over and said, "Call your boss over for a moment. Tell him I have business to discuss with him." The waiter looked at Xiao Chen and felt that it was funny. Is the boss of Liushang Pavilion someone anyone can meet? My apologies, sir. I think you might not understand our rules. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and took out a banknote worth 500 taels of silver. He also took out a wooden sculpture and handed it to the waiter. Do me a favor and run some errands. When your boss sees this wooden sculpture, he should not blame you. The waiter beamed with joy as he received the banknote and placed it in his bosom. He said, "Sir is really straightforward. I will go now. However, I cannot guarantee that the boss will not see you." Xiao Chen picked up the teacup on the table and gently took a sip. He smiled and said, "It's fine. You just have to let him know. Whether it succeeds or not is not your fault." Not long after the waiter left, the thumping footsteps of Kim Tae-ho could be heard coming from the second floor. When he saw Xiao Chen's attire, he was slightly stunned. Then he ran over with a smile. "Brother Xiao, why are you dressed like this? Are you going to run away? If you need to escape, you can look for me. I have my ways. Just tell me where you want to go." Xiao Chen didn't say anything. His right hand, which was holding the teacup, suddenly reached out and snatched the wooden carving from Fatso's hand. He put down the wooden carving and calmly caught the slowly falling teacup. Kim Tae-ho's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he carefully sized up Xiao Chen. He was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Xiao Chen to act so quickly. Due to his carelessness, he actually fell for it. Xiao Chen put down the teacup and said indifferently, "Brother De Bao, I don't need you to worry about escaping. Today, we are only talking about business. I am a straightforward person. I will only ask you one thing. Are you doing it or not?" A smile bloomed on Kim Tae-ho's face again. "I'll do it. Why wouldn't I?" Xiao Chen said, "In that case, let's discuss the specifics of the plan. I will not carve the wooden carving that you saw last time. The wooden carving that we will be working on is the one that you saw earlier." Fatso frowned and said with some difficulty, "I say, Brother Xiao, for these two wooden carvings, the difference in price is not just 1 or 2 times that of the other without clothes. In that case, there is no other way. I have my own bottom line. I will not sell the Princess Ingyu carving that I saw wearing a bra. I will take my leave first." Xiao Chen got up and headed out. Fatso quickly got up and pulled Xiao Chen back. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, why are you in such a rush? Did I say I won't do it? It's just that we need to discuss the price. Sit down and talk. Sit down and talk." Xiao Chen smiled to himself. He had already expected that this Fatso would covet this business. He had calculated that Fatso would not let him leave just like that. When dealing with such a scheming person, Xiao Chen could not compete with him in scheming. He could only put on a strong front. That way, he would not be at a disadvantage. When Jean Fatso saw Xiao Chen sit down again, he said, "How about this? Brother Xiao, you are a straightforward person. I will not beat around the bush. We will follow the previous plan. You will provide the goods, and I will provide the channels. After that, we will split it 30 to 70. You take 30% and I take 70%. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "I do not like such a split. It is too slow to earn money. Just state your price. How much is it for one wooden carving?" Fatso muttered to himself for a while before saying, "How about 100 taels of gold for one wooden carving?" Xiao Chen was startled. He did not expect it to be so expensive. 100 taels of gold was equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. The cost of this wooden carving was practically negligible. This transaction was much bigger than what Xiao Chen had imagined. The taels of silver he had were obtained from the Linlang Pavilion's auction for the fasting pill. Compared to the complexity of refining medicine, Xiao Chen had a much easier time carving a wooden carving. In the Compendium of Cultivation, in the introduction of the life bestowal spell, there was a special record of carving a wooden carving. Xiao Chen's craftsmanship came from it. In this world where martial arts were respected, there were not many people who specialized in this kind of unorthodox technique. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's craftsmanship was unparalleled. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to reject Fatso's plan. However, the assassination attempt last night made him feel a sense of urgency in his heart. The path of cultivation was extremely costly. Not to mention expensive medicinal pills, just good battle armor and spirit weapons required a cultivator to put in a lot of effort. Why were the disciples of the noble clans able to cultivate faster than ordinary people? One of the reasons was because of good quality medicinal pills and spirit weapons. Although Xiao Chen could refine medicinal pills to earn money, he was still unable to refine high-ranked medicinal pills. Furthermore, some of the medicinal ingredients required a lot of money. Furthermore, Xiao Chen still needed to refine magic treasures in the future. Good materials required a lot of money, so he was actually very short of money. When Fatso saw that Xiao Chen did not say anything, he thought that Xiao Chen thought the price was too low. He said, "Brother Xiao, are you not satisfied with this price? I am not taking advantage of you at this price. It cannot be any higher." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and smiled. "No, I am just a little surprised. How did you manage to sell this wooden carving for such a high price?" Shwa! The golden folding fan in Fatso's hand suddenly opened up. Xiao Chen knew that when Fatso did this, he was going to start bragging. Indeed, Fatso waved his fan fiercely a few times and smiled proudly. "Brother Xiao, you probably do not know about this. This princess's influence in the imperial capital and the king's residence is not an exaggeration at all. Not only is she extremely skilled in martial arts, she is also as beautiful as a fairy. This fat lord noticed this long ago. There is a business opportunity in this. I have already found people to write a few books for her. It can be said that every man in the imperial capital has one. Under the influence of the books, there are also all sorts of side effects. I have already thought of the idea of this wooden carving long ago. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find a suitable craftsman. Hence, when I saw Brother Xiao, I felt that we were fated. I have been searching for a talent like you for a long time already." Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. This Fatso is really a genius at doing business. He actually thought of such a business method. In the end, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of something. He asked probingly, "Brother De Bao, are those novels of yours erotic?" Fatso smiled awkwardly. This. I can't say that they are erotic. I can only say that they are fantasy novels with some romance elements." Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart. He knew that this Fatso would not take the proper path. He asked worriedly, "Are you not afraid of the royal court finding out about this?" Fatso smiled wretchedly and said, "There is no need to worry about this. The high-ranking official in charge of collecting these books even discussed the details of the novels with me in private. These are still serialized. If he were to confiscate all of them, he would not be able to read them." Xiao Chen could not help but admire Fatso's skill. He took out the wooden carvings from the Xiao clan and handed them to Fatso. These were carved in the past. "There are not many, only about 100. Name a price." Jean Fatso did not say anything. His chubby face was filled with an excited smile. He picked up the wooden carvings in his hands and inspected them carefully. On the 4th floor of Liushang Pavilion, Jiang Muhing and Duan Muqing sat alone at a table. Jiang Muhing smiled gracefully and said, "Miss Duanmu, I have already negotiated with that person yesterday about the spirit fox. My servant has already gone to collect the goods and will send them over to you immediately." Duan Muqing smiled gently. "How much did you spend on it?" "I will pay you double the price. I will not let you suffer a loss." It was rare to see Duan Muqing smile. The smile on Jiang Muhing's face became even wider as he said, "I did not spend much money. Miss Duanmu does not have to worry about it. As long as you like it, it is fine." Duan Muqing was slightly startled. He smiled and said, "Yesterday, that person wanted a heaven-ranked spirit beast before he was willing to sell it. Young Master Jiang, did you play some tricks? Jiang Muhing panicked in his heart and said sternly, Miss Duanmu, although my clan has some influence in Whitewater City, I do not normally do such things. Furthermore, if I were to play any tricks in front of Miss Duanmu, wouldn't I be looking down on the Duanmu clan? Duanmuking found it funny and did not say anything. The two of them continued to wait. However, after waiting for a long time, the servant that Jiang Muhing mentioned had not arrived. I think something must have happened. We will talk about this another day. I will leave first. Duanmuking finally lost his patience. He got up and walked down the stairs. Jiang Muhing cursed that servant in his heart. He threw down a stack of banknotes and quickly chased after Duanmuking. Jiang Muhing chased all the way to the second floor and finally caught up to Duanmuking. He quickly said in a loud voice, Miss Duanmu, listen to my explanation. Duanmuking stopped and said politely, Young Master Jiang, there is nothing to explain. It was not a big deal in the first place. You don't have to take it to heart. Seeing Duanmuking's expression, Jiang Muhing knew in his heart that he was in deep trouble. He could not help but feel anxious. At this moment, Jean Fatso finally finished inspecting the 100 wooden carvings. He smiled and put them away. Then he took out a stack of banknotes and handed them to Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao, please count them. Xiao Chen put away the banknotes and stood up. There is no need to count them. It was a pleasure working with you. I will give you more when I have more later. When he turned around, he coincidentally met Jiang Muhing's gaze. When Jiang Muhing saw the black-cloaked Xiao Chen, he revealed a look of astonishment. Xiao Chen. After the astonishment, there was boundless rage. Jiang Muhing did not expect to meet him here. His embarrassment turned into anger as he walked towards Xiao Chen. Chapter 94. Jiang Muhing did not expect to meet Xiao Chen here. When he thought of what happened yesterday and what happened just now, he could no longer hold back the anger he had suppressed for a long time. Even though Duanmu Qing was beside him, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to maintain his demeanor. He only had one thought in his mind now, which was to kill Xiao Chen on the spot. He wanted to repay the humiliation that Xiao Chen had given him several times over. When Xiao Chen saw Jiang Muhing all of a sudden, he was mildly astonished. However, he quickly calmed down. Jiang Muhing did not bring any servants with him. Young Master Jiang, we meet again. Xiao Chen had a faint smile on his face. He did not show any fear. Instead, it was as though he had met an old friend. He walked over to Jiang Muhing with a smile. Jiang Muhing cursed, meeting you. However, before he could finish cursing, he saw a black saber suddenly appear in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen's feet moved slightly, and he quickly got into a stance. Drawing the saber. A saber light flashed before his eyes. Jiang Muhing had never seen such a fast saber before. He had also never seen such a strong person. To think that he dared to make the first move in front of him in Whitewater City. At the critical moment, he brought out the strength of a medial-grade martial master to its limits and retreated with all his might. His extraordinary performance at the critical moment saved his life. This saber did not chop him in half. However, it still left a finger-deep wound on his chest. Blood spurted out into the air. The saber carried a huge force, sending Xiao Chen's body flying back. A large hole appeared on Jiang Muhing's chest and a yellow drawing floated out. Xiao Chen quickly grabbed the drawing in her hands. When Jiang Muhing, who was lying on the ground, saw that Xiao Chen had obtained the drawing, he wanted to stand up. However, he discovered that the saber wound on his chest was too severe. Blood continued to flow out. He did not even have the strength to stand up. He could not help but feel anxious. He coughed out blood in the air and said loudly, Miss Duanmu, that is a copy of the map of the ancient remnant. You must not let him obtain it. Hearing this, Duanmuking's face turned cold. She waved her hands and streams of cold air spread out behind her, gathering in her hands. A sharp palm imbued with cold qi chopped ruthlessly at Xiao Chen. The other party was very strong, so Xiao Chen did not dare to take it head-on. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he soared into the air and jumped down from the second floor. Boom! The table behind Xiao Chen was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture. Then, it shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless ice shards. What a tyrannical cold qi! When the cultivators on the second floor saw this, they were shocked. They quickly paid their bills and left. They did not want to be affected by this fight. Bang! When Duan saw Xiao Chen land on the first floor, he stomped on the wooden plank under his right foot. His figure immediately landed on the first floor and appeared beside Xiao Chen. Holy *T. Is he trying to tear down the shop? Jean Fatso could not help but curse loudly when he saw the hole in the wooden plank. After Duan landed, he immediately sent out a stream of cold qi at Xiao Chen's back. The cold qi quickly condensed into ice in the air, turning into the shape of a small bird. Qi! Duan formed a hand seal with both his hands, and the ice phoenix martial spirit in his body cried out. The eyes of the ice bird flying in the air lit up, and its size and speed instantly doubled. A dangerous aura came from behind him. Xiao Chen immediately stopped and his mind went blank. He recalled the state he was in when he practiced the saber. He was extremely focused and his right hand grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. He instantly raised his aura to the extreme, drawing the saber. When the ice bird was only half a meter behind Xiao Chen suddenly turned around and made a move. The saber light was simple and unadorned. With a schwa sound, it split the ice bird in half from the middle. The part of the body of the ice bird that was split in half by the saber was very smooth. There were no cracks or bumps at all. This showed how fast the saber was. A trace of astonishment flashed in Duan heart. There were no ripples in his limpid eyes and his expression did not change. Taking advantage of the instant Xiao Chen drew his saber, Xiao Chen moved and blocked the entrance of Liushang Pavilion. Most of the customers on the first floor were ordinary citizens. When they saw Xiao Chen flying down from the second floor, they knew there was a fight going on. They all paid their bills and left. Duan looked at Xiao Chen expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Hand over the map and I will not harm your life." Xiao Chen held his saber and stood upright. He smiled coldly in his heart. If an ordinary superior-grade martial disciple was struck by the ice bird, they would be severely injured, if not dead. Now that she saw him break the ice bird in one move and said she would not harm his life, Xiao Chen could only say that this girl's schemes were not ordinary. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He pointed with his left hand and 5 strands of purple flames formed in the air. After they spun around, they quickly shot towards Duan Muking's expression turned cold. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not know what was good for him and actually dared to make a move against her, she snorted coldly. The temperature around her dropped and a boundless cold qi rose up from the ground. When the 5 strands of purple flames met the cold qi, their speed immediately slowed down. However, what surprised Duan was that the 5 strands of flames did not stop immediately. The 5 wisps of flames did not immediately stop. Instead, they slowly arched forward like small fish. Although their speed was slow, they would never retreat. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the 5 strands of flames merged together and formed a huge flame. Their speed suddenly increased explosively. The cold qi in the air could no longer stop the advancement of the flames. Duan black eyes became even colder. The cold qi surrounding her started to slowly liquefy. The cold qi turned into water droplets and continuously dripped onto the wooden boards around Duan. The water droplets quickly linked together and formed a hard ice. Dang! 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 3 ice walls rose up from the ice and appeared in front of Duan. The purple flames smashed through the first ice wall and continued flying towards the second ice wall. Xiao Chen's thoughts were as fast as lightning. After the purple flames passed through the first ice wall, he could clearly feel that the might of the flames had decreased significantly. He knew that these flames would not be able to cause any harm to Duan. I will not be able to gain any advantage. I have to leave. Xiao Chen made up his mind and immediately flew towards the nearest window. A superior-grade martial grandmaster against a superior-grade martial grandmaster was clearly irrational. Bang! After the purple flames smashed through the third ice wall, they immediately dissipated into the air, turning into nothingness. Duan watched as Xiao Chen flew away. The cold light in her eyes became even more intense and her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Ice! Duan shouted and her clothes fluttered. Her long skirt and fine black hair fluttered in the wind. She locked her perception on the first floor of Liushang Pavilion. An intense cold qi suddenly erupted from her body. Shwa! In the entire first floor, everything was covered in a layer of ice that was 2 feet thick. In an instant, the first floor turned into an ice palace that radiated a cold light. The originally open window was now covered in a thick layer of ice. Xiao Chen's flying figure crashed violently into the ice. There was a loud bang, but the ice did not tremble at all. Xiao Chen was knocked back to the ground by the huge recoil. The speed at which he was sent flying was extremely fast. When he crashed into the ice, he bounced back. He felt an incomparable soreness in his shoulder. Is this the power of an innate bloodline, an inherited martial spirit? Xiao Chen looked at the surroundings radiating with an icy light. He was incomparably astonished as he thought to himself, this is simply too horrifying. Duan Muqing walked over slowly. Her fine black hair had already turned completely white. Her eyes were ice-cold, without a trace of emotion. Hand over the map, and I will not harm your life, she said. With every word she said, the temperature of the ice palace dropped by a notch. The purple thunder divine incantation in Xiao Chen's body circulated rapidly, resisting the boundless cold wind in the ice palace. Just as Xiao Chen was hesitating whether to take out the map or not, Bai jumped out from the spirit blood jade and stood in front of Xiao Chen. It took a deep breath and its snow-white belly expanded slightly. It spat out a white ball of light from its mouth. Damn! When Xiao Chen saw Bai's actions, he cursed in his heart. He pushed off the ground and expended all the essence in his body. The electricity in the lunar shadow saber leaped around non-stop. Ha! Xiao Chen shouted loudly and flew towards the window. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ice wall. Under Xiao Chen's full power strike, a small crack appeared on the hard ice. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen felt incomparably anxious. He withdrew his saber and clenched his fist, punching the crack violently. He finally managed to create a small hole in the hard ice wall. Xiao Chen did not care much and directly made his way out. When Duan Muqing saw that Xiao Chen wanted to escape, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She was about to make a move. However, at this moment, the ball of light that Bai spat out had already arrived in front of her. When faced with this incomparably ordinary ball of light, Duan Muqing did not care too much about it. She casually sent out a palm strike. How strong could the attack of a young spirit beast be? The instant Duan Muqing's palm touched the ball of light, the ice palace lit up with a resplendent light. This light was even more dazzling than the sun. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Boom! The light scattered and a horrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions. In that instant, the ice palace that Duan Muqing made instantly shattered. Boom! 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 All the pillars on the first floor of Liushang Pavilion were shattered. In the next moment, the entire Liushang Pavilion collapsed. All the buildings turned into rubble. Xiao Chen, who had just made his way out, did not have time to dodge. He was struck by the shockwave and flew into the air, vomiting a mouthful of blood. A white figure ran out from the rubble of Liushang Pavilion. Bai quickly ran to Xiao Chen. Its face was devoid of spirit. It did not have its usual cheekiness. It was dispirited and listless. Seeing it in such a state, the anger in Xiao Chen's heart dissipated significantly. He carried it in his embrace and quickly rushed forward. This was because the danger was not over yet. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could sense a monstrous aura brewing in the rubble of Liushang Pavilion. Chi! A resonant phoenix cry resounded, reverberating throughout the entire white water city. A flowing body of ice flew out from the rubble of Liushang Pavilion and into the air. Then, it turned into a huge ice phoenix. The ice phoenix flapped its wings in the air and a horrifying perception spread out in all directions. It locked onto Xiao Chen's back and soared into the sky. In the instant that Duan Muqing turned into the ice phoenix and flew away, a smaller figure leaped out from Liushang Pavilion. It carried a zither and leaped towards the two of them. After a long time, a dust-covered fatso stood up from the rubble while cursing. He looked at the mess that was Liushang Pavilion, which had turned into rubble. He cursed in dissatisfaction. Who did I offend? Chapter 95. That is Duan Muqing. He actually revealed the origin of his inherited martial spirit. How strong is his opponent? Indeed, even from 1,000 meters away, the martial spirit that has existed since the time of the Tianwu dynasty still gives off such a heavy pressure. Haha, you guys probably don't know. According to the people from Liushang Pavilion, the one who forced Duan Muqing to reveal her martial spirit's origin was only a superior-grade martial disciple. Furthermore, he seems to be an outsider. That is impossible. Duan Muqing is a martial grand master. If he met a superior-grade martial disciple, it would be like squashing an ant. How could he reveal his martial spirit's origin? He probably even used his martial techniques. It is absolutely true. I came from Liushang Pavilion. That person is indeed only a superior grade martial disciple. First, he injured Jianghu and snatched away a map of the ancient remnant. Then, he escaped from Duan Muking's hands. In the sky, the ice phoenix flashed a cold light as it soared above the 9 heavens. Every corner of Whitewater City could see it clearly. Many cultivators were discussing it. Whitewater City, Jiang residence. The last disciple of the Misty Sword sect master, Chu Chaoyun, looked at the ice phoenix in the sky. His expression changed slightly as he muttered, "Who is it?" To actually be able to force Duan Muking to reveal his martial spirit's origin. After he spoke, a sword of light appeared under his feet, carrying him into the sky. He turned into a sword image and chased after Duan Muking. Soon, he disappeared into the sky. In another room of the Jiang residence, the Hua clan's heir, Hua Yunfei, looked at Duan Muking in the sky. He revealed a playful smile on his face. After Chu Chaoyun rode on his sword and flew off, he said, "Interesting. I want to see what kind of deity could attract the 2 geniuses of Dongming province." In the room, a few elders of the Hua clan advised, "Crown Prince, we are only here for the dwelling of the ancient human powerhouse. It is best not to cause any trouble." Hua Yunfei smiled faintly and said proudly, "I have the Hua clan's rare mutated martial spirit. I am destined to rise in this era. No one can stop me. What is there to be afraid of with such a small wave? Don't follow me." After he finished speaking, he turned into a blood-red river that surged into the sky. Everywhere he passed, it was like a blood cloud that covered the sky and the sun. Evil Qi soared into the sky. In the room of the Jiang clan's Duanmu clan, a pretty woman looked at Duanmu Qing, who was in the air. She said worriedly, "Second elder, is Miss Duanmu in some danger? Should we make a move to help?" The dignified and elegant second elder had a calm expression on his face. He said indifferently, "There is no need. If she cannot even deal with such a small problem, how can she be the princess of our Duanmu clan?" At the same time, in the great hall of the Jiang clan head, Jiang Mingshuan, was quickly making arrangements. "First elder, immediately send people to Savage Forest. Regardless of whether they are dead or alive, find that person. We must obtain the map of the ancient remnant. We cannot let the people of the 3 major powers obtain it." Second elder, immediately set off to receive that esteemed guest from Nanling province. Whether our Jiang clan can obtain any fortuitous encounters this time will depend on this esteemed guest. Third elder, go to Liushang Pavilion and find that trash Mu Hang. Lock him up for a month. Because of Xiao Chen's saber strike, undercurrent surged in Whitewater City. The winds and clouds changed color. However, no matter how shocking the situation in the outside world was, or how the winds and clouds surged, Fatso's current mood was one of unshakable grief. This grief flowed like a river, repeatedly washing away Fatso's weak heart. "Young master, don't just stand there. You have already been standing there for an hour. If you continue standing there will be problems with your body." In the ruins of Liushang Pavilion, a manservant consoled the grieving Kim Tae-ho. Although Liushang Pavilion had completely collapsed, there were not many casualties. The guests on the 1st and 2nd floors had already retreated before the explosion. The cultivators on the 3rd and 4th floors had higher cultivations. They had all jumped out the instant the building collapsed. The waiters and manservants in the inn were all smart people. When it happened, not a single one of them remained. After it happened, they all reappeared. Just as Fatso was about to reprimand them, a soft moan could be heard. Kim Tae-ho's heart skipped a beat as he quickly looked towards the source of the sound. Pushing aside a few heavy wooden boards, Kim Tae-ho saw the severely injured Jiang Muheng. The wound that Xiao Chen made on his chest was very deep. His internal organs could be seen. At this moment, the wound had not healed yet. Blood was still flowing out slowly. His originally severely injured body, in addition to the collapse of Liushang Pavilion, the current Jiang Muheng was on his last breath. He could not help but moan. He was as pitiful as he could be. He no longer had his usual demeanor. Jean Fatso rolled his eyes and the worry on his face disappeared. He smiled at Jiang Muheng and said, "Isn't this young Master Jiang? Why are you like this? Save me." Jiang Muheng's complexion was pale. He was extremely weak. His voice was weak as he spoke intermittently. Kim Tae-ho moved his ear closer and said loudly, "Young Master Jiang, what are you saying? Speak louder." "Oh, I heard you. Save you. No problem." Kim Tae-ho's face was full of smiles as he took out a porcelain bottle. He waved it in front of Jiang Muhing and said, "Young Master Jiang, do you see this? This is the peak-grade golden sore medicine refined by a rank 7 alchemist. As long as you sprinkle it on your wound, no matter what kind of injury it is, it will immediately heal. Furthermore, this medicine does not have any side effects. It will not leave behind any scars. It is definitely the best choice for an elegant young master like you." Jean Fatso extended the medicine bottle in front of Jiang Muhing and said enticingly. Jiang Muhing's pale face revealed a trace of joy. He stretched out his left hand with much difficulty, wanting to grab the porcelain bottle. However, Jean Fatso quickly retracted his hand. The joy on Jiang Muhing's face disappeared. He looked at Kim Tae-ho with doubt, not knowing what was going on. Kim Tae-ho's chubby face revealed a difficult expression. He said, "Young Master Jiang, the moment I saw you, I felt that we were fated. If it were any other day, I would not have any complaints even if I gave this golden sore medicine to you. However, look at this Liushang pavilion today. Because of you it turned into ruins. This fat lord's path to riches has been completely cut off. Now, I am extremely poor. Doesn't your Jiang clan have a business district in the west of the city? How about lending it to this fat lord to reopen Liushang pavilion? As long as you say the word, I will personally apply this peak-grade golden sore medicine on you." This fatso was really shameless. His Liushang pavilion was at most a restaurant. Its annual sales in Whitewater City would be at most 5 million silver taels. However, the Jiang clan's business district had countless shops. Just the rent alone would be 20 million silver taels. Based on Fatso's tone, it was as though the Jiang clan was the one profiting. Jiang Muhing's lips moved. His voice was extremely weak. Kim Tae-ho moved his ear closer and said loudly, "Young Master Jiang, what are you saying? Speak louder, I can't hear you. What did you say about Scram, your mother?" Damn it. After Fatso heard this, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. He said with a straight face, "This fat lord saved your life out of goodwill. I only asked for a street, yet you actually scolded this fat lord. This fat lord really can't afford to be hurt. This feeling of being snubbed while showing kindness is really unpleasant. Let's go. This fat lord will block here. Let's see who dares to come over. Even if your Jiang clan's people come, they will not be able to take your people away." Fatso had just taken a step when a hand grabbed his pants. Kim Tae-ho had already expected that Jiang Muhing would not be satisfied. He quickly turned around with a face full of smiles and said, "Young Master Jiang, have you changed your mind? Your voice is too soft. Let me listen. Please don't scold this fat lord again. This fat lord will get angry too. You quickly come over and squat down. Young Master Jiang has already agreed." A brush, ink, paper, and inkstone instantly appeared in Fatso's hands. A manservant squatted on the ground. Fatso placed the brush in his mouth in a very coquettish manner. Then, he dipped the brush in ink and started writing wildly. After he finished drafting the contract, he placed it under Jiang Muhing's hand. He smiled and said, "Young Master Jiang, please give me your handprint. Then, please sign your name. Good writing. Even though young Master Jiang is severely injured, your writing is still very elegant. You have the demeanor of a great master." After Jiang Muhing signed, Fatso immediately put away the contract. Then, he took out the bottle of peak-grade golden salve and slowly applied it on Jiang Muhing's wounds. The pained expression on Jiang Muhing's face slowly eased up. He had been on the verge of being severely injured. Now that he relaxed, he immediately fainted. "Ha ha ha! How delightful! I lost a gold mine in exchange for a mountain of treasures." Fatso laughed maniacally as he held the contract. When the manservant saw that Fatso really gave the peak-grade golden salve to Jiang Muhing, he felt confused and asked, "Young master, did you really apply the peak-grade golden salve refined by a rank 7 alchemist?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" That manservant said doubtfully, "This is not like young master's style. I thought young master would just casually take some rank 3 alchemy and brush it off." Fatso put away the contract again. He took out the golden folding fan and knocked on the manservant's head violently. He laughed loudly. What do you know? Do you think there are many people like Jianghu in the entire Great Qin nation? Doesn't their Jiang clan still have 3 streets? This fat lord will treat him. Next time, I will look for him and cheat him of 3 streets. This bit of medicine money is nothing. That manservant said in admiration. Young master is truly brilliant. This is casting a long line to catch a big fish. Why didn't I think of this? In the future, do not ask me such a question that degrades one's intelligence, Fatso said in a pretentious manner. After he spoke, he opened up the golden folding fan and fanned it violently a few times. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked at the clouds in the sky. He said ruefully, sometimes, having a high intelligence is a form of melancholy. I ask the heavens, who in this world can understand me? Life is truly as lonely as snow. Wah! Just as Fatso finished speaking, all the manservants and waiters in the ruins of Liushang Pavilion could not help but vomit. Chapter 96. Outside of Whitewater City, Xiao Chen rushed madly towards Savage Forest. When he saw the weak and unconscious Bai in his arms, his heart ached. The attack that Bai executed earlier was the sharpest attack of the mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation. It compressed all the essence in its body into 9 strands and then released them explosively. It was very taxing on the body. When Xiao Chen was training in Savage Forest, he once met a rank 4 spirit beast. At the critical moment Bai used this move. At that time, Xiao Chen understood the might of this move and the damage it did to the body. Hence, he scolded Bai harshly and warned it not to use it again. He did not expect it to use it today. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw Duan Muqing in the form of an ice phoenix in hot pursuit. In 2 different directions in the sky, a figure on a sword and a scarlet cloud attracted Xiao Chen's attention. After hearing Fatso's introduction, Xiao Chen already guessed the identities of the 2 people chasing him. He smiled faintly. The 3 geniuses of Dongming province are working together to chase after me. They are overestimating me. Xiao Chen executed the Azure Dragon Cloud soaring art that he comprehended to its limits. He leaped about on the ground. Looking from a distance, it looked like an azure dragon moving about in the air, creating shockwaves. As long as he entered Savage Forest, Xiao Chen was confident of being able to shake off his pursuers. He had been cultivating in Savage Forest for more than a month and was very familiar with it. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to step into the periphery of Savage Forest, Duan Muqing suddenly turned into a piece of ice and fell in front of Xiao Chen. The ice melted on the ground like water. After that it surged continuously. In an instant, it turned into a human figure. Duan Muqing's beautiful figure appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Her white hair fluttered in the wind, and there was not a trace of fire in her eyes. She was like a goddess who had transcended the mortal world. Her cold voice slowly opened her mouth and said, "Hand over the sketch, and I won't make things difficult for you." Xiao Chen did not answer her. He executed the lightning evasion to dodge. If he wanted to hand it over, Xiao Chen would have given it to her at Liushang Pavilion. Now that they were already at the edge of Savage Forest, they had to fight for it. Although Xiao Chen did not know what this map was, seeing how nervous she was, it was definitely not an ordinary map. Hua! Hua! A river of blood descended from the sky. Shua! The river of blood landed on the ground. Hua Yunfei's figure appeared behind Duan Muqing. Chi! Chu Chaoyun, who was riding on his sword, quickly descended and landed firmly on the ground. The sword of light under his feet turned into a beam of light and flew into his forehead. The 3 of them were not in a rush to chase after Xiao Chen. Hua Yunfei looked at the 2 of them and revealed a sinister smile. Since Miss Duanmu did not manage to catch this brat, how about this? The 3 of us will use our own abilities to chase after him. No matter who obtains the sketch, we will share it with the other party. What do you think? Chu Chaoyun's expressionless face did not reveal any expression. He said, I agree. Our 3 clans came uninvited. These few days, Jiang Mingxuan has been resisting the pressure and refusing to lead the way. He must be waiting for help. I heard that the Ji clan of Nanling province will be arriving soon. At that time, we will have another strong opponent. As long as we are ahead of the Jiang clan and snatch the sketch, our 3 clans can ignore the Jiang clan and work together to explore. Duan Muqing's white hair slowly turned black. The otherworldly look in her eyes became much gentler. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, Sure. After the three of them spoke, they immediately flew into the depths of savage forest. They used their own methods and chased after Xiao Chen. After the three of them left, Su Xiaoxiao slowly appeared while hugging her zither. She said softly, "It really is the blue dragon cloud soaring art. I was not wrong the last time. The head of the four holy beasts, the blue dragon martial spirit, has reappeared in the world." After she spoke, she did not enter savage forest. There was a look of contemplation in her eyes. After a while, she hugged her zither and quickly rushed towards Whitewater City. Not long after Su Xiaoxiao left, the first elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang led a group of cultivators from the Jiang clan and rushed over. This group of cultivators were all martial masters, and there was a total of more than 200 of them. Jiang looked at the savage forest in front of him and said, "Split into 20 teams. Each team has 10 people. After you discover the target, make your move immediately. 10 martial masters against 1 superior grade martial disciple should be foolproof." After he spoke, he took out a few portraits and handed them to the group. "Savage forest is too big. With just the few of us, we might not be able to find him. If you meet cultivators who are out for experiential training, hand these portraits to them and ask for their assistance in the hunt." In the periphery of savage forest, Xiao Chen was running very quickly. He extended out his spiritual sense and everything that happened within 800 meters of him was recorded in his mind. The entire savage forest stretched for thousands of kilometers. Just the periphery alone was more than 1,000 hectares. Furthermore, aside from spirit beasts, there were also many cultivators here for experiential training and hunting. Xiao Chen hiding in there was like a drop of water in the ocean. Huchi! A pack of gray wolves appeared in the range of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. The gray wolves were rank 3 spirit beasts that lived in packs. Every time they appeared, there would be at least 20 of them. Xiao Chen knew that they would not be easy to deal with, so he prepared to go around them. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen moved to the side. Just at this moment, there was the sound of footsteps. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. He did not know who it was, so he quickly hid in the bushes at the side. That brat really knows how to hide. After searching for so long, I have not even seen a shadow. I really don't know how this brat offended the Jiang clan, to actually be wanted by the Jiang clan, with a bounty of 1,000 gold taels. I heard that this brat snatched away a treasure map from the Jiang clan. It is the map of the ancient remnant of the human race that has been spreading like wildfire recently. Say, if we manage to get our hands on it, can we go and try our luck? Haha, with your cultivation as a medial grade martial master, I advise you not to even think about it. That map is just a copy. The original is still in the hands of the Jiang clan. The 3 powers of Dongming province are all here. I'm afraid you will be killed before you even get close to the ancient remnant. We should just hand this map over to the Jiang clan and earn some money. That's true. No matter how tempting a treasure is, without a life to enjoy it, it is just empty talk. Let's keep searching. I clearly saw that brat running over here. Xiao Chen, who was in the bushes, was astonished. The power of the Jiang clan in this area was indeed horrifying. They actually managed to bribe the cultivators in the periphery of savage forest so quickly. This is going to be troublesome. I have to hurry over there. A cultivator was holding a saber in his hand as he walked towards the bushes that Xiao Chen was in. The saber in his hand was continuously chopping away the thorns blocking his way. I'm going to be discovered. I can't go on like this. Seeing that person getting closer, Xiao Chen thought to himself, I have to make the first move. Hua! Xiao Chen jumped out from the bushes and swung his saber. In the instant that person was shocked, he chopped him in half. After that, he quickly rushed towards the remaining 5 cultivators. 9th brother has been killed by him. Quickly kill him. When everyone saw that Xiao Chen had chopped 9th brother in half with 1 saber strike, they were all astonished. 9th brother was a medial grade martial master, yet he was actually killed by this person with 1 saber strike. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chen executed the rushing thunder saber technique. The lunar shadow saber gave off an electric glow, and the energy of the rank 6 demonic core was released without holding anything back. The saber light flashed in the air, and another cultivator in front was chopped in half. Arc light chop. I'll kill you. A cultivator at the side saw that another of his companions had been killed by Xiao Chen. Facing this flawless arc light chop, his eyes turned bloodshot. He held his saber and chopped at Xiao Chen without any care. Poochie! Once the rushing thunder saber technique was executed, one would not be able to retreat. Otherwise, one's aura would drop to an extreme, and one would not be able to execute the aura of the rushing thunder chop for a short period of time. Xiao Chen did not dodge this saber strike. The saber landed on Xiao Chen's chest, leaving a bloody wound. However, before this person could rejoice, he was chopped in half by the arc-light chop. Rushing heaven chop. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen soared into the sky and pierced through the chest of the person in front of him. The huge force instantly blasted that person's body into countless pieces of meat. Rushing thunder chop. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Xiao Chen carried the might of the heavenly thunder as he charged through the air. The person below raised his saber to block. Bang! The saber immediately shattered, and the lunar shadow saber easily chopped his body in half from head to toe. Rushing thunder second chain chop. Xiao Chen turned around and swung his saber. The energy gathered by the first 4 saber strikes of the rushing thunder chop was released explosively with this rushing thunder second chain chop. The person who was about to sneak attack Xiao Chen from behind was crushed into powder by the huge force of this saber strike. Looking at the corpses of the 6 people on the ground, Xiao Chen did not feel any unease in his heart. Since these people wanted to kill him and steal the map, they had to be prepared to be killed. Taking out a qi returning pill and placing it in his mouth, Xiao Chen looked at the wound on his chest and frowned slightly. If the battle armor had not been damaged by Tang Feng, this saber strike would not have been able to injure him. After leaving Mo City, Xiao Chen discovered that the profound ranked battle armor that Xiao Xiong gave him had already lost its spirituality due to Tang Feng's attack. It was now no different from a normal soft armor. In order to not affect his movements, Xiao Chen simply threw away the battle armor. In the earlier battle, given Xiao Chen's strength, he could have easily dealt with this group of people. He would not have to exhaust much of his essence to kill them easily. Xiao Chen was afraid that if he dragged things out for too long, he would attract even more trouble. Thus, he used the rushing thunder saber technique, which consumed a lot of essence, in order to deal with them in a short amount of time. Taking out a blood-replenishing pill, Xiao Chen crushed it and applied it on their wounds. Then, he opened the bags on the backs of the 6 cultivators. These were all cultivators who had trained in savage forest for a long time. There was a large amount of spirit beast inner cores and herbs in the bags. Xiao Chen counted them. There was a total of 4 rank 3 spirit beast inner cores and 5 rank 4 herbs. The rest were all cheap items, which Xiao Chen casually threw away. They are still worth some silver taels. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face as he placed the rank 3 spirit beast inner cores and rank 4 herbs into his universe ring. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Chen kept an eye out. He would rather expend his essence quickly and extend his spiritual sense. As long as he met someone, he would immediately avoid them. It did not matter if they had ulterior motives or not, he would just go around them. When it was close to dusk, Xiao Chen arrived at an extremely desolate area in the outskirts of savage forest. When he arrived here, Xiao Chen's tense expression finally relaxed and he withdrew his spiritual sense. He took large strides towards the forestland in front of him. His figure walked in the forest at a very strange pace. After a while, Xiao Chen's figure suddenly disappeared into the forest like a ghost. Chapter 97. Within the forest, Xiao Chen seemed to have vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, the environment in front of Xiao Chen had undergone a complete change. In the distance, there was a gushing waterfall flowing down from a mountain stream, flowing into a long river below. The riverbank was a vast and spacious area. Just by standing on the riverbank, one could feel the fresh water vapor. This large river was known as the Zhuang River. There were many rivers in Savage Forest, and this Zhuang River was one of the most unremarkable ones. The place where Xiao Chen was at was the source of the Zhuang River. To outsiders, this was an unremarkable place. No one would pay attention to it. However, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could sense an extraordinary existence in this place. There was a huge rock in the cave behind the waterfall. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was extremely dense. Cultivating on it would be faster than cultivating outside by at least 50%. After Xiao Chen discovered this place by accident, he immediately laid down an illusion formation to fool others. This place was originally rather desolate. When Xiao Chen laid down the formation, he did not have any worries, so he was very calm. Xiao Chen used a total of 10 days to complete this illusion formation. As long as it was not a martial king expert, outsiders would not be able to discover this place. Even if they entered this place by mistake, they would unknowingly take a detour. Now that Xiao Chen arrived at this place, he was completely safe. He found a flat rock and sat down cross-legged. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and entered a state of cultivation. The morning sun rose and the sunlight shone down. The night passed just like that. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He jumped down from the rock and went to the riverbank to wash his face. In the morning, the waterfall had stopped flowing. The surface of the river was as smooth as a mirror. Xiao Chen raised his leg and stepped onto the surface of the river. His body magically stopped on the water's surface. His heart was as calm as still water. Xiao Chen circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He closed his eyes and slowly walked on the water's surface. With every step he took, ripples spread out in all directions. In ancient legends, dragons were the overlords of the sky and the sea. They could overturn rivers and seas, reverse mountains and rivers, and summon the wind and rain. They were omnipotent. When it soared above the 9 heavens, it could soar through the clouds. As it turned, wind and thunder surged, and it could travel 10,000 li in an instant. The blue dragon cloud soaring art was such a movement technique. When practiced to the great perfection stage, one could ride the clouds, ride the mist, and overturn rivers and seas. These days, Xiao Chen had been practicing the blue dragon cloud soaring art in the Jianghu River. At first he had no progress. Now, he had some small success and could walk slowly on the water surface. Xiao Chen walked slowly on the water surface, comprehending the various mysteries of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. When the sun reached the top of his head, the sound of splashing water could be heard. The surging waterfall started to flow again. The calm river surface suddenly became turbulent. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. They were filled with seriousness. Every day at this time, the trial truly began. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he would immediately fall into the water and become a drowned rat. The river water flowed downwards rapidly. Xiao Chen stood on the water surface and moved against the current. Every step he took exhausted a large amount of essence. However, his body still swayed left and right on the water surface. Putong! When he took 100 steps forward, Xiao Chen finally could not take it anymore and fell into the river. The turbulent river water carried Xiao Chen's body downstream quickly. The calm Jianghu River immediately revealed its sinister side. The turbulent river water carried a huge force. It continuously attacked Xiao Chen's body, making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. His body flowed downstream quickly. This was not the first time he encountered such a situation. Xiao Chen was calm and did not panic. He held his breath and his body slowly sank to the bottom of the river. He circulated his essence in his body, storing up power. The instant his feet touched the bottom of the river, he pushed off and his body shot out of the water like an arrow released from a bow. When his body reached the surface of the water once again, he pushed off lightly and somersaulted in the air, landing firmly on the shore. Looking at the rushing river water, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. With such turbulent river water, even a regular cultivator would drown if they did not have a good state of mind. Xiao Chen's entire body was wet and uncomfortable. He wiped his face and took off his clothes. Then, he took out a set of dry clothes from the universe ring. At this moment, it was not suitable for him to continue practicing his movement technique. Xiao Chen did not waste any time. After he ate some dry rations, he took out a wooden stick and placed it on the ground. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and endured the blazing sun. He started to practice the first move of the rushing thunder saber technique, drawing the saber. In his opinion, this drawing the saber had to be practiced to the point where he could strike the wooden stick 12 times without it falling. Only then would it be considered to have reached great perfection. Right now, he could only swing the saber 4 times, barely reaching small perfection. There was still a long way to go before he could reach great perfection. Shwa! 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 After practicing for 2 hours, this time, Xiao Chen struck out 5 times. The light wooden stick swayed a few times, but it did not fall. There is finally some improvement. I can strike out 5 times in a row. Xiao Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. The handle of his saber was covered in sweat as he spoke joyfully. After leaving Mo City, Xiao Chen realized that there were too many geniuses in this world. He, Xiao Chen, was nothing. Just in Dongming province alone, the inheritors of the three great powers were only 16 or 17 years old. However, their cultivations had already reached the shocking martial Grand Master realm. This was a realm that ordinary people might not be able to reach in their entire lives. However, they were able to reach it easily at the age of 16 or 17. It could only be said that comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Looking at the entire world, it was unknown how many such demonic geniuses there were. His achievements, Xiao Chen, were not even worth mentioning. He was like a chestnut in the vast ocean, unremarkable. In this world where the strong ruled, since he was here, he would not be willing to be below others. He would not be a stepping stone for others, to be buried in the dust of history. Without a strong talent, he would have to put in 1,000 times the effort. Just like the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. He was born in a poor family, but he relied on his own strength to trample on the geniuses of the noble clans. He had obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King. Even if he did not care about his own face, he had to take into account the illustrious reputation of the Thunder King. Since he did not have a demonic talent, then he would have to put in 1,000,000 times the effort. Xiao Chen set up another wooden staff and focused. He continued to practice drawing the saber tirelessly. The amount of wood shavings on the ground increased continuously. After an hour, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and rested for a while. Then, he slowly walked to the shore and looked at the gushing waterfall in the distance. It had already weakened significantly. "Kill!" He shouted lightly and jumped onto the turbulent surface of the water. He sprinted against the current and went against the current. Waves of air surged around Xiao Chen and 2-meter-tall waves splashed on both sides of his body. Xiao Chen ran all the way, not stopping to rest. When he arrived at the waterfall, he shouted and leaped up high. A chi spear shot out from his body. With a schwa sound, Xiao Chen broke through the waterfall. He landed on a rock behind the waterfall. This was a cave that was recessed into the mountain wall. It was only about 2 meters deep. The cave was very humid. The waterfall at the entrance was like a curtain of water. It was very similar to the water curtain cave that Xiao Chen knew in his previous life. There was a very smooth rock in the cave. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile as he slowly sat on it. He immediately entered into a state of cultivation. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated continuously in his body. The dense spiritual energy in the surroundings poured into Xiao Chen's body continuously. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was like a fog, almost to the point of liquefying. Xiao Chen only circulated it for one great cycle. The spiritual energy in his body had already filled all his meridians. There was a faint feeling of excitement coming from his martial spirit. Xiao Chen knew this was a sign of advancing. As long as he was willing, he could immediately return to the cultivation of an inferior grade martial master. However, Xiao Chen did not do so. Back then, when he executed the 9th Heaven's Thunder Formation, his cultivation had dropped to superior grade martial disciple. After thinking about it carefully, he did not feel that it was a bad thing. Instead, it was an opportunity for him to stabilize his foundation. Xiao Chen had only spent a few months to advance from the spirit refinement realm to the inferior grade martial master realm. To a normal person, this was an inconceivable thing. No matter what, he had not truly solidified his foundation. The foundation of a tall building was the most important. Only when the foundation was stable would there be no accidents happening to the tall building, such as collapsing midway. The principle of the martial Tao was the same. If the spirit refinement realm was like digging a foundation, then the martial disciple realm was like filling in the foundation. Xiao Chen had entered the spirit refinement realm much later than others. He had spent a total of 15 years digging a foundation much deeper than others. All he had to do now was bury it again and create an unbreakable, iron-like foundation. With a thought, Xiao Chen infused all the absorbed spiritual energy into his skin, flesh, and bones, slowly tempering his body. After the essence circulated 9 great cycles in his body, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His body was covered in a black viscous substance. Xiao Chen leaped out of the hole. The gushing waterfall washed away all the impurities on his body. Xiao Chen immediately felt refreshed and carefree. He could not help but shout. The aura in his body exploded out to its peak. The water droplets on his body instantly evaporated. Boom! Xiao Chen's body landed heavily on the surface of the water. A huge force spread out from under his feet. After a while, A 3-meter-tall wave rose up in the surroundings. Xiao Chen pushed off the water and returned to the shore. In the boundless horizon, the sun had set and night had fallen. A day had passed just like that. A small white figure dashed over from outside the illusion formation. When Xiao Chen saw it, he revealed a faint smile. No matter how lonely the path of cultivation was, at least there was Bai to accompany him. After a night of rest, Bai regained its strange temperament. It ran out of the spirit blood jade early in the morning. Xiao Chen was not worried about its safety. Bai cultivated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation. Its speed was so fast that even Xiao Chen could not catch up to it. It ran over to Xiao Chen and held a stalk of herb in its mouth. It placed it in Xiao Chen's hands like it was presenting a treasure. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. Bai was very sensitive to natural treasures with spirituality. Every time it went out it would gain something. Xiao Chen held the herb in his hands and observed it carefully. His eyes lit up and he said joyfully, "Rank 5 spirit herb, fragrant cloud grass. This is a 30-year-old superior grade herb. It is worth 1,000 gold." Hearing Xiao Chen's joyful words, Bai revealed a human-like smile. It was very satisfied. Chapter 98. The sun rose and set, the clouds rose and scattered. The days in the valley passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen had cultivated for a week in front of the waterfall. During this time, Xiao Chen continuously cultivated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. When the river was turbulent, he would go ashore to practice the rushing thunder saber technique. At dusk, he would cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation, continuously consolidating his cultivation realm and tempering his physical body. Hua! On this day, Xiao Chen leaped out of the cave behind the waterfall and landed heavily on the water surface. He kicked up a huge wave. Water droplets shot out in all directions and the wave surged up to the sky. With a gentle push, Xiao Chen returned to the riverside. After a week of cultivation, the essence in his body had become even denser and purer. It was now comparable to a superior-grade martial master. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen looked suspiciously in the direction of the illusion formation's exit. Normally, Bai would be back by now. Why is it not back yet? Bai was the darling of the forest. It had a special affinity with the forest. After coming to Savage Forest, Xiao Chen could not control it anymore. It would run out on its own every time. Bai, who cultivated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation, did not have any natural enemies in the periphery of Savage Forest. However, Xiao Chen was worried about it. If it ran into the inner regions of Savage Forest, it would be problematic. Just as Xiao Chen was hesitating whether to go out and look for Bai, a white figure appeared in his vision. Before Xiao Chen could reveal a smile, he discovered that there was something wrong with Bai's body. Its speed was much slower than usual. When it got closer, Xiao Chen discovered that its snow-white body was covered in red wounds. The red blood was very eye-catching on its snow-white fur. When Bai looked at Xiao Chen, it seemed to be afraid. It did not dare to get close, like a child who had done something wrong. Xiao Chen had a sullen expression as he carried Bai over. After carefully inspecting the wounds, he heaved a sigh of relief. They were all superficial wounds. Then, he took out a blood-replenishing pill, crushed it, and slowly applied it on Bai's wound. Then, he went to the river and washed the blood off Bai's body. "Let's see if you still dare to run outside. Now you know how powerful I am." Xiao Chen placed Bai on a soft patch of grass and lectured him. The effect of the blood-replenishing pill was very good. After it had completely seeped into Bai's body, the wound immediately solidified and a scar slowly formed. Seeing that Xiao Chen was lecturing it, it stood up with some grievance. It gestured with its hands and feet while squeaking. Although Bai could not speak the human language, it had signed a blood contract with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen roughly understood what it meant. It saw a stalk of spirit herb in the periphery of Savage Forest and wanted to pick it like usual. Who knew that this stalk of spirit herb had a 4-legged snake? Its speed was extremely fast. Before Bai could get close, it was scratched by the claws of the 4-legged snake. It was so frightened that it quickly ran back. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Based on Bai's description, this 4-legged snake should be a rank 4 spirit beast, black-legged snake. However, how could there be a rank 4 spirit beast in the periphery of Savage Forest? A rank 4 spirit beast was equivalent to a martial grand master. In the periphery of Savage Forest, rank 3 spirit beasts were rather rare. For a rank 4 spirit beast to appear guarding a stock of natural treasure, it could only mean that the natural treasure was of a very high rank. Xiaochen looked at Bai and asked seriously, "Are you sure it is in the periphery of Savage Forest?" Bai nodded its head heavily. Xiaochen started thinking. This natural treasure was clearly not ordinary. It could be like the red nascent fruit in the periphery of Seven-Horn Mountain. That place was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the periphery of Savage Forest. If it was under normal circumstances, Xiaochen would have made up his mind long ago. A rank 4 spirit beast was only equivalent to a martial grand master. However, a spirit beast was, after all, a spirit beast. Its thinking was not as agile as a human's, and it could not use martial techniques and spirit weapons like a human could. After paying a certain price, Xiaochen was confident that he could deal with this black-legged snake. However, the problem now was that he did not know whether the Jiang clan's people had returned or not. If they were still around and the Jiang clan's people discovered his whereabouts, it would be difficult for him to escape. Riches are sought amidst danger. The path of cultivation is filled with boundless danger. It all boils down to the word risk. Xiaochen made up his mind and no longer hesitated. When Bai's injuries were more or less healed, he said, "Bai, lead the way. I will help you take revenge." Bai cheered and led Xiaochen out of the illusion formation. The scene in front of Xiaochen suddenly changed. A forest of tall trees and a dark forest appeared in Xiaochen's vision once again. Bai's speed was extremely fast. If Xiaochen did not execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would not be able to catch up to it. One man and one beast moved quickly. Xiaochen ignored all the spirit beasts they met along the way, leaving them all behind. When they arrived in front of a small valley, Bai stopped. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense into the valley. At the end of the valley, in an extremely hidden crevice, Xiaochen saw a 7-colored flower petal. 7-leaf flower. Xiaochen exclaimed in astonishment. A 7-leaf flower actually grew in this place. This was too shocking. The 7-leaf flower was a true treasure. It had a total of 7 different colored petals. Every 10 years, one petal would grow out. After all 7 petals grew out, it would come into contact with a neon-like 7-leaf fruit in another 20 years. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense into the 7-leaf flower and observed it carefully. He was somewhat disappointed to discover that the fruit within the petals had already been plucked. There were only 7 different colored petals left. However, even if the 7-leaf fruit had been plucked, the remaining 7 petals would still be useful to cultivators. Every petal could temper a cultivator's body once again. After the tempering of the 7-leaf flower, a cultivator's physical body would undergo a qualitative change. Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense and asked Bai, "When you came here earlier, was the fruit still there?" Bai chattered non-stop. When Xiaochen heard it, he could not help but feel it was strange. He said, "When Bai came here earlier, it was still there. Why is it gone now?" "That's right, when I scanned the valley with my spiritual sense earlier, I did not see the black-legged snake. It must have plucked the fruit." Xiaochen's heart stirred. He quickly released his spiritual sense again, carefully searching every corner of the valley. Finally, on a slope in the valley, Xiaochen discovered traces of the black-legged snake. It was hiding behind a huge rock. That sparkling and translucent 7-leaf fruit was right in front of the black-legged snake. The black-legged snake's eyes were closed. The 7-leaf fruit emitted a golden spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye. The black-legged snake's body was 2 meters long. It had 4 legs and its body was as big as a bowl. The snake's body was covered in dark gold scales. It opened its mouth wide and sucked in all the golden spiritual energy. Its face revealed an extremely joyful expression. Xiaochen was secretly astonished. This black-legged snake is not stupid. It knows that the 7-leaf fruit contains an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. It cannot just swallow it in one bite. Xiaochen circulated the gravity spell and gently floated to the cliff where the 7-leaf flower was located. A faint fragrance came from the 7-leaf flower. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile on his face. He grabbed the root and exerted some strength. He carefully plucked it and placed it in his universe ring. Whew! Landing gently on the ground, Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense out again. The black-legged snake was intoxicated by the spiritual energy of the 7-leaf fruit and did not notice the situation here. The corner of Xiaochen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He locked his spiritual sense on the black-legged snake and shouted, "Lightning evasion!" A clap of thunder resounded in the valley. Lightning streaked across the sky. Xianxia suddenly appeared beside the black-legged snake. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent electric glow. He did not hesitate to execute the saber that he had practiced thousands of times. Kang! Xianxia raised his hand and chopped down. The lunar shadow saber ruthlessly chopped at the spine of the black-legged snake. The lunar shadow saber left a 2-chi-deep wound on the dark golden scales. The black blood of the black-legged snake gushed out like a fountain. Unexpectedly, it did not chop the black-legged snake in half. Xianxia was astonished. He originally thought that he could take advantage of the moment when the black-legged snake was distracted to finish it off. He did not expect that he would only leave a wound on its body. Under the intense pain, the black-legged snake opened its mouth at an exaggerated angle. It let out a painful hiss and its huge tail ferociously stabbed at Xianxia. The pitch-black snake tail was as tough as an awl. It twisted at an inconceivable angle as it fell from the sky. A pitch-black liquid flickered at the end of the snake tail. It was obviously a highly toxic substance. Xianxia was overwhelmed with shock and quickly retreated backward. The awl-like snake tail stabbed into the place where Xianxia was originally standing. The huge force created a hole about half a meter wide in the ground. Bang! After the snake tail landed on the ground, it swung horizontally and quickly flew towards Xianxia in the air. Xianxia was astonished. He did not expect the snake tail to swing so quickly. His body paused in the air before he ferociously used his chi to rise by 3 meters, dodging the black-legged snake's huge tail. Before Xianxia could heave a sigh of relief, he saw the snake tail twirl in the air. Its length suddenly doubled as it swept towards Xianxia. Boom! Not only did the snake tail's length double, the speed at which it swung horizontally also increased significantly. Xianxia had never seen such a strange thing before. He was caught off guard and was ruthlessly swept by it. The snake tail carried a huge force and it flung Xianxia down from the air. Xianxia's body had been tempered countless times. At this moment, his muscles were as tough as iron. After being swept by the snake tail, Xianxia only felt the chi in his body churn for a while. However, he did not suffer any serious injuries. If it were a regular martial master, their internal organs would have ruptured and they would have died. Xianxia's body landed on the slope and quickly rolled down. The black-legged snake ran wildly on all fours. Its 2-meter-long body was extremely fast as it flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia shouted lightly and stopped his body from sliding down. His right leg bounced off the ground and he flew backwards before landing firmly on the ground. When the black-legged snake saw that Xianxia's speed was not slower than its own, it instantly landed on an empty space in the valley. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a black venom at Xianxia. Xianxia flicked his finger and a strand of purple flame condensed on his fingertip. It spun around and shot towards the venom. Wuxia! The venom was instantly struck. There was a chi-chi sound as the venom dispersed. Thick black smoke spread out in all directions. The speed at which the black smoke spread was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it covered half of the valley. Chapter 99. Xianxia did not panic. He took out a black veil from the universe ring and wore it, covering his mouth and nose. This veil was made from the hide of a spirit beast. It could isolate most of the gases. The black veil was not a rare treasure. Most of the cultivators who entered Savage Forest would purchase one. Xianxia was prepared. When he entered Savage Forest for the first time, he had already prepared one. Thick smoke pervaded the air and the surroundings were covered in fog. Visibility was greatly hindered. Xianxia spread out his spiritual sense and immediately caught sight of the black-legged snake. When the black-legged snake saw that Xianxia was still in the poisonous smoke, it thought that his vision was limited. It ran to Xianxia in a carefree manner and used its huge tail to stab at Xianxia. Xianxia quickly retreated and the huge tail quickly lengthened in the air, chasing after Xianxia. Xianxia locked his spiritual sense on the huge tail of the black-legged snake. He discovered that after its tail lengthened, the originally densely packed Jinlin became thinner. Good chance. Xianxia thought to himself. This black-legged snake must have thought that he could not see it in the thick smoke. That was why it dared to be so bold and attack him without fear. Kill! Xianxia shouted and quickly executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He rose from the ground and instantly rose to a height of 10 meters. A dragon image appeared behind him and he executed the simplified version of the descending divine dragon chop. The black-legged snake felt a dangerous aura and quickly retracted its huge tail. However, the speed of the descending divine dragon chop was extremely fast. It had only retracted its huge tail halfway when the lunar shadow saber in Xianxia's hand ruthlessly chopped at an area where the scales were sparse. The black-legged snake's tail was instantly chopped in half. Wuxia. Blood sprayed out from the place where the tail was severed. This fellow's blood was also highly toxic. Even a drop of it would be fatal. Xianxia hurriedly retreated. Previously, Xianxia's sneak attack had struck the black-legged snake's weak spot. As the saying goes, hit the snake where it hurts. Although Xianxia's full-strength strike did not split it into two halves, it had still severely injured it. At this moment, Xianxia had chopped off the weapon it relied on, its tail. Adding injuries on top of injuries, it had become a toothless tiger. It was no longer a life-threatening threat to Xianxia. The black-legged serpent also understood this logic. It let out a pained hiss and fiercely bounced off the ground with its 4 legs. It opened its huge mouth and pounced toward Xianxia without the slightest hesitation. It was actually a suicidal move. Xianxia's heart tightened. The black-legged serpent's final attack was extremely fast. There was no way to dodge it. If he could not kill it in one strike, the black-legged serpent's counterattack would definitely severely injure him. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xianxia's mind became clear. He recalled the state he was in when he practiced his saber. He slowly said in his heart, "Don't be nervous. Just treat me as a wooden stick for practicing your saber." Drawing the saber. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electricity. When the black-legged serpent was less than half a meter away from Xianxia suddenly made his move. A saber light flashed and the black-legged serpent was chopped into 2 halves from head to toe. Xianxia rolled to the side, avoiding the poisonous blood falling from the air. With a bang, the 2 halves of the black-legged serpent fell to the ground. The poisonous fog in the valley slowly dissipated. Xianxia removed his mask and walked towards the huge rock where the black-legged serpent had been. He carefully placed the 7-leaf fruit into his universe ring. Looking at the corpse of the black-legged serpent on the ground, Xianxia did not waste it. The entire body of the black-legged serpent was a treasure. The black Jinlin scales on the serpent's body were indestructible. They were excellent materials for making battle armor. The 4 legs were excellent for brewing medicinal wine and refining medicinal pills. Xianxia took out a sharp knife and cut them off. Wang! Wang! Xianxia tidied up everything. Just as he was about to get up, there was a buzzing sound in his head. He felt dizzy and his limbs went numb. Damn it, the poisonous fog must have entered my body through my pores. I have to find a place to force the poison out. Otherwise, I will be in big trouble. Shwa! Shwa! The sound of footsteps came from outside the valley. Xianxia extended his spiritual sense out and his heart tightened. It was the Jiang clan's people. They had not left yet. It must be the noise from the battle earlier that alarmed them. It really is that brat. He actually dares to appear. Because the first elder could not find him, he was scolded by the clan head. As a result, we were scolded by the first elder as well. This time, we have to catch him. Send the signal. Quickly inform the first elder and the others. These words entered Xianxia's ears. He did his best to open his eyes, maintaining a trace of clarity in his mind. He looked in the direction of the valley. There were 10 cultivators, all of them martial masters. Kill! One of them shouted loudly. He held a thick saber in his hand and rushed at Xianxia. He saw that Xianxia was only a superior-grade martial disciple. Furthermore, he felt that something was wrong. He wanted to be the first to make a move. Drawing the saber, Xianxia executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His figure turned into a beam of light in the air. Together with the rushing thunder saber technique, he executed the lunar shadow saber. There was a flash of saber light. The Jiang clan cultivator who made the first move was instantly struck. Xianxia looked at the remaining 9 martial masters. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He held the lunar shadow saber and rushed forward. Bang! After he had taken a few steps, the cultivator that had been struck by his saber suddenly split into 2 halves with a loud bang, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining 9 martial masters turned pale with fright. They did not expect Xianxia, a superior-grade martial disciple, to be able to kill a martial master with one saber strike. This was simply inconceivable. They felt a chill in their hearts. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong he is just a superior-grade martial disciple. There are still 9 of us. What is there to be afraid of? Furthermore, the first elder is about to arrive. We just need to delay him for a while, a Jiang clan cultivator said to the others. Someone at the side agreed. That's right, there is no need to be afraid of him. He is just a superior-grade martial disciple. No matter how strong he is still a realm above us. Xiao Chen did not say anything. The situation was dire. He did not dare delay. He expended the essence in his body without any regard for his life. The 10 white clouds beside the azure dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's dantian moved quickly. A dense and pure essence flowed through his entire body. Drawing the saber. There was a flash of saber light. Xiao Chen made his move again. Under the execution of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, his figure became ethereal. The cultivator who spoke first was instantly chopped in half. Arc light chop. Rushing heaven chop. Rushing thunder chop. Rushing thunder second chain chop. Within the valley, thunder roared and the wind howled. Saber lights flashed wantonly. Xiao Chen executed the rushing thunder saber technique with all his might. Although Xiao Chen's cultivation was only at the superior grade martial disciple realm, he had once reached the martial master realm. After these few days of cultivation, the purity and strength of the essence in his body were much stronger than these Jiang clan martial masters. Furthermore, with the heaven-ranked movement technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art and the rushing thunder saber technique, which was comparable to an earth-ranked martial technique, these people were not a match for Xiao Chen. Every time the saber light flickered, it would claim a life. After the 5 moves of the rushing thunder saber technique were executed, there were only 4 Jiang clan cultivators left in the valley. Those 4 cultivators could only see Xiao Chen's figure. They could not see how Xiao Chen made his move. They only saw him killing 6 people in an instant. Seeing Xiao Chen like a killing god, they wanted to retreat and ran out of the valley. Seeing the 4 fleeing, Xiao Chen did not give chase. Instead, he headed out of the valley. He had to find a safe place to force the poison out of his body. Xiao Chen circulated his essence at full force, temporarily suppressing the poison in Xiao Chen's body. However, this was an extremely dangerous situation. If he could not force the poison out before it counterattacked, it would cause fatal damage to his body. Just as Xiao Chen walked out of the valley, he felt a strong aura chasing after him. He became serious. The Jiang clan experts had arrived. He quickened his pace. Brat, where are you running to? Behind him, the first elder of the Jiang clan, Jianghu, had an ashen complexion. He shouted loudly and leaped up from the ground. While he was in the air, he stepped on the trunk of a large tree. With a ferocious push, he leaped toward Xiao Chen. His figure increased in speed in the air, and he caught up to Xiao Chen in an instant. He sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen's back. Hearing the palm wind behind him, Xiao Chen turned around and exchanged a palm strike with Jianghu. He vomited a mouthful of blood, but he used Jianghu's palm strike to retreat at an even more horrifying speed. Jianghu could not help but feel angry. This brat actually used the force of his palm strike to increase the distance between them. Thinking about how he was scolded by Jiang Mingxuan in the Jiang residence yesterday, Jianghu roared angrily and gave chase again. Feeling Jianghu chasing after him again, Xiao Chen complained in his heart. Normally, he would have been able to shake off this person long ago. However, at this moment, he had to use his essence to suppress the poison in his body. He was unable to fully execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art, so his speed was much slower. I have to think of a way, Xiao Chen thought anxiously. When he saw Jianghu getting closer, he suddenly stopped and slowly executed the gravity spell. When executing the gravity spell, its speed was rather slow. However, as long as he executed it, he would be able to fly into the sky and shake off the people below him. As for whether he would become a target for others after he flew into the sky, it was not within Xiao Chen's consideration for now. When Jianghu saw Xiao Chen suddenly stop, he felt joy in his heart. He immediately increased his pace and rushed towards Xiao Chen. He held the saber on his back in his hand. This time, he would not give Xiao Chen any chance to borrow strength. He would kill him in one strike. Hoo! There was a flash of saber light. Just as the saber was about to strike Xiao Chen's body suddenly rose from the ground. After executing the gravity spell, he flew higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 200 meters above the ground. It is actually a flying martial technique. Where did this person come from? A Jiang clan cultivator who rushed over said in astonishment when he saw Xiao Chen's figure in the sky. Jiang Yunzi looked coldly at Xiao Chen, who was in the sky. He said in a deep voice, no matter where he came from, he snatched the Jiang clan's map and even injured the first young master. He has to pay the price. Hand me the bow. A cultivator quickly took out a long bow that flickered with a cold light and handed it to Jiang Yunzi. The bow flickered with a faint radiance, and a faint spiritual energy was emitted. This bow was actually a spirit weapon. Jiang Yunzi took out an arrow and drew the bowstring, forming a full moon shape. The tip of the arrow flashed with a cold light as he pointed it at Xiao Chen. So, the arrow buzzed and left the bowstring. It was extremely fast, flying towards Xiao Chen. Hearing the sound of the arrow tearing through the air, Xiao Chen let out a long sigh in his heart. Even at his peak, he did not dare say that he would be able to dodge this arrow. Xiao Chen did his best to dodge to the side, but this arrow still pierced through his right chest. If it were not for his spiritual sense detecting Jiang Yunzi's movements and dodging, this arrow would have pierced through his heart. A bloody hole the size of a finger appeared on the right side of his chest. Blood flowed out continuously, and a heart-wrenching pain could be felt. Xiao Chen quickly took out a blood-replenishing pill and placed it in his mouth. Xiao Chen did his best to maintain the gravity spell as he continued to fly forward in a wobbly manner. The poison that had been suppressed for a long time was finally released. At this moment, the poison that he had been suppressing also became restless. His body staggered as though he would fall from the sky in the next moment. After searching for a week, I finally see you. Hua Yunfei stood on top of a tree in the distance. He looked very graceful, his long hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. When he saw Xiao Chen's figure, he revealed a faint, evil smile. He turned into a blood river and headed in the direction of Xiao Chen, rushing through the air. Chapter 100. The blood river was like a churning red cloud in the sky. A horrifying evil aura emanated from the blood river in all directions, rippling in the sky. When Xiao Chen felt the blood river behind him, he was startled. Hua Yunfei had not left yet. That means Duan Muqing and Chu Chaoyun are definitely still around. I have to hurry to the illusion formation. Pu Ci. The blood river turned into a whirlwind in the sky. Its speed suddenly doubled, and it caught up to Xiao Chen in an instant. After that, it turned into a human figure. Hua Yunfei sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen, smashing him down from the sky. Bang! Xiao Chen's body fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a loud thud. The qi and blood in his body churned continuously, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. His pale face became even more frightening. Hua Yunfei landed steadily from the sky and looked at Xiao Chen on the ground. He smiled disdainfully. I was wondering what kind of genius it was, to actually force Duan Muqing to reveal his inherited martial spirit. It turns out that you are just trash. Xiao Chen stood up slowly and looked at Hua Yunfei. You are just born with an innate bloodline. If I had not only awakened my martial spirit at the age of 15, even if I were severely injured, I would still be able to fight with you. You still dare to be stubborn. Hua Yunfei snorted coldly and moved quickly. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a trail of blood. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Xiao Chen. He raised his leg and kicked Xiao Chen away. Boom! Xiao Chen's body flew backwards, breaking 3 large trees before landing heavily on the ground. After he landed, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. His pale face no longer had any color. Hua Yunfei walked over and was surprised to see that Xiao Chen's body was in perfect condition. He said, I did not expect your body to be so strong. You did not even break a single rib from my kick. However, no matter how strong your body is, a superior grade martial disciple is still trash. Take out the sketch, and I'll give you a quick death. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He slowly stood up and used his spiritual sense to seal the spirit blood jade, blocking Bai, who was trying to jump out. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and circulated his essence for the blue dragon returns to the sea. He looked coldly at Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei frowned slightly. Xiao Chen's gaze made him feel very uncomfortable. He snorted coldly and drew another line of blood on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Chen and kicked Xiao Chen away. Bang! 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 Hua Yunfei used 50% of his strength in this kick. Xiao Chen's body flew back like a cannonball, breaking 5 trees in a row. Xiao Chen bent down and stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground, creating a long trench in the ground. Xiao Chen, who was holding the lunar shadow saber, did not fall to the ground this time. Black lines started to appear on his pale face. The poison that was suppressed in his body was finally starting to retaliate. Xiao Chen coughed out a few mouthfuls of black blood and laughed maniacally. Together with the dense black lines on his face, he looked extremely terrifying. Continue. Did you not drink milk? With such little strength, you are not even comparable to a woman. Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he mocked. Hua Yunfei's expression changed and his expression turned grave. An intense killing intent appeared in his eyes as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. A scarlet afterimage appeared behind him as he sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen looked coldly at Hua Yunfei, who was rushing at him. He gently raised the lunar shadow saber in his hand and casually changed his stance. The tip of the saber pointed at Hua Yunfei. It was just a very casual stance. There did not seem to be any movement. It was no different from before. Xiao Chen still had the appearance of being severely injured and weak. However, Hua Yunfei's right eye twitched for no reason. He felt a sense of danger. It was like something in his heart had been hollowed out. Could it be that this brat still has a killing move? Hua Yunfei thought suspiciously. Never mind, even if he has a killing move, he will not have the chance to execute it. In another breath, I will be able to shatter his skull. Thinking of this, Hua Yunfei dispelled the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He smiled coldly and continued to smash at Xiao Chen's skull. However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly shouted. His aura suddenly changed, and a boundless aura surged out from his body like it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Time seemed to freeze. Hua Yunfei's palm stopped in front of Xiao Chen's skull, unable to advance any further. After an instant, an irresistible force came from Xiao Chen's body. Hua Yunfei's body was blown away like a goose feather. The surrounding quiet forest was like a roaring wave. A boundless ocean appeared behind Xiao Chen. Huge waves surged and churned. Layers upon layers of waves surged continuously. All the trees within a 500-meter radius were uprooted and smashed into pieces by the roaring waves. In the middle of the ocean, a blue dragon slowly emerged. It let out a long roar that resounded in all directions. In the periphery of savage forest, all the spirit beasts felt a tremble deep in their hearts, coming from their bloodline. They prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled. When a dragon is trapped in the shallows, prawns will play with it. When a tiger falls to the plains, it will be bullied by dogs. When a tiger falls to the plains, there will be a day when there will be a dragon's water. When the blue dragon goes out to sea, I will make the rivers flow in reverse. The might of an ancient holy beast burst out. Under this supreme might, Hua Yunfei felt the essence in his body running amok, not listening to his commands. It was as if his limbs had lost their function and he could not move at all. That destructive force was once again grasped by Xiao Chen. The blue dragon circled around in the air before diving down towards Hua Yunfei. Seeing the blue dragon flying over, Hua Yunfei felt despair. It is actually a heaven-ranked martial technique. How is this possible? Am I going to die here? Impossible. I have a mutated martial spirit that appears only once every 1,000 years in the Hua clan. It is rarely seen since ancient times. In this era, I will definitely rise. How can an insignificant superior-grade martial disciple defeat me? Hua Yunfei screamed crazily in his heart. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the boundless blood river in his dantian. That person was dressed in scarlet clothes that merged with the blood river. It was as if he had come from the underworld. His body emitted a boundless evil aura. He raised his head and looked at the blue dragon in the sky. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Boom! That figure suddenly leaped out of the dantian and turned into a huge scarlet figure. It stood in the sky and raised its hand to block the blue dragon descending from the sky. Bang! A horrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. All the trees within 1,000 meters were chopped in half and turned into powder. All that was left in the surroundings were countless tree roots. The blue dragon roared angrily. It was another drawn-out dragon roar. The scarlet figure became more and more condensed. The ground under his feet cracked and Hua Yunfei fell down. Seeing that the blue dragon was unstoppable, the scarlet figure let out a long sigh. It turned into a scarlet viscous substance and wrapped around Hua Yunfei. Bang! Without any obstruction, the blue dragon crashed into Hua Yunfei's body. Countless rocks flew out from the hole in the ground. Hua Yunfei's body continued to fall. He did not know how long he had been falling. After a long time, there were continuous explosions in the hole before it slowly stopped. Chi! Chi! All the blood vessels in Xiao Chen's body ruptured. Countless amounts of black blood spurted out in all directions. His face revealed an expression of extreme pain as he knelt on the ground with a pu tong sound. His flesh and blood were drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was just like when he first awakened his martial spirit. It was obvious that the blue dragon had exhausted too much of his martial spirit. Furthermore, he did not have any excess essence in his body. The blue dragon in the martial spirit continued to absorb the spiritual energy in his flesh and blood. After a long time, Xiao Chen's originally sturdy body was now just skin and bones. His eyes were sunken in and his skin was shriveled. However, the surprising thing was that when the blue dragon martial spirit absorbed his flesh and blood, it also absorbed all the toxins in his body. In the distant sky, an ice phoenix and a sword image descended rapidly. Duan Muqing and Chu Chaoyun stood firmly on the ground. The two of them looked at their surroundings. There were countless broken tree roots and deep ravines on the ground. They were astonished. Chu Chaoyun walked slowly to the huge hole and looked at Hua Yunfei lying at the bottom. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The sword on his back buzzed continuously. Duan Muqing said expressionlessly, "Do you want to kill him?" Chu Chaoyun smiled calmly and said indifferently, "If I had the opportunity, I would not have hesitated to make a move. Unfortunately, it was a blessing in disguise for him. He has awakened the origin of his mutated martial spirit. If I wanted to kill him, I'm afraid that the moment my killing intent appeared, it would immediately awaken him. After today, he will become even more terrifying." Duan Muqing walked over slowly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The origin of an inherited martial spirit is already hard to awaken. A mutated inherited martial spirit is even harder to awaken. I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation of Dongming province will be a match for him in the future. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. He turned his gaze to Xiao Chen, who was lying on the ground like a dried corpse. He said, "In such a large Dongming province, there are definitely many hidden geniuses. Don't just focus on the three factions. Who knows, there might be someone in front of you who can be a match for him." Duan Muqing revealed a faint look of pity on her beautiful face. This person can be considered to have great fortuitous encounters. I wonder how he obtained a heaven-ranked martial technique. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself and executed it across realms. Furthermore, this is not the first time he executed a heaven-ranked martial technique. If he executed it again, he would probably die on the spot. Without a heaven-ranked martial technique, what can he use to compete with Hua Yunfei? In the end, he is just a superior-grade martial disciple. Hua Yunfei did not continue discussing this topic. He said, "How are you going to deal with the ancient remnant map on him? Are you going to include Hua Yunfei as well?" Just as Duan Muqing was about to reply, a resplendent scarlet light shot out from the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest. Bai finally broke through the barrier that Xiao Chen had set up. It looked at Xiao Chen, who was lying on the ground like a dried corpse, and let out a mournful cry. The pure gaze in its eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Boom! A huge six-tailed spirit fox appeared in front of the two of them. A monstrous aura was emitted from its body. The six huge tails on its back soared into the sky, and its fur stood on end. It looked very horrifying. Not good. This little fellow is going berserk. Let's leave quickly. The two of them were startled. They quickly used their own methods to escape into the sky. Bai opened its mouth, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged into its mouth. The mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformations circulated continuously. Boundless essence was compressed into 9 streams, forming a huge ball of light. The ball of light spun continuously. It was resplendent and dazzling. A strong wind blew in the surroundings, and in an instant, Leaves flew everywhere. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and dust flew everywhere. It was very majestic. Boom! The ball of light flashed in the air, moving in a lightning-like arc. The two fleeing people were instantly struck by it. They both vomited a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Bai looked at Xiao Chen on the ground, and its scarlet eyes turned misty. It carried Xiao Chen on its back and quickly fled into the distance. Chapter 101. Within the illusion formation, in an empty space beside the Zhuang River, Xiao Chen lay on the ground like a dried corpse. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Bai's body had already returned to its normal state. After going berserk, it was extremely weak and had no energy. However, when it saw Xiao Chen's appearance, it did not immediately rest. Instead, it quickly ran out. 4 hours later, it ran back covered in blood. In its claws, it held a medicinal fruit that was glowing brightly. If Xiao Chen had not fainted, he would have recognized it. The medicinal fruit in Bai's hands was called red core pomelo. It was the most important ingredient for refining the peak-grade healing pill, the cloud-returning pill. The red core pomelo grew in the depths of savage forest. Wherever it went, there would definitely be strong spirit beasts guarding it. Bai dragged its weak body and ran to pick the medicinal herb. It was unknown how severely injured it was. Bai found the porcelain bowl that Xiao Chen usually drank from. It smashed the red core pomelo and turned it into a refreshing medicinal liquid. Bai held the bowl and fed the medicinal liquid into Xiao Chen's mouth. In the end, it left a bit on the arrow wound on Xiao Chen's chest. After doing all this, Bai's anxious mood relaxed slightly. Its exhausted body immediately turned into a beam of white light and flew into the spirit blood jade. The medicinal energy of the red core pomelo slowly entered Xiao Chen's body. To regular cultivators, consuming it directly was a taboo. This was because the medicinal energy contained in the original medicinal fruit was very tyrannical. If one was careless, their qi and blood would surge and their body would explode. A regular alchemist would refine this red core pomelo into 10 or even tens of essence-returning pills, spreading out the medicinal energy. Only then would it be suitable for cultivators with lower cultivations to consume. However, Xiao Chen's current situation was rather special. His body was like a building waiting to be rebuilt. The qi and blood in his body were extremely sparse. If there was another red core pomelo, he could consume it directly. Within Whitewater City, people saw the Jiang clan's first elder, Duan Muqing, Hua Yunfei, and Chu Chaoyun walking out of savage forest in sorry states. This was especially true for Hua Yunfei. His face was pale and his qi and blood were weak. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Whitewater City was in an uproar. To think that Xiao Chen could cause so many people to return in defeat. Who exactly was he? In Dongming Province, the inheritors of the 3 great sacred lands were all injured by him. This was especially true for Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei was only 17 years old, and he had awakened a variant martial soul. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had never been defeated by someone of the same generation. In fact, even some of the older generation would be afraid of him. Wherever the river of blood passes, there will be no survivors. When the people of Dongming Province talked about Hua Yunfei, they would think of this sentence. There was even a vague title of him as the top expert of Dongming Province's younger generation. Many of the big shots of Dongming Province believed that he was the most likely person to become Emperor Wu's successor after the Thunder King in the past 1,000 years. However, no one expected that in this small Whitewater City, Hua Yunfei would actually be injured by a superior-grade martial disciple. If word of this got out, no one would dare believe it. Instantly, the rumors about Xiao Chen were brought up continuously. Some said he was the heir of a hidden clan, some said he was the last disciple of a sect, and there were even more ridiculous people who said he was a cultivator from the Great Jin dynasty. Whitewater City, Jiang Clan, Great Hall. Jiang Mingxuan smacked the table violently and scolded, "Jiang Yunze, what kind of first elder are you? You are a peak martial grandmaster, yet you can't even deal with a superior-grade martial disciple. Aren't you embarrassed?" Jiang Yunze, who was below, said with some dissatisfaction, "Even the heirs of the 3 powers were injured by him. I managed to injure him with 1 arrow." When Jiang Mingxuan heard this, he was angered to the extreme. His face turned ashen as he scolded angrily, "You think you are in the right? The map was nearly obtained by them. Do you want me to praise you?" Jiang Yunze knew he said the wrong thing. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Clan head, I understand. I will rush back now. If I do not capture that brat personally, I will not return." Jiang Mingxuan had a sinister expression on his face as he smiled coldly. "If you really cannot capture him, you can kill him on the spot. If the map really ends up in the hands of the three powers, you can forget about your position as First Elder." Jiang Yun's back was drenched in cold sweat. After he got up and took his leave, he scolded Xiao Chen several times in his heart. "If I catch you, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Not long after Jiang Yun's left, a Jiang clan disciple rushed in and said to Jiang Mingxuan, reporting to clan head, "Someone offered a map of the ancient ruins at the stronghold of the clan east of the city and took away 1,000 gold taels." When Jiang Mingxuan heard this, he felt joy in his heart. Could it be that another cultivator killed that brat? He quickly said, "Quick, hand it over for me to take a look." Before that Jiang family disciple could hand over the sketch in his hand to Jiang Mingxuan, another Jiang family disciple rushed into the hall and reported in a loud voice, reporting to family head. "Someone has offered a sketch of the ruins at a stronghold in the west of the city, and has taken away 1,000 taels of gold." Jiang Mingxuan felt suspicious in his heart. Why were there two maps? Could one of them be fake? Reporting to clan head, someone offered a map of the ancient ruins at the stronghold of the clan north of the city, and took away 1,000 gold taels. Reporting to clan head. Just as Jiang Mingxuan was feeling suspicious, a few more people rushed in and reported that they had received a map of the ancient ruins. Including the two people from before, they had received a total of 10 maps, spending 10,000 gold taels. 10,000 gold taels was not a small sum. The Jiang clan's annual income was only 1,000,000 gold taels. Anyone would feel heartache when they lost a tenth of their income. Jiang Mingxuan suppressed the anger in his heart and looked through the 10 maps in his hands. He discovered that they were all fake. Furthermore, these 10 maps were almost exactly the same. It was obvious that they were drawn by the same person. Jiang Mingxuan laughed coldly in his heart. It had already been more than 100 years since anyone dared to mess with the Jiang clan in Whitewater City. He was the one who posted this reward. Of course, he knew that there was a loophole that could be exploited. However, he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to exploit this loophole. In the past 100 years, the Jiang clan had been the strongest clan in Whitewater City. It was because of this confidence that he dared to post this reward. However, he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to exploit this loophole. He said coldly, "Within 3 days, find out who is behind this. I want to exterminate his entire clan. Do they really think that my Jiang clan is a pushover?" A person at the side immediately left to carry out the order. At this moment, a cultivator at the side whispered, "Clan head, there seems to be 2 words hidden in this map." When Jiang Mingxuan heard this, his expression turned serious. He casually picked up a map and looked at it carefully. There was a faint gap between the lines of the mountains and rivers drawn in the map. It was indeed a Chinese character with a stroke and a stroke. After a long time, Jiang Mingxuan muttered to himself, "This seems to be an idiot." Bang! Jiang Mingxuan clenched his right fist tightly and fiercely punched the table on which the sketch was placed. With a loud bang, the wooden table was immediately smashed into countless pieces. The 10 people kneeling on the ground trembled in fear. They had never seen Jiang Mingxuan so angry before. Even when the first elder came in, Jiang Mingxuan's expression was not this scary. Jiang Mingxuan's old face was as red as a pig's liver. He said agitatedly, "A bunch of trash. Scram. If you receive such a map in the future, you will all scram from the Jiang clan." Jiang Mingxuan was filled with hatred. This person who used a fake map to exchange for the bounty did not care about the Jiang clan at all. He had a huge appetite, exchanging it for 10,000 taels of gold in one go. Furthermore, he wrote the word idiot on the map openly. It was clear that he did it on purpose. How disgusting was this person to do such an infuriating thing? It was fine if you exchanged a fake map for money. You could have made a fortune in silence. However, you even wrote idiot on it. If this was not a slap in the face, what was? He, Jiang Mingxuan, was actually acting like an idiot. He had read those 2 words out loud. This was unbearable. Jiang Mingxuan felt a nefarious fire in his heart that he could not release. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He roared angrily and punched and kicked the tables and chairs in the hall. He only felt better after he smashed everything he could see. However, when he thought about it, these things were worth a lot. Added together, they were worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. They were gone just like that. The nefarious fire in his heart could not help but reignite. In a luxurious room in Liushang Pavilion. Back when Liushang Pavilion was reduced to rubble, many people thought it would take at least 3 months for it to reopen. It was unknown what methods Kim Tae-ho used, but he miraculously rebuilt Liushang Pavilion within 3 days. Furthermore, it was bigger, taller, and more luxurious. Its business was even more prosperous. A manservant handed Jean Fatso banknotes worth 10,000 taels of gold to Jean Fatso. He said with a face full of worship, "Young master, it is as you expected." That group of people did not know what the real map looked like. They actually managed to exchange it for money. Jean Fatso laughed loudly and took the banknotes. The fat on his face trembled as he laughed loudly. No wonder he has such a foolish son. So his father is an idiot as well. I managed to recoup all the money I spent on rebuilding Liushang Pavilion. There is still more. Jean Fatso carefully put away the banknotes and said to the manservant, "Go and find someone to sell this map in Whitewater City. Just say that it was leaked from the Jianghu residence. Every copy is worth 1,000 taels of silver. Those cultivators who think they are powerful will definitely go and buy it." The manservant said with some hesitation, "Are we going to sell it without any changes? That is not appropriate. Are we not going to change the words on it?" Fatso muttered to himself for a while before saying, "It is indeed not appropriate. If we were to sell it like this without any changes, it would not show off the genius of this fat lord. How about this?" Fatso's eyes lit up and he smiled. Add the word big in front of idiot. Remember to make it more poetic. I don't need to teach you what poetry is, right? The manservant nearly vomited blood. You might as well not change it at all. It is because you wrote idiot that I asked you to change it. You actually added the word big. If this is not infuriating, then what is? Finally, the manservant could not take it anymore. He asked, "Young master, didn't you always say that when doing business, you should be honest with the old and the young? Isn't this a little too much?" Fatty Jean laughed and scolded. He used the golden folding fan in his hand to hit the manservant fiercely and said, "Deceiving both the young and the old is a normal person. Even a fool would buy a normal person?" Letting out a heavy sigh, Fatty Jean opened the golden folding fan in his hand with a swoosh and said regretfully, "Intelligence, this thing is too high. It really is a kind of melancholy. It seems like no one in this world can understand me, so lonely." Before Fatso could finish speaking, the manservant quickly ran out. He felt his insides churning. If he stayed any longer, he might vomit out the food he ate for lunch. Chapter 102. Within the illusion formation, beside the Zhuang River, Xiao Chen was still lying motionless on the riverbank. 3 days had passed, and his shriveled skin had filled up a little. However, he still looked as skinny as a log, as though he was malnourished. The poison had gathered on his skin, causing his fair skin to turn dark. Another 3 days passed. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it gloomy. In the blink of an eye, bean-sized droplets of rain fell from the sky, hitting Xiao Chen's face with a pitter-patter. The torrential rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. On the Zhuang River, the water level rose rapidly. The turbulent river water became even more turbulent as it flowed away. Chi-chi! The raindrops fell on Xiao Chen's tightly shut eyes. His eyelids could not help but twitch. After a long time, he opened his tightly shut eyes to a slit. The raindrops seeped through the slit and entered his eyes mercilessly. It was misty, and the scene in the sky was blurry. Amidst the misty water, Xiao Chen seemed to be able to see his parents from his previous life. Because of his departure, his mother wept uncontrollably every day, and his father sighed all day long. The hair on his temples had turned white. "Dad, Mom," Xiao Chen muttered softly. It was unknown whether it was rainwater or tears that flowed out from the corners of his eyes. He had never felt as lonely as he did now. Despite the vastness of the world, there was no place for him to stay. In the face of this torrential rain, there was not even a straw hut to shelter him from the rain. He stretched out his right hand with great difficulty, trying to grasp the vague yet familiar figures of his parents. The bean-sized raindrops continuously struck Xiao Chen's right hand, mercilessly extinguishing his fantasies. The figures of his parents in the sky slowly disappeared. Familiar figures appeared one after another in Mo City. Xiao Yulan watched him leave in Mo City, his heartbroken appearance. Yilan, Xiao Ling and the other companions of the trial of Gloomy Forest, kneeling in front of Xiao Xiong for his sake. Feng Feishue, dressed in men's clothing, held a folding fan in her hand, and gracefully arrived at dawn. The various scenes of the past appeared before his eyes. Mo City, I have been gone for so long. Do you still remember me? Cousin Yulan, did you go to the Heavenly Qin School with Xiao Jian? Xiao Jian, will your hatred for me lessen because of my departure? Feng Feishue, you first gave me the Blue Dragon Medicine Cauldron. Then you gave me the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. What exactly is your identity? Xiao Xiong, why are you chasing me out of the Xiao clan just because I possess the Blue Dragon martial spirit? Why are you so heartless towards me? The blurry scene in the sky disappeared completely, leaving only a misty mist. The torrential rain washed away Xiao Chen's memories over and over again. When all the memories disappeared, Xiao Chen's heart became clear again, and the mist in his eyes disappeared. He looked at the pouring rain, and his mind became pensive. Xiao Chen struggled for a moment and got up from the ground. He supported himself with his right hand and slowly stood up. His body staggered a little. Because he had been lying on the ground for a long time, his blood circulation was not good. His head was dizzy and he almost fell down again. After a while, all the blood in his body flowed smoothly. Xiao Chen slowly walked towards the Zhuang River, drenched in the torrential rain. A blurry image appeared in the water, revealing Xiao Chen's skinny body and dark skin. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and muttered, "A heaven-ranked martial technique is indeed not something that I can execute now. If I were to execute it again, I would probably die a horrible death." Suddenly, he remembered the first time he executed the Blue Dragon martial technique. He was saved by Xiao Yulan, and she took good care of him, as well as the table of delicious food. Now that the two of them were far apart, he did not know when they would meet again. He could not help but feel melancholy in his heart. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen found a flat rock. He hesitated for a while before sitting cross-legged on it. He took out the 7-leaf fruit from the universe ring, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly spread out. A seemingly solid golden aura surrounded it, and even the rain was unable to penetrate it. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen swallowed this natural treasure that even the black-legged snake did not dare to swallow. Xiao Chen's qi and blood were extremely weak now. Even if he consumed a red heart pomelo, it would not be enough. He needed to replenish his qi and blood. He did not have to worry about his qi and blood being too vigorous, causing his body to explode. The 7-leaf fruit melted in his mouth, turning into a refreshing medicinal liquid. It flowed through the meridians in Xiao Chen's body, circulating throughout his entire body. After one cycle, a horrifying essence energy surged out from every part of Xiao Chen's body. An incomparably vigorous qi and blood surged continuously in his body, flowing along the meridians and acupoints, heading straight for the Tianding acupoint in Xiao Chen's brain. Xiao Chen's body gave off a faint golden glow. When the pea-sized raindrops landed on it, they immediately evaporated into a mist. In an instant, the stone platform was covered in a mist. Within the mist, there was a figure emitting a golden glow. In the heavy rain, he looked extremely divine. The 7-leaf flower bloomed once every 20 years. All 7 petals needed 140 years to bloom. After another 20 years, it would bear a 7-leaf fruit. The birth of a 7-leaf fruit required a total of 160 years. During these 160 years, the 7-leaf fruit would continuously absorb the purest spiritual energy in the world. By the time it bloomed and bore fruit, the spiritual energy it contained would have reached an unimaginable level. This was the purest and densest spiritual energy. It could directly raise a cultivator's cultivation realm by 1 grade. Although Xiao Chen had anticipated the strength of the 7-leaf fruit, he had still underestimated the spiritual energy contained in the 7-leaf fruit. Faintly, he could not grasp it. Xiao Chen quickly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, and slowly refined this vigorous medicinal energy. A surging purple mist continuously rose from the top of his head. The bones and flesh on Xiao Chen's skin and bones grew at a visible rate. His shriveled skin slowly filled up. Xiao Chen's dark cheeks looked like they were carved by a knife. They gave off an oppressive feeling of a treasured sword being unsheathed, revealing its sharpness. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated 3 minor cycles, Xianxia finally managed to control the medicinal energy. He continued to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, preparing to make use of this opportunity to raise his cultivation realm during this torrential rain. Dark clouds covered the sky, churning and churning. Thunder rumbled continuously in the clouds. The merciless torrential rain and strong winds blew increasingly louder. There was the sound of wind, rain, thunder, the rushing river, and a waterfall in the surroundings. Even further away, there were the chirping of insects and the low cries of spirit beasts. When the sounds entered his ears, Xianxia's mind became clear. He entered a state where he forgot himself, drifting between reality and illusion, comprehending everything in the world. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a great cycle. The surging medicinal energy contained in the 7-leaf fruit merged with the spiritual energy absorbed by the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and flowed into his dantian. Bang! There were no obstructions at the location of the martial spirit in his dantian. The 10 white clouds immediately exploded and turned into primal chaos. The clouds scattered and a pool of clear water appeared in the primal chaos of his dantian. This pool of water was at least twice as large as it was when Xianxia advanced in the past. When Xianxia felt this energy, he felt a chill run down his spine. Xianxia was incomparably joyful. He had actually advanced to peak medial grade martial master. He was only a step away from becoming a superior grade martial master. Xianxia had reached the point where he could advance again long ago. He had been suppressing this energy to strengthen his foundation. He did not expect that this time, he would be able to use the 7-leaf fruit to advance to peak medial grade martial master. Boom! Suddenly, there was an incomparably intense explosion of thunder in the sky. Due to the influence of the thunder, there were also countless explosions of thunder in Xianxia's body, clanging together. Every single one of the 700-odd acupoints in Xianxia's body crackled with thunder, resonating with the explosion of thunder in the sky. For a moment, it was unknown if the thunder in the sky was guiding the thunder in Xianxia's body, or if Xianxia was guiding the thunder in the sky to roar for him. Every time the thunder in his acupoints crackled, Xianxia would feel the energy contained in his body increase. This thunder was actually tempering his body. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of a record in the Compendium of Cultivation. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was cultivated to the 3rd layer, every time it advanced, it could cause a mysterious phenomenon, bringing great opportunities to the cultivator. According to the legends, after cultivating to the 7th layer, one would have to undergo a lightning tribulation. From the looks of it today, this legend should be true. When the thunder stopped, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in Xianxia's body suddenly changed. The circulation speed actually became faster. At this moment, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advanced. The torrential rain gradually stopped and the dark clouds scattered. Sunlight reappeared and the forest regained its vitality. The cries of birds and beasts could be heard continuously. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. The purple thunder true fire in his body suddenly surged out from his pores. Finally, it gathered together and turned into a dazzling purple flame, floating in front of him. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advanced to the 3rd layer, the Purple Thunder True Fire also underwent a qualitative change. It finally became an origin flame. In the future, it would no longer be a flame without a root. With a thought from Xianxia, the origin flame of the Purple Thunder True Fire turned into a beam of purple light and entered his right eye. Instantly, a boundless sea of fire appeared in his right eye. It was like the entire universe was covered in flames. Finally, the boundless universe started to converge. The purple flame turned into a purple light and disappeared into Xianxia's right eye. His right eye regained its calm. After jumping off the stone platform, Xianxia felt his entire body filled with boundless energy. Every move he made contained a great might. Stepping on the muddy ground, Xianxia arrived at the bank of the Jianghu River. He waved his hand and a rhombus-shaped purple flame appeared in his right eye. It gave off an incomparably demonic glow. A surging flame appeared in Xianxia's hand and landed on the calm Jianghu River. Chi, chi, chi. The horrifying purple flame burned on the surface of the river, giving off a zzz sound. After a long time, the purple flame disappeared. The water level of the Jianghu River had actually dropped by a finger's width. Chapter 103. Seeing the might of the Purple Thunder True Fire, Xianxia revealed an astonished expression. He did not expect the purple thunder true fire's origin flame to be so strong. Xiao Chen took out another wooden staff and placed it on the ground. He held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and raised his spirit, qi, and spirit to the peak. His mind entered an empty state. There is only me in the world, only the saber. Drawing the saber, chop. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Xiao Chen chopped out 9 times, and the wooden staff broke into 9 pieces. However, this feather-light wooden staff still did not move at all. It did not show any signs of moving. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and revealed a satisfied smile. This drawing the saber was finally not far from great perfection. Xiao Chen took out the 7 petals of the 7-leaf flower from the universe ring and thought for a while. Then he returned to the flat rock and sat down cross-legged. Xiao Chen plucked a red petal and slowly placed it in his mouth. The moment the petal entered his mouth, it instantly seeped into Xiao Chen's flesh. Following that, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. There was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. It was like being pricked by needles. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured. This was the 7-leaf flower cleansing his bones, skin, and flesh. He had to experience this pain. Xiao Chen felt like his skin was peeling off. Even the slightest movement of the grass or a gentle breeze would cause intense pain. Xiao Chen did not dare to open his mouth. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would not be able to resist biting off his tongue. In an instant, his face was covered in sweat. He was like a person made of water. This heart-wrenching pain lasted for 2 hours before it stopped. The instant the pain disappeared, all the hair on Xiao Chen's body opened up. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout his body. His dark skin also underwent an extreme change. It became snow-white like a beautiful jade. It was a sight to behold. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the strength of his physical body increase significantly. He rejoiced and did not hesitate to take out another white petal and place it in his mouth. Finally, Xiao Chen placed all 7 different colored petals in his mouth. This feeling was inhumane torture. Every time he sucked in a petal, the pain would double. By the time he sucked in the 7th petal, the pain was indescribable in words. Xiao Chen almost fainted from the pain. If not for his spiritual consciousness being much stronger than the average person, Xiao Chen feared that he would have really fainted, never to wake up again. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen stood up from the stone platform, the bones in his body crackling non-stop. His bones, which had undergone marrow cleansing 7 times, began to reshape. After the remodeling, Xiao Chen realized that he had grown taller. His height, which was originally close to 1.7 meters, had now grown to 1.8 meters, an increase of 1 centimeter. His face, which seemed to have been carved by a knife, became even more distinct. His originally sharp aura was restrained, like a treasured sword that had not been unsheathed. A flicker of light occasionally flashed in his eyes. His aura immediately became sharp, like a treasured sword being drawn out of its sheath, emitting a sharp, cold light. His body had already been tempered by the heavenly lightning. Now that he had undergone the marrow cleansing from the 7-leaf flowers, his body had become shockingly strong. Jumping down from the stone platform, Xiao Chen did not use any essence. He only used the strength of his body and ruthlessly smashed his palm against a huge rock beside him. Bang! Countless tiny cracks instantly appeared on the rock. The cracks spread continuously. With a schwa sound, the huge rock shattered into countless stone fragments, flying wildly in the air. Xiao Chen looked at the stone fragments falling to the ground and sighed in his heart. When Xiao Chen first came to this world, he could not awaken his martial spirit. At that time, his biggest dream was to cultivate a strong physical body. This was because in this world, there were indeed people who did not awaken their martial spirits, but relied on their physical body to become a sage. Who would have thought that today? He had already reached the small success stage of his physical body on a different path. The bright sun shone down on the ground without reservation. Occasionally, the calm surface of the Zhuang River reflected a dazzling light. Xiao Chen leaned against the rock and took out the map of the ancient remnant that caused him to be chased endlessly from his universe ring. He had looked at this map many times before. However, he did not discover anything. The location of the ancient remnant on the map should be somewhere in the inner regions of Savage Forest. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had never been to the inner regions of Savage Forest before. He could not make out the location of the ancient remnant on the map. Only a person who was extremely familiar with the inner regions of Savage Forest would be able to understand this map. The ancient remnant of an ancient human being would definitely have valuable treasures. Holy weapons, battle armors, high-ranked spirit weapons, ancient martial techniques, secret treasures. All of these had a fatal attraction to Xiao Chen. The ancient era was 10,000 years earlier than the Jianghu dynasty. It was the most glorious period of the human race. Sages roamed the streets, and martial emperors roamed the land. They could split mountains, move rivers, and drain seas. There was even a legend that a martial god was born in that era. He could pluck the stars and the moon, and spit out stars from his mouth. Unfortunately, that glorious period was lost in the long river of time. The inheritance of the ancient human race was not left behind. There was a gap between the Jianghu dynasty and the ancient era. No one knew what happened during that period of time. The ancient humans seemed to have disappeared just like that. Most people believe that the ancient humans were exterminated by the demons of the demonic world. After all, the Jianghu dynasty from tens of thousands of years ago was destroyed by a demonic calamity. However, aside from the orthodox three holy masters, no one knew the truth. The three holy masters had never revealed any information about the ancient era. Xiao Chen was very interested in the ancient era. This was because he had a faint feeling that the blue dragon martial spirit in his body might have appeared in the ancient era. Unfortunately, he was not familiar with the inner regions of Savage Forest. This map was useless to him. I have to find someone to work with, Xiao Chen thought to himself. When this thought appeared in his mind, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. "And it's him." A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said indifferently. After Xiao Chen spoke, he sent his spiritual sense into the spirit blood jade. He looked at the unconscious Bai and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "It is time to go out. I can deal with these two matters at the same time." After leaving the illusion formation, Xiao Chen headed for the outskirts of Savage Forest. Not long after, he met a group of cultivators who had entered the outskirts of Savage Forest to train. Xiao Chen's current appearance had changed a lot compared to before. His originally somewhat immature temperament had disappeared without a trace. He had become incomparably steady. When that group of cultivators saw Xiao Chen walk past them, they did not pay much attention to him until Xiao Chen had walked a distance away. One of the cultivators seemed to have thought of something and took out a portrait. "Look, does that person look like the person wanted by the Jiang clan?" That cultivator asked the people around him as he held the portrait. Someone at the side took a careful look and said, "It does not look like it. The Jiang clan's people clearly put out a wanted youth of 16 or 17 years old. However, the aura of the person who just walked over is completely unlike a youth." Another person said, "I don't think so either. That person was obviously a medial grade martial master." However, the Jiang clan said that the person in the portrait was only a superior grade martial disciple. It has only been a few days, and no one has been able to raise their cultivation by so much. However, I feel that it is very similar. I can't explain why. In any case, it just feels like it. Someone at the side gave a different opinion. The leader of this group of people was a man with a terrifying scar on his face. As he watched Xiao Chen leave, he did not say anything. After a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "It is indeed the person in the portrait." Although he changed his clothes, he did not change his shoes. Everyone quickly looked over. Indeed, the shoes of the person in the portrait were the same as those of the person they were looking for. After they found this clue, the more they looked at it, the more they were certain that it was the same person. "Boss, should we do it?" The Jiang clan promised 1,000 gold taels. 1,000 years of gold is equivalent to our annual income. That's right, he is just a medial grade martial master. Everyone here is a martial master. "Boss, you are a peak martial master. There is no need to be afraid." The man with the scar smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you think I am a fool? I sent ninth brother to follow him long ago. He left marks along the way and is just waiting for us to make our move. Boss is indeed the boss. You are indeed able to see further than us." Everyone immediately flattered him. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the man with the scar. He smiled and scolded, "Cut the crap. Quickly follow him." The group did not go far before they saw the mark that ninth brother had left. They immediately felt joy in their hearts and increased their pace. When they thought of the Jiang clan's 1,000 gold taels, A look of greed flashed in everyone's eyes. Where is ninth brother's mark? Why can't I see it? After walking for quite a distance, the group suddenly discovered that the mark that had been guiding them had disappeared. The man with the scar saw some ashes not far away. He had a bad premonition. Where is ninth brother's man? Where did he go? Even if he was killed, we should be able to see his corpse. I see him. Xiao Chen is over there. Someone in the group suddenly shouted. The group looked in the direction he pointed and immediately saw Xiao Chen's figure beside a big tree. When the man with the scar heard the voices of the group, he quickly put down the doubts in his heart and looked in that direction. He saw Xiao Chen standing quietly beside the big tree. It was as though he had already anticipated the arrival of the group. There was no change in his expression and his black eyes were tightly shut. No one could guess what he was thinking. The man with the scar suddenly felt that something was wrong. He wanted to say something to stop his subordinates. However, their eyes were already filled with greed. They raised their sabers and charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his right eye and his aura changed. His clothes fluttered and his black hair fluttered. He was like a treasured sword being unsheathed. A cold light flashed, revealing its sharpness. There seemed to be a boundless flame burning in the depths of his eyes. Finally, it gathered into a rhombus-shaped purple flame. The purple light was connected to Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. He had already silently planted a trace of origin fire seed in these people's bodies. When Xiao Chen opened his right eye and the purple light formed, the origin fire seed in these people's bodies was immediately ignited. Purple flames soared up from their bodies. They did not even have time to cry out before they turned into a pile of ashes. Although the man with the scar knew that something was wrong, he had already retreated backwards. However, his left hand was still ignited. He decisively used his saber and chopped off his left hand. Seeing the ashes on the ground, he opened his mouth wide, unable to say anything. His face was filled with horror. A group of people who were alive earlier had actually turned into ashes without a sound. Is this a demon? The man with the scar finally knew what the pile of ashes he saw earlier was. However, it was too late. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and slowly walked towards him. The forest was extremely quiet. There was only the sound of Xiao Chen's footsteps and the beating heart of the man with the scar. Chapter 104. Pu Xi. There was a spurt of blood in the air. A horrifying wound appeared on the chest of the scarred man. He had never seen a medial-grade martial master execute such a fast saber strike. He regretted that he had sacrificed his life and the lives of his brothers because he coveted that 1,000 taels of gold. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. When he sent Xiao Jiu to follow Xiao Chen, his fate was sealed. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He sank his consciousness and looked at the essence in his body that had been reduced by half. He sighed in his heart, the exhaustion is too great. It seems like I can only use this move as my trump card. Normally, after using this move twice, the essence in my body would be completely exhausted. This was the first time Xiao Chen used the Purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame with his spiritual sense to kill an enemy. The effects were rather satisfactory, but the exhaustion of essence was too great. There was a bag on the scarred man's back. It was the harvest of this group of people in the periphery of Savage Forest for a month. Xiao Chen took it out and took a look. After he took the rank 3 spirit core and a few rank 4 herbs, he did not bother with the rest. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a group of Jiang clan cultivators discovered the situation here. They quickly informed Jiang Yunzi. Jiang Yunzi rushed over at top speed. When he saw the wound on the scarred man's chest, he revealed a contemplative expression. First Elder, what do you think? Was it done by that brat? A Jiang clan cultivator asked. After a while, Jiang Yunzi said, the wound on his chest is the same as the one from a few days ago. It should be done by the same person. The Jiang clan cultivator at the side said in pleasant surprise, that brat finally came out. Looking at the temperature of the corpse, he must not have gone far. Chase. Jiang Yunzi said in a deep voice with a gloomy expression. Xiao Chen headed for the exit of Savage Forest. Along the way, he met a few groups of cultivators who were greedy for money. He directly dealt with them. Some of these cultivators recognized Xiao Chen. Some saw that he was alone and purely wanted to rob him. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, survival of the fittest. Within the Savage Forest, The natural law of the weak being prey to the strong was reflected to the extreme. Even humans could not avoid it. Unfortunately, Xianxia now relied on the rushing thunder saber technique and the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Within the martial master realm, he could be said to be unrivaled. Not only did these martial artists who attacked Xianxia not obtain any treasures, but they also lost their lives. The city gates of Whitewater City were already in sight. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked into the distance for a while. Then, he walked out of Savage Forest without hesitation. The instant Xianxia stepped out of Savage Forest, he suddenly felt a killing intent coming from behind him. He quickly dodged to the side. Chi! An arrow carried a strong wind as it flew past Xianxia. Xianxia was astonished in his heart. This arrow was very fast. If not for his purple thunder divine incantation advancing to the third layer, he would not have been able to dodge it. If not for the fact that his purple thunder divine incantation had advanced to the third layer, he would have been struck by the arrow's killing intent. Xianxia pushed his feet off the ground and leaped into the air. After he landed, he immediately turned around to look behind him. Behind Xianxia, Jianghu led a group of Jiang clan cultivators and quickly chased after him. When he saw Xianxia's appearance, he was slightly astonished. After not seeing him for 6 days, Xianxia's appearance had actually undergone such a huge change. The thing that shocked him the most was that Xianxia's cultivation had risen from superior grade martial disciple by 2 grades. He directly became a medial grade martial master in a mere 6 days. Xianxia, hand over the map and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise I will make you wish you were dead, Jianghu said sullenly. With his cultivation as a peak martial grand master, although he was astonished at Xianxia's cultivation realm, he did not pay much attention to him. Xianxia looked at the group of people in front of him and extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings. His thoughts were very fast as he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Should he fight or should he flee? There were 31 people in one move. Aside from Jianghu, who was a peak martial grandmaster, the others were only martial masters. However, most of them were superior grade martial masters. Xianxia's spiritual sense detected another 200 Jiang clan cultivators rushing over. Among them, there were 3 martial grandmasters leading them. If Xianxia could quickly end this battle before the 3 martial grandmasters arrived, he would be able to leave safely. This was an opportunity. Xianxia made up his mind. He looked at Jianghu and smiled faintly. Since I will die whether I hand it over or not, do you think I will hand it over? Jianghu smiled coldly. Do you think you have a choice? Those who dare to offend the Jiang clan in Whitewater City will not have a good ending for the past 100 years. He held a steel saber in his hand and led the people behind him towards Xianxia. A sinister smile appeared on his face. In his eyes, Xianxia no longer had any ability to resist. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. Xianxia's expression did not change. He silently counted the distance between him and these people. When these people were only 5 steps away from Xianxia suddenly made his move. Lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning flashed and Xianxia's figure suddenly disappeared. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he appeared in the middle of the Jiang clan cultivators. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xianxia shouted and leaped into the air. His figure kept changing positions in the air. Saber lights flickered and the crowd cried out miserably. Move back. Jianghu roared loudly. Xianxia's figure rapidly changed positions in the air. His speed was so fast that no one could catch him. The many Jiang clan cultivators quickly ran outside. However, the saber lights were too fast. Every time the saber light flashed, someone would be struck. Blood and severed limbs fell to the ground. The disordered dance of 1,000 years was a martial technique with a large area of effect. The more people there were, the more they could bring out its might. Saber lights flickered and Xianxia instantly sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. After they landed, there were less than 10 Jiang clan cultivators who were still in one piece. The others were all struck by more than one saber strike. Their corpses had already been chopped into pieces. Thick blood flowed continuously from the corpses on the ground. Severed limbs and internal organs were scattered everywhere. The entire scene was extremely bloody. The remaining 10 people were all somewhat pale. Normally they had killed many people. The number of people they had killed was far more than the number in front of them. However, they had never been so cruel before. If they had not run fast enough, the corpses on the ground would have been them. When they thought of this, the remaining Jiang clan cultivators felt their hearts tighten. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Yunza's expression was somewhat unsightly. He looked at the Jiang clan disciples lying on the ground. They were still alive earlier, but in the blink of an eye, they had turned into corpses. He shouted angrily, "This old man will kill you." He held a steel saber in his hand and leaped into the air, chopping down at Xiao Chen's head. A resplendent saber light gathered on the steel saber. Saber light could infuse essence into the saber. It was a technique that only martial grandmasters could grasp. The saber light that Jiang Yunza used as a martial grandmaster was more than 3 meters long. Its aura was very shocking. Xiao Chen did not dare to clash head-on with him. He pushed off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, flying backward. Boom! The saber light struck the ground violently. Dust flew up and a small ravine appeared on the ground. Jiang Yunza quickly withdrew his saber and condensed his aura. A resplendent light appeared on the saber. Kill! Jiang Yunza shouted loudly and chopped down ferociously with his saber. A surging saber chi shot out from the saber towards Xiao Chen, who had yet to land on the ground. Xiao Chen was astonished. This Jiang Yunza could actually send out saber chi. Although he could not circulate it as he wished, he had already touched the threshold of a martial saint. The might of the saber chi had not decreased by much. Furthermore, the angle of this saber chi was extremely crafty. Xiao Chen was unable to borrow any force in the air, making it difficult for him to dodge. Flight on wings, one-line chop. The brilliance on the lunar shadow saber was withdrawn. It looked very ordinary, but it was actually a very skillful move without any fancy moves. However, it contained a huge force. Bang! When the lunar shadow saber chopped down on the surging saber chi, it gave off a loud sound. Xiao Chen was actually not sent flying. Instead, he landed firmly on the ground. Hoo! Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared on the ground. It was unknown what martial technique Jiang Yunza used, but his speed increased significantly. He instantly arrived in front of Xiao Chen like the wind. The steel saber lit up with a resplendent saber light once again as it chased after Xiao Chen, who had yet to stabilize himself. Drawing the saber. There was a flash of saber light and the lunar shadow saber quickly clashed with Jiang Yunza's saber light. This saber strike actually arrived first despite being launched later, striking the steel saber first. Bang! The huge force transmitted from the saber caused Xiao Chen to retreat 5 steps. Jiang Yunza wanted to stabilize himself, but the force transmitted from the steel saber caused him to retreat 2 steps. Is that person Xiao Chen? He actually clashed head-on with Jiang Yunza and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Earlier, he killed over 10 Jiang clan cultivators in one move. It could be a superior grade profound ranked martial technique. This person's background is definitely not small. Looks like the Jiang clan is going to become a joke no matter what. So many people died just to capture a medial grade martial master. I heard that he has the leaked map of the Jiang clan. He defeated the first disciple of the Misty Sword sect, Chu Chaoyun, the Hua noble clan's Hua Yunfei, and the Duanmu clan's princess. Looking at the current situation, it might be true. This place was the entrance to Savage Forest. Normally, there would be many cultivators coming and going. The battle between the two immediately attracted countless passers-by. They all stopped and commented on it. When the words of the crowd reached Jiang Yunza's ears, the rage in his heart grew even more vigorous. He took a big step forward and a resplendent saber light condensed on his saber once again. Boom! Xiao Chen, who had clashed with him before, did not hesitate to meet him head-on. It was still drawing the saber chop. It was still drawing the saber but arrived first. Xiao Chen still retreated 5 steps. Jiang Yunza did not want to retreat again in front of everyone. He forcefully suppressed the force transmitted from his saber and continued to rush at Xiao Chen. Jiang Yunza completely suppressed the force of his saber. This was an extremely dangerous thing to do in a fight. If he could not finish off his opponent before the force rebounded, he would immediately receive a backlash. At that time, the suppressed force would be rebounded many times over. Boom! 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 Jiang Yunza's aura was like a rainbow as he hacked out 5 times. Xiao Chen retreated backward. He had already retreated to the borders of Savage Forest. Xiao Chen's right hand, which was holding the lunar shadow saber, felt numb from the impact. His chest even felt a slight pain. Xiao Chen's gaze was calm. He did not panic at all. He had been enduring, accumulating his strength. He did not believe that Xianxia could continue hacking like this. Now, it was time to see who could last until the end. Boom! 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 Xianxia took large strides and roared continuously. A saber light radiated from his saber and he hacked out another 4 times. Xiao Chen was sent flying into savage forest. However, the force that he had been suppressing in his body had already reached its limit. Xianxia wanted to stop, but when he saw Xiao Chen's pale complexion and the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he decisively gave up on this idea. That brat is only a medial grade martial master. It is impossible for him to withstand my strength. He is sure that I am suppressing this force as well. Now, it is time to see who can last until the end. Thus, I cannot retreat. Thinking of this, Xianxia shouted loudly. He was prepared to hack out one last time, to completely suppress Xiao Chen to death. Xiao Chen's eyes were as clear as water. He noticed a crack in the saber in Xianxuan's hand from the corner of his eye. Then he looked at Xianxuan's reddened face and knew it was time. Rushing thunder chop. He shouted loudly and the lunar shadow saber suddenly released countless arcs of electricity. The energy of the rank 6 thunder rock demonic core was completely released. The energy that he had been suppressing all along was unleashed with the most ferocious attack of the rushing thunder saber technique without holding back. A clap of thunder rang out behind Xiao Chen. He moved gracefully, leaving behind an afterimage in the air. He broke through the air and left behind 2 waves of qi as he clashed with Xianxuan's saber light. Bang! The 2 sabers clashed and something that no one expected happened. The superior grade profound ranked saber in Xianxuan's hand was actually split in half. Side body strike. Taking advantage of the moment Xianxuan was shocked, Xiao Chen leaned to the side and focused all his energy on his shoulder. He ferociously charged forward. His body that had been tempered to a horrifying degree crashed into Xianxuan's chest. Pussy-eye. Xianxuan vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body flew high into the air before landing heavily on the ground. The energy that he had been suppressing exploded out. After he landed, he vomited 9 mouthfuls of blood. His complexion was deathly pale, without any trace of blood. He looked at the slowly approaching Xiao Chen and muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible? He is a medial grade martial master and he actually defeated me in terms of strength." Chapter 105. This Xianxuan is too conceited. He actually suppressed the strength of his saber in battle, thinking that the youth is the same as him. Indeed, his defeat is too unjust. If he was not anxious, after 500 moves, he would have a higher chance of winning. That youth's momentum is too horrifying. He is actually so tenacious, accumulating power for one strike, deciding the battle in one move. When the surrounding cultivators saw Xianxuan instantly defeated, they all shook their heads and sighed. They felt that it was not worth it for him, but they were also astonished by Xiao Chen's horrifying momentum. Seeing Xiao Chen getting closer and closer, the shadow of death suddenly appeared in Xianxuan's heart. He quickly ran in the direction of the city gates and shouted to the subordinates beside him, "Cover my back!" The remaining 10 people were the death sworn of the Jiang clan. Although they felt disdain for Xianxuan's actions, they did not hesitate and stayed behind. This was because their families were all in the Jiang clan. If they did not listen to orders, even if they managed to escape, not only would they be punished, they would also implicate their families. On the other hand, if they died in battle, their families would receive a large amount of compensation. They had no other choice. Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he continued walking, as though there were no obstructions in front of him. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding people, Xiao Chen directly rushed past them. Chi! Chi! Xiao Chen did not make any movements, but the 10 Jiang clan cultivators were suddenly engulfed in a purple flame. They were instantly burned to ashes. Xianxuan turned his head to look at the commotion behind him. He was immediately scared out of his wits. He increased his speed and rushed towards the city gates. Dang! From the pile of ashes, a longbow with a cold glint and a pile of arrows fell down. This was the spirit bow that Xianxuan had used to pierce through Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen picked up the bow and knocked an arrow. He circulated his essence to his right hand and tried to draw the bowstring. However, he discovered that the bowstring did not move at all. This bow is actually able to repel essence, Xiao Chen thought to himself. After that, he dispersed his essence and used the strength of his physical body to draw the bow into the shape of a full moon. Xiao Chen placed a marker on Jiang Yunzi's chest with his spiritual sense. He could clearly sense Jiang Yunzi's position. No matter how much he jumped, he was unable to shake off Xiao Chen. Huchi! The arrow buzzed in the air and streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, chasing after the stars and the moon. The arrow that was still on the bowstring a moment ago had pierced through Jiang Yunzi's chest in the next second. The arrow's power did not decrease, and it actually carried Jiang Yunzi up towards the city gate. Bang! The arrow fiercely pierced into the city wall, hanging Jiang Yunzi on it. The first elder of the Jiang clan, the #1 faction of Whitewater City, was actually pinned to the wall of Whitewater City by a youth. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. That youngster actually pulled the soul demise bow into the shape of a full moon. Unbelievable! That's right. The Jiang clan spent a large amount of spirit stones to purchase it from the Heavenly Craft Villa. One can't use origin power to draw the bow and can only rely on the strength of the physical body. In the Jiang clan, only Jiang Yunzi can slightly draw it. Even so, who knows how many people have died to this bow. Haha, Jiang Yunzi probably never imagined that he would actually die because of this bow. He used this bow to kill who knows how many people who went against the Jiang clan. Today, he was pinned to death on the city wall. This can be considered karma. He should be in a bad mood. After a while, those cultivators recovered their wits. When they saw Jiang Yunzi pinned to death on the city wall, his face was filled with dissatisfaction. They all rejoiced in his misfortune. It was clear that these cultivators had been bullied by the Jiang clan. Xiao Chen looked at the soul demise bow in his hand. He was somewhat surprised. He did not expect this ordinary-looking bow to have such a background. After placing the soul demise bow into the universe ring, Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at Jiang Yunzi pinned to the city wall. He did not hesitate and directly entered Whitewater City. After a while, 3 Jiang clan martial grandmasters led 200 martial masters out of Savage Forest in a grandiose manner. When they saw Jiang Yunzi pinned to the top of the city wall, they turned pale with fright. Their faces were filled with horror. That night, there were no clouds and no stars. There was only a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. The gentle moonlight shone on the ground. Within the Jiang clan of Whitewater City, all the elders were invited to the Great Hall. Jiang Mingxuan sat expressionlessly in the middle of the Great Hall. Beside him sat 6 consecrated members of the Jiang clan. They were all martial saints. Behind them stood dozens of martial grand masters. The Great Hall seemed somewhat crowded. This was the true elite force of the Jiang clan. This was the Jiang clan's 100 years of accumulation in Whitewater City. It was also the reason why they could do as they pleased in Whitewater City. At this moment, this group of people, who were normally very respectable and had great authority in Whitewater City, all had grave expressions on their faces. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was very quiet. Jiang Mingxuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm sure everyone knows about what happened during the day." The first elder, Jiang Yunzi, was actually pinned to death on the city wall. A martial saint consecrated member to his right said, "Brother Jiang, there is no need to pay too much attention to this. He is just a medial grade martial master. I can squash him to death with one hand. I feel that we should put this matter aside for now. We should focus on the remnants of the ancient humans. That is the foundation of the Jiang clan's development and strength." Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man behind him spoke up. His expression was extremely agitated as he said, "Elder Bai, what do you mean by this? My elder brother was pinned to death on the city gate. Could it be that he died for nothing?" The consecrated member with the surname Bai frowned and said unhappily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Did I say that I would not interfere? This old man is willing to personally take revenge for your elder brother. However, there is a difference in priority." The clan head did not even say anything. "What are you going to say?" The middle-aged man's face turned red. With his status, he could not speak to the consecrated elder like this. However, his elder brother had died just like that. He felt that it was not worth it. Jiang Mingxuan said, "Yun Feng, you don't have to worry too much. In all these years, have you seen anyone who offended the Jiang clan have a good ending?" This time, I have gathered everyone here not because I want everyone to focus on this matter. My opinion is similar to Elder Bai's. There is a difference in priority. There is no need to pay too much attention to a medial grade martial master. The only thing I am worried about now is that this person will leak the map. Hence, I have gathered everyone here to prepare to enter the remnants in advance. Jiang Mingxuan said unhurriedly. After he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. They can enter the remnants of the ancient humans? Boom, boom. Just as everyone was pondering over Jiang Mingxuan's words, there were suddenly miserable cries coming from outside the hall. Bang, bang. The bodies of a few Jiang clan disciples were thrown in from outside. The bodies of the Jiang clan disciples that were thrown in carried a huge force. The few martial grandmasters in the periphery could not withstand it and were sent flying. A path instantly opened up in the somewhat crowded hall. Jiang Mingxuan and a few consecrators made a move together and caught the Jiang clan disciples that were thrown in. After a few people caught them, a surging shockwave came from their bodies and spread into the surroundings. The sandalwood tables and chairs were all sent flying. The teacups and porcelain bottles on the tables fell to the ground, clanging non-stop. It was clear that the strength of the person who made a move was unfathomable. Jiang Mingxuan casually put down the people in his hands and looked at Hua Yunfei and Duan Muqing standing outside the hall. There was also a group of servants of unknown strength behind them. He said in a deep voice, "The two of you, what is the meaning of this? You injured my Jiang clan disciples for no reason." Then, he looked at the lonely Chu Chaoyun not far away. He said in a pleading tone, "Nephew Chaoyun, your father and I can be considered good friends. Are you going to stand against us?" Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly as he carried his sword on his back. He said in a carefree manner, "Uncle Jiang, my father already told me before I came. Don't worry, I did not injure any of the Jiang clan's people." Hua Yunfei smiled coldly at the side. "Jiang Mingxuan, stop asking. I was the one who injured your people. I only have one question for you. How long are you going to delay us? Don't treat us like monkeys." Hua Yunfei's attitude was extremely arrogant. He did not care about Jiang Mingxuan at all. In front of everyone, he called out Jiang Mingxuan's name without showing any respect for a junior. Jiang Mingxuan's heart burned with rage, but he did not dare to show it on his face. After all, his Jiang clan was just a local noble clan. Compared to the Hua clan, which had been passed down for 1,000 years and had an innate bloodline, the Jiang clan was not worth mentioning. Furthermore, the older generations of the Hua clan behind Hua Yunfei did not say anything. Clearly, they tacitly approved of Hua Yunfei's current attitude. With their support, Jiang Mingxuan could not do anything to Hua Yunfei. Jiang Mingxuan muttered, "This old man has already promised you. Once I confirm the location of the remnant, I will immediately head there with everyone. Right now, the location is not confirmed. How am I supposed to bring you there?" Hua Yunfei revealed a sinister smile. He snorted coldly and said, "Do you really think I am a fool? Did you not hear what you said earlier? Don't think that you can shake us off just because you have the Ji clan's support." He paused for a moment, and his voice suddenly became heavier. He pointed at Jiang Mingxuan and said word by word, "Let me tell you, this is Dongming province, not Nanling province. Even if the Ji clan really came, it would not be their turn to speak." After being lectured by Hua Yunfei, Jiang Mingxuan's face turned ashen. The rage in his heart continued to rise. He clenched his fists and banged them together. He felt incredibly sullen. What arrogant words! Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice came from the great hall. As it reverberated in the surroundings, no one could tell where the voice came from. A black silhouette flashed in from outside and appeared in front of Hua Yunfei. The black silhouette fiercely struck at him with his palm. The entire movement was done in one breath, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Many people in the hall did not see clearly how the black silhouette entered the Jiang clan. Bang! Hua Yunfei quickly made his move and clashed with the black figure's palm. The wind from his palm was like thunder. There was a loud bang. When the two palms clashed, the black figure immediately exploded. That is the Ji clan's secret technique, the external incarnation. Young Master Ji is here. When the Jiang clan members saw this, they immediately exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Jiang Mingxuan's expression also relaxed significantly. Hua Yunfei, who was closest to the explosion, was immediately forced back by the shockwave created by the explosion. A strange force also flowed into his body through his palm. It circulated through his meridians as if it was crushing dry weeds. Hua Yunfei's expression sank and he quickly activated the power of his martial spirit. The blood river instantly flowed into his body. After a long time, he was able to resolve this strange energy. The Hua clan's mutated martial spirit is only Oso. No wonder he was severely injured by a superior-grade martial disciple not long ago. A man dressed in black slowly walked in from outside the great hall. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His grace was outstanding, and his eyes were as resplendent as the stars. Although he was dressed in black, he gave off a strange glow in the dark night. When he walked into the great hall, the entire great hall seemed to brighten up. He automatically became the focus of everyone. It was as though the world was born because of him, as though he was the main character. A slight ripple appeared on Chu Chaoyun's calm face. He thought to himself, Ji Chongkong, is this him? There were many rumors about the Nanling Ji clan's Ji Chongkong. It was said that at the age of 7, he practiced the Ji clan's secret technique, the external incarnation, to the medial perfection realm. At the age of 10, he practiced the Ji clan's other secret technique, the astral swordplay, to the medial perfection realm. After that, he had never met a worthy opponent in the younger generation. He was fully deserving of the title of the strongest of the younger generation in the southern region. At the age of 16, he had already reached the realm of superior-grade martial Grand Master. The proud and arrogant Ji Chongkong immediately prepared to go to the imperial capital to challenge the legendary reincarnated Princess Jianghu. He defeated all the young experts in the imperial capital and finally challenged Princess Jianghu. Chapter 106. Outsiders did not know the result of this battle. They only knew that after the battle, Ji Chongkong immediately left the imperial capital. From then on, he kept a low profile. Half a year later, his cultivation increased once again, reaching the peak of martial Grand Master. He was only a step away from entering the martial saint realm, becoming the youngest martial saint in the great Qin nation in 1,000 years. Ji Chongkong walked in front of Jiang Mingxuan and bowed. He said respectfully, "Uncle, your nephew is late, sorry for startling you." When everyone heard Ji Chongkong's words, they were astonished. They did not expect Jiang Mingxuan to be Ji Chongkong's uncle. According to rumors, Ji Chongkong's mother was a concubine from a local clan. Because Ji Chongkong's mother was often neglected, he cultivated with all his might. He was fighting for his pride. They did not expect his mother to be Jiang Mingxuan's younger sister. Jiang Mingxuan smiled faintly. "Chongkong, there is no need to be so polite. It's good that you are here. Your uncle no longer needs to be pointed at and lectured by others." The people of Dongming Province's 3 powers finally understood why Jiang Mingxuan dared to be so fearless, delaying them. It turned out that he had such a deep relationship with the Ji clan. Hua Yunfei's expression changed, but he did not show it. The moment he made his move, he had suffered a small loss at Ji Chongkong's hands. It was clear that he was afraid of Ji Chongkong. He glanced at Duan Muqing and Chu Chaoyun before saying, "Ji Chongkong, I don't think there is anything wrong with what I said. The matters of our Dongming province are not for you Nanling province's people to interfere. Don't you think you are stretching your hands too far?" Ji Chongkong smiled faintly. "Since when did the vast Dongming province become something that you, Hua Yunfei, can represent? Have you asked Brother Chu and Miss Duanmu? Furthermore, I, Ji Chongkong, cannot represent Nanling province. Don't accuse me of anything. I am only here to pay a visit to my relatives." The two of them confronted each other, neither willing to back down. The people that both sides brought all released their auras. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as though a huge battle was about to break out in the next moment. "See, Sai." At this moment, the sound of string music could be heard in the distant sky. It was light and moving, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. It was like celestial music. Everyone hurriedly looked up. A huge golden warship slowly flew over from the horizon. There was a flag flying at the bow of the ship with a large return character written on it. A man wearing a purple robe stood proudly under the flag. The Guy Marquis' king-grade secret treasure, the golden warship. "The people from the Guy Marquis' residence are here as well," someone below said in astonishment when he saw the words on the banner. Jiang Mingxuan looked at the golden warship above his head and felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't expect that someone from the king's mansion would come. For the first time, He felt that things were out of his control. The waning moon hung high in the sky. There were no stars twinkling in the night sky. The night was darker than usual. However, the streets of Whitewater City were packed with people. In the sky, the huge body of the golden warship moved slowly in the air, emitting a dazzling radiance. Even though it hung high in the sky, the people on the ground could still feel its boundless imperial might. The Guy Marquis, Ing Shao, actually came as well. This remnant of the ancient human race is too attractive. Unfortunately, low-ranked cultivators like us cannot go and take a look even if we wanted to. Why not? Aren't there people selling the Jiang clan's leaked map of the remnant? I bought one, but I have not researched it yet. When I research it, I will definitely go and take a look. Idiot, that map is fake. You will know when you go back. If I find out who did it, I will hammer him to death. Someone at the side sneered and said, "Save it." The Jiang family's clan head bought 10 of those blueprints and even spent 10,000 gold taels. He's the real idiot. We were only cheated of 1,000 silver taels. It's really nothing. Is that true? This person actually dared to cheat the Jiang clan. Why didn't I think of that? 10,000 gold taels is equivalent to 10 years of my income. Even if you had the guts, would you dare to go? Hence, if that person did not have a huge backer, he would not even dare to fool the Jiang clan. We were fooled. All we have to do is endure it. If he really wanted to settle the score, who knows who would be the one hammering to death. After everyone chatted for a while, the topic shifted to the Guy Marquis' golden warship in the sky. Everyone was shocked when they saw the majestic warship. Among the crowd, Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the golden warship in the sky. He was deep in thought. This golden warship was a very high-ranked secret treasure. It came from the ancient era. Most of the secret treasures in the world were passed down from the ancient era. After the ancient era ended, the blacksmiths who created secret treasures fell into decline. After the Jianghu dynasty was destroyed, the inheritance of the blacksmiths in the continent completely disappeared. To this day, no one in the continent could refine secret treasures. If one wanted to obtain secret treasures, they could only obtain them from the ancient remnant or the remnant of the Jianghu dynasty. From this, it could be seen how precious secret treasures were. However, Xiao Chen felt that this legendary secret treasure was very similar to the magic treasures recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. There were once people who mistook his life bestowal spell for a secret treasure. Unfortunately, he had yet to obtain a true secret treasure, so he could not confirm his conjecture. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen headed for Liushang Pavilion. Along the way, he had already heard that Liushang Pavilion had not moved. Xiao Chen went straight to the second floor and discovered that Liushang Pavilion's business was still very good. Even though it was already night time, there were still no empty tables. Furthermore, there were many people waiting. All the cultivators on the second floor were discussing the ancient remnant, the golden warship in the sky, and the recent idiot incident. The Guy Marquis' golden warship is here. I wonder if the Ji clan's Black Monarch warship or the Duanmu clan's Profound Ice Palace will come. If they are all here, it will be very lively. They are all king-grade secret treasures. If they were to fight, even martial saints would not be able to withstand the shockwaves of the battle. Xiao Chen leaped over the second floor and headed for the third floor. One needed a Liushang Pavilion VIP card to enter the third floor. There were still many empty tables on the third floor. The last time he made a transaction with Fatso, Kim Tae-ho had given him a VIP card. After flashing the VIP card, he was able to enter without any obstructions. Of the people seated on the third floor, the weakest was a superior grade martial master. Most of them were martial grand masters. It was obvious that their statuses were higher than the cultivators on the second floor. They were the leaders of some cultivator groups. The topics of discussion were completely different from the second floor. They were all trading spirit beast inner cores, furs, and medicinal herbs. Occasionally, there would be people going to the counter to get someone to appraise the goods. Xiao Chen seemed to understand why Liushang Pavilion's business was so good. Aside from eating and gossiping, this place was also a perfect place to do business. Bang! 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 Not long after Xiao Chen sat down, Jean Fatso's unique footsteps could be heard rumbling over. His smile was like a flower as he sat opposite Xiao Chen. After not seeing you for half a month, Brother Xiao, you have become famous. Now, there is almost no one in Whitewater City who does not know your name. I really did not expect this. Fatso immediately sighed after he sat down. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He took out the herbs and spirit cores of the spirit beasts that he had obtained from the people chasing him from the universe ring and took them out in stacks. At first, Fatso did not pay much attention to it. However, when the medicinal herbs and spirit cores filled the entire table, an astonished expression appeared on his face. He said, "Damn it, did you dig up all the land in Savage Forest? There are so many spirit cores and medicinal herbs." "I only killed a few hundred people," Xiao Chen said indifferently. A horrifying killing intent spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen's words were directed at the surrounding people. When the pile of spirit cores and medicinal herbs was placed on the table, Xiao Chen immediately felt countless gazes directed at him. Aside from greed, there was no hidden killing intent in their gazes. Xiao Chen's killing intent instantly spread out. Everyone in the entire floor felt a faint pressure. That was a pure killing intent. Only after killing countless people could one condense such a killing intent. Exactly how many people did this brat kill to be able to condense such a horrifying killing intent? The crowd of cultivators quickly withdrew their gazes and clicked their tongues in their hearts. Jean Fatso laughed loudly and said, "You want to sell these to this fat lord, right? No problem. This fat lord will take them all. You come and inspect the goods." Fatso called out and two people immediately came to the counter. They bowed to Fatso and checked the goods on the table. After that, they wrote out a receipt and handed it to Xiao Chen. Then they took the goods and left. Jean Fatso smiled and said, "I will be able to clear it in half an hour. There is no need to worry about being cheated. When this fat lord does business, it is a win-win situation. I will not cheat anyone or anyone." Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and asked, "Do you have a secluded place here? Let's talk business." Jean Fatso looked around and guessed what Xiao Chen wanted to talk about. He said, "Follow me." The two of them entered a secluded room. After Jean Fatso sat down, he said, "There will be no third person who knows what we are talking about here." Xiao Chen checked with his spiritual sense. Indeed, it was as he expected. There was no one else around. He took out the map of the ancient remnant from the universe ring and said, "I want you to help me find the location of the ancient remnant on this map within 3 days." Fatso looked at the map and laughed loudly. "Brother Xiao, to be honest, I have a map in my hands as well. I am not sure if it is real or not. Take a look." Xiao Chen only took a glance and he could tell what was going on. He could not help but smile. "I guess that you were the one who made this. I really don't understand. Why would people buy something with the word, 'stupid cunt,' written on it?" Jean Fatso chuckled and said proudly, "Who knows? Let's not talk about this. I want to buy your map as well. Name a price." Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished as he said, "Why do you want to buy this? You want to go to the ancient remnant as well?" "Since I want to buy it, I will definitely be able to sell it. Are you selling it or not?" Fatso said confidently. Xiao Chen thought for a while and roughly guessed what Fatso wanted to do. He said, "Sure, but you have to help me find the location of the ancient remnant first." Fatso patted his chest and said, "That's a small matter. Leave it to me." Knock, knock. There was a series of knocks on the door. After that, an old man walked in. He took out a stack of banknotes and said, "Young Master Xiao, your goods have been appraised. They are worth a total of 5,000 gold taels." Fatso received the banknotes and handed them to Xiao Chen. Then he handed the map to the old man and said, "Find the place on the map tomorrow morning." The old man received the map and left without saying anything. When Fatso saw that Xiao Chen was a little worried, he explained, "There is no need to worry. You have to believe in my ability. There will be results tomorrow morning. Come, I will bring you to meet someone. That person is very interested in you." Chapter 107. Someone is interested in me? Xiao Chen had some suspicions in his heart. He did not seem to be familiar with anyone in Whitewater City. Who could be interested in him? Xiao Chen followed Fatso to the 5th floor. According to rumors, only people of the city lord's rank could enter the 5th floor of Liushang Pavilion. The decorations of the 5th floor were worlds apart from the 4th floor. It was extremely luxurious. The interior was filled with gold, jadeite, and white jade decorations. A soft conversation came from one of the cubicles. Fatso's eyes were very sharp. He peered through the gap in the screen and saw the two people in the cubicle. He revealed a strange expression as he muttered, "When did Yan Qianyun arrive? How come I did not know? He actually came to the 5th floor. Are all the guards dead? Why did no one inform me?" Yan Qianyun, the heir of the Shiha province's bloodline Yan clan. This whitewater city is getting more and more lively, Xiaochen thought to himself. Just as Fatso was about to walk over, Yan Qianyun, who was behind the screen, suddenly walked out. When he saw Kim Tae-ho appear, he was not surprised. However, when he saw Xiaochen, he was somewhat surprised. However, a faint killing intent appeared in his eyes. He slowly walked over to Xiaochen and said, "I recognize you, Xiaochen. The ancient remnant map is in your hands, right? Hand it over." Yan Qianyun spoke boldly and confidently. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In his eyes, Xiaochen was just a medial grade martial master without any status. There was no need to be so polite to him. Xiaochen frowned slightly and smiled coldly in his heart. Are the disciples of these noble clans always so arrogant and shameless? Drawing the saber. Tap. The lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in Xiaochen's hand. It released a resplendent electric light as it chopped at Yan Qianyun. What a fast saber! Yan Qianyun was astonished. He did not expect Xiaochen to be so decisive, attacking as soon as he said he would. Furthermore, he did not expect a medial grade martial master like him to brandish his saber so quickly. Puchi! Xiaochen had practiced this drawing the saber countless times. He was only a step away from great perfection. Furthermore, he executed it at such a close distance. Almost no one could dodge it. When Xiaochen drew his saber, Yan Qianyun had already retreated quickly. However, his chest was still cut by the saber light, giving off the sound of metal clashing. Xiaochen's clothes were torn apart, revealing the golden battle armor underneath. Xiaochen was slightly surprised. It was actually an earth-ranked battle armor. The great aristocratic families truly had deep foundations. The saber did not break the battle armor. However, the saber carried a huge force. When it struck Yan Qianyun, his internal organs instantly trembled. Arclight slash. A sword appeared in Yan Qianyun's hand. He wanted to counterattack. However, he discovered that this arclight chop seemed to be formed naturally. There were no openings at all. It sealed off all of his routes of attack. Retreat. Yan Qianyun gently pushed off the ground and calmed the unstable essence in his body. His figure flew backward. When he landed, he had not stabilized his footing. However, he discovered that Xiaochen had already soared into the sky. He held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and rushed at him without any fancy moves. His speed was as fast as rushing thunder, as fast as lightning. Yan Qianyun quickly thought of a countermeasure. In the end, he discovered that aside from rolling backward, he did not have any other moves to block. He had not stabilized his footing. He had no way to block this move. If he were to jump backward, as long as he was a little bit higher, his head would be pierced. He made up his mind and immediately rolled backward. Rushing thunder chop. Suddenly, thunder roared in the 5th floor of Liushang Pavilion. Under the trembling of the thunder, all the screens and chairs were instantly sent flying. Xiaochen carried the boundless might of rushing thunder as it surged over. It was as fast as lightning, chopping down at Yan Qianyun's head. Under the vast might, Yan Qianyun felt a chill in his heart. The essence in his body circulated quickly. He used both his hands to hold the sword above his head, trying to block this saber. Boom! When the saber and sword clashed, there was a loud sound. Yan Qianyun felt his arm tremble. A huge force transmitted from the sword to his feet. With a bang, a hole immediately appeared in the wooden plank below his feet. Half of Yan Qianyun's body was immediately stuck in the wooden plank. He could not advance or retreat. Xiaochen landed on the ground and kicked out, pulling Yan Qianyun out. Rushing thunder second chain chop. The energy accumulated in the 5 saber strikes surged out in the rushing thunder second chain chop. The saber struck Yan Qianyun's battle armor, but it still did not penetrate it. Pusi. However, the huge force penetrated the battle armor and entered Yan Qianyun's body. He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and crashed violently into the wooden wall. A large hole immediately appeared in the wooden wall of Liushang Pavilion. Yan Qianyun fell in just like that. At the critical moment, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the wooden plank. His body was suspended in midair. Dang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to follow up with a kick, a sound wave flew towards him. He quickly took 2 steps back and with a bang, the wooden table beside him was immediately split in half by the sound wave. Su Xiaoxiao walked out from the compartment and advised gently, "Young Master Xiao, how about showing mercy?" Xiao Chen turned around and looked at this girl. He praised her in his heart. Be it appearance or temperament, out of all the girls he knew, only Yu Ying could compare to her. "However, I don't think I know you. Do we know each other?" Xiao Chen looked at Su Xiaoxiao and asked seriously. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she was stunned. She did not know how to reply. Fatso quickly replied from the side, "This is Miss Xiaoxiao. I brought you here to introduce you to her. The #1 beauty of the South, Su Xiaoxiao." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect her to be the one rumored to be the only girl comparable to Yu Ying in the great Qin nation. After seeing her today, the rumors were indeed true. However, this girl's origins were very mysterious. Because she played the zither very well, she often appeared in various places and had dealings with the noble clan's young masters in the great Qin nation. However, there had never been any rumors of her having an affair with any noble clan's heir. Furthermore, she did not belong to any power. There was once a marquis who wanted to forcefully abduct her after seeing her beauty. In the end, before the people he sent out could do anything, the marquis died in his own residence. Furthermore, the royal clan did not pursue this matter. Bang! Yan Qianyun shouted lightly and stood back on the floor. His face was extremely pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a sorry state. Ever since he made his debut, he had never been in such a sorry state. Just because he underestimated his opponent, he nearly became the joke of Liushang Pavilion. "Young Master Yan, on account of Xiao Xiao, can you stop here today? I still have some things to discuss with young Master Xiao," Su Xiaoxiao said softly as she looked at Yan Qianyun. When Yan Qianyun heard this, he quickly thought about it in his mind. "I was careless earlier, and I suffered significant injuries. This Xiao Chen obviously still has some tricks up his sleeves. It would not be appropriate to continue fighting with him. I might as well return first and take care of this brat after I recover." Yan Qianyun snorted coldly and said seriously, "On account of Miss Xiaoxiao, I will let you live for a few more days. After a few days, I will come and take your head." Fatso sighed in his heart. This pretentious act. Even this fat lord has to admit that I am not as good as him. He was clearly beaten up like a dog, but in the end, he has to act like he was beating up a dog. He does not want to lose face in front of Xiaoxiao. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. "Did I say I would let you off?" Lightning evasion. Side strike. A bolt of lightning flashed by, and Xiao Chen suddenly appeared in front of Yan Qianyun. He leaned forward and gathered all his energy on his right shoulder. Then, he smashed into Yan Qianyun's chest. Yan Qianyun, who was preparing to leave, looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not have imagined that Xiao Chen would actually continue to attack him in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Bang! The horrifying physical body combined with the essence in his body caused Yan Qianyun to vomit a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward and fell through the hole in the wooden wall. This time, Yan Qianyun did not have the opportunity to grab anything. With a loud bang, he fell violently from the 100-meter-tall Liushang Pavilion. Because of the Guyi Marquis' arrival, Whitewater City was especially lively tonight. The crowd on the streets had not dispersed. A figure suddenly fell from Liushang Pavilion, giving off a loud bang, startling everyone. They only saw a person with disheveled hair lying on the ground. He coughed out blood continuously, and his face was pale without any color. That person slowly sat up and tried to stand up. However, the moment he stood up, he fell back down with a loud bang. The bones in his legs seemed to be broken. There was no way for him to stand up. Yan Qianyun's eyes were bloodshot as he lay on the ground, crawling out step by step. He had come to Liushang Pavilion alone. Because he wanted to see Su Xiaoxiao, he left his guards and servants outside the city. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: to get out quickly and find his guards to tear Xiao Chen into pieces. Isn't that the Shihe province's Yan Qianyun? Why is he here in Whitewater City? He was actually thrown out of Liushang Pavilion. Who is so bold? Someone in the crowd recognized Yan Chenyun's appearance and said in astonishment. The Yan clan was one of the few noble clans in the Shiha province. He had an innate bloodline and inherited martial spirit. How could someone beat him up like this? A sharp-eyed person looked up and saw Xiao Chen standing at the entrance of the cave. He was startled. It's Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen actually threw Yan Chenyun out of Liushang Pavilion. This fellow is too ferocious. In the day, he pinned the Jiang clan's first elder to the city wall. In the night, he tossed the Yan clan's heir off the 5th floor of Liushang Pavilion. Regardless of whether it is the rich clans or the noble clans, he does not care about them at all. When he wants to make a move, he does it. This person is too heaven-defying. The words of the crowd entered Yan Chenyun's ears, causing the rage in his heart to burn even stronger. He hated that he could not immediately kill Xiao Chen with a saber strike. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a hateful glint. A few people saw how pitiful Yan Chenyun was crawling, so they wanted to go over and help him up. Scram! You bunch of Dongming province's lowly commoners. I do not need you to help me. I like to crawl. Scram for me. Yan Chenyun had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw people coming over, he immediately cursed. When those people saw that they had been given the cold shoulder, they cursed and immediately ran far away like they were avoiding a fly. They had never seen such a vicious person before. Chapter 108. Haha. You are really degrading yourselves. He is the son of a noble clan, with an innate bloodline and an inherited martial spirit. Is he someone you can help? He likes to crawl. Did you hear that? Crawl like a dog. However, the way young Master Yen crawls is rather handsome. With 4 hooves on the ground, he is still unyielding. The son of a noble clan is indeed the son of a noble clan. He is indeed different. When the people in the crowd saw Yan Chenyun scolding him, implicating the people of Dongming province, they were not happy and mocked him. You can scold him all you want. As long as I crawl out you. Boom! Before Yan Chenyun could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly came down from the sky and struck his back violently. He immediately fell flat on his face. Boom! Boom! Another 2 bolts of lightning struck Yan Chenyun's body. His entire body was charred black and he fainted. Up in Liushang Pavilion, Xiao Chen consecutively sent out 3 lightning descend spells before he felt slightly better. Xiao Chen never liked to reason with such arrogant and condescending people of noble clans. When a dog bites you, you cannot be like a dog and bite back the way it did. You can just beat it to death. When Su Xiaoxiao saw that Xiao Chen did not care about her words at all and continued to beat Yan Chenyun down, her pretty face changed. She said, Xiao Chen, how can you be so despicable? He already said to stop. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at Su Xiaoxiao. He smiled faintly. I don't know if you are deaf or pretending not to hear, or if your intelligence is too low to understand the meaning of human language. He already said that he would spare my worthless life, but he would still kill me in a few days. Since that is the case, why should I talk about benevolence and morality with him? I am not a fool. Su Xiaoxiao was so angry that her face turned pale. She could not say a single word. Xiao Chen turned around and said to Kim Tae-ho, Brother Debao, don't introduce me to just anyone in the future. I'm afraid it will lower my intelligence. I'll take my leave first. After Xiao Chen spoke, he immediately flew down from the 5th floor. He leaped a few times in the air and circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art, disappearing into the night. So cool. He has 1/10 of my demeanor in the past. Kim Tae-ho sighed as he watched Xiao Chen's departing figure. Su Xiaoxiao's complexion paled. No one had ever been so rude to her before. She had been to every corner of the great Qin nation. Those scions and nobles, which one of them didn't line up to see her? As she watched Xiao Chen leave, she stomped her foot angrily, hugged her zither, and walked downstairs. After Su Xiaoxiao left, Kim Tae-ho came to his senses and looked at the many broken decorations on the 5th floor, as well as the big holes on the floor and the wooden wall. Immediately he cursed, Damn it, how much money will I have to spend to repair it? Kim Tae-ho stood in front of the hole and looked down. He discovered the unconscious Yan Chenyun lying on the ground. He rolled his eyes and immediately thought of an idea. He quickly called the manservant on the 5th floor over. Yan Chenyun, that bastard, has he paid the bill? I don't think so. I saw that Miss Xiaoxiao did not leave, so I thought Miss Xiaoxiao would pay the bill. Miss Xiaoxiao left just now. It seems like she forgot to pay the bill, the manservant said awkwardly. Kim Tae-ho said angrily, he can't even bear to pay for a girl. This Yen Qianyun is too much of a bastard. Get a few people to go down and see if there's anything valuable on him. Pluck it all out. When the manservant heard this, he said excitedly, should I leave a pair of underwear for him? Fatso thought for a while and said, if it's not valuable, then forget it. If it's valuable, then pluck it out as well. The money for the renovation of the 5th floor will all go to him. Below Liushang Pavilion, the crowd looked at the unconscious Yen Qianyun. They all felt vindicated in their hearts. Such an arrogant person deserves to be struck by lightning. Make way, make way. Liushang Pavilion is here to collect debts. Please make way. 3 manservants of Liushang Pavilion parted the crowd and arrived before Yen Qianyun. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they took off Yen Qianyun's outer clothes. Soaring Phoenix Satin Shop. This is a luxurious set of clothes produced. However, it is already tattered. It is not worth much. Throw it away. One of the manservants looked at Yen Qianyun's tattered clothes and casually tossed it to the side. A gold-threaded belt. This is not bad. It should be worth some money. These shoes seem to be made from the soft skin of a spirit beast. They should be able to sell for a good price. Hey, there are actually some gold notes hidden inside. What brand is this pants? Help me take a look. Damn. Superior grade earth-ranked battle armor. I am going to strike it rich. Hee hee. I wonder how much it is worth. In the blink of an eye, Yen Qianyun was stripped until he was only left with his underwear. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. They were speechless in their hearts. In the future, no one would dare to dine and dash at Liushang Pavilion. Even Yen Qianyun was stripped until he was only left with his underwear. Among them, no one dared to say that their backing was stronger than Yen Qianyun's. Just thinking about the consequences caused them to tremble in fear. Hey, this underwear seems to have gold lining. Should we take it off? A manservant said hesitantly. I'm sweating. The surrounding cultivators were initially venting their anger. Now, they felt pity for Yen Qianyun. This fellow is too tragic. The first time he came to Dongming province, he was thrown out of Liushang Pavilion and beaten up like a dog. Now, he was even more pitiful. The people of Liushang Pavilion even wanted to take off his underwear. Let's take it off. The young master said to take off all the valuable things. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame his perverted taste. Of all the things he could have done, he chose to have gold lining. After the manservant said that, he immediately untied Yen Qianyun's belt. Damn, he is too strong. He actually took it off. Damn it. In the future, I will go and offend the Jiang clan. I would not dare to offend Liushang Pavilion anymore. This is too damn horrifying, someone in the crowd exclaimed. After the manservant pulled off the underwear, a manservant looked at Yen Qianyun's lower body. He said in astonishment, hey, this hair seems to be gold as well. Should I take it off? Just as the manservant finished speaking, all the surrounding cultivators in the crowd broke out in a cold sweat. After that, they felt a cold wind blow at their crotch, like something had broken. Whew! All the warriors who were still watching immediately circulated their essence chi to the extreme a second later. They instantly vanished without a trace. There was not a single person left on the street that was previously filled with people. Damn it, I was too excited. My eyes went blurry. After a while, the manservant said in self-reproach. Early the next morning, the sun shone brightly. Under the bright sun, there were many people coming and going in front of Liushang Pavilion. Xiao Chen wore a black cloak and slowly walked in. The first floor was filled with people. Xiao Chen found it difficult to even take a step. What's going on? Liushang Pavilion's business seems to be ridiculously good today, Xiao Chen asked as he pulled back a cultivator who was running out. That cultivator was pulled back by Xiao Chen and revealed an unhappy expression. Just as he was about to flare up, he suddenly felt an indistinct killing intent from Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's expression instantly eased up. He pointed to a wooden wall and smiled. Go and take a look. There is a notice on the wall. You will understand when you see it. There were too many people. Xiao Chen had no choice but to circulate his essence before he squeezed through. After he saw the contents of the notice, he could not help but laugh involuntarily. Notice. Recently, There have been many fake ancient remnant blueprints appearing in Whitewater City. There are even some immoral people who wrote the word idiot and cheated everyone of a lot of money. I saw it with my own eyes and felt anxious in my heart. This kind of blatant fraud is really despicable. Because of this, I guarantee on the reputation of Liushang Pavilion for 100 years that I will contribute a real ancient remnant blueprint. As long as you spend 1,000 silver taels in Liushang Pavilion will immediately give you half of the ancient remnant blueprint for free. The second time you spend another 1,000 silver taels, they will immediately give you the rest of the ancient remnant blueprint. Honest with all ages. Kim Tae-ho. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He was like a fish in water as he rushed up the stairs. Along the way, all sorts of voices entered Xiao Chen's ears. This fatso is really a good person. He knows that we have been cheated badly. After we eat something, he gives us the blueprint. That's right, I spent 1,000 silver taels to buy that idiot blueprint. As long as we eat something here worth 1,000 silver taels, it will be given to us for free. Normally, I don't like that fatso, but I finally did something good. Stop talking and quickly eat. How much have you eaten? I ate 100 buns. I still need another 900 buns to reach 1,000 silver taels. When Xiao Chen heard this, the circulation of essence in his body suddenly went awry. He was nearly unable to execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He cursed in his heart, this fatso is really inhumane. He cheated people until they were running around in circles, and they still helped him count the money. They walked all the way to the 3rd floor. Xiao Chen flashed his VIP card and entered. Only then did the feeling of crowding lessen. After all, the 3rd floor had a threshold. It was not that easy to enter. Waiter, bring a pot of good tea and some appetizers. After Xiao Chen sat down, he immediately called out. The waiter of Liushang Pavilion was very efficient. Not long later, the things that Xiao Chen ordered were served. Did you see Yan Qianyun's expression when he was taken away by the Yan clan's guards? I saw it. His expression was very unsightly. It looked like he was crying. His body was completely naked, as if he had been plucked clean. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but feel interested. He remembered that Yan Qianyun had fainted by the roadside. How could he be completely plucked clean? Haha, if I were him I would cry too. I heard that Fatso plucked Yan Qianyun clean for the sake of chasing after him. Damn it, any man would cry. This Fatso is too horrifying. I think no one will dare to offend Liushang Pavilion in the future. He really plucked clean all his hair. Pussy eye. Xiao Chen could not help but spit out the tea that he just drank. After a while, Xiao Chen finished all the food on the table. A manservant came over and led him to a room at the back. In the room, Fatso was happily doing his accounts. When he saw Xiao Chen, he quickly got up to welcome him. Xiao Chen did not waste any time and said directly, "You should have found the address. Otherwise, you would not be selling it so openly." Chapter 109. Jean Fatso smiled and said, "I found it. It is in Savage Forest's Beast King Valley. Here is the information on Savage Forest's Beast King Valley, free of charge. This fat lord is generous, right?" Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He took the information on Beast King Valley from Kim Tae-ho and looked at it carefully. After a while, Xiao Chen frowned. The interior of Savage Forest was very dangerous. There were many high-ranked spirit beasts. Even martial grandmasters could only enter from the periphery. If one wanted to enter the true core region, one had to be at least a martial saint. Furthermore, even a martial saint would not be able to move around unimpeded. Every year in Whitewater City, there would be news of martial saint experts dying in Savage Forest. According to the rumors, there were ancient savage beasts in Savage Forest. They were even more horrifying than martial kings. Beast King Valley was located in the core region of Savage Forest. It was a burial ground. When high-ranked spirit beasts reached the end of their lifespan, they would take the initiative to go there and die. That was where their faith lay. With Xiao Chen's strength, wanting to enter alone was simply a pipe dream. Against a spirit beast that was as strong as a martial saint, he would not even be able to reach Beast King Valley. He would die halfway. When Kim Tae-ho saw Xiao Chen's expression of deep thought, he smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, stop thinking about it. With your strength, you will not be able to reach there." Xiao Chen thought of something and said, I will not be able to reach there with my strength. Could it be that you have some other method? Fatso chuckled and opened the golden folding fan in his hand. He smiled and said, "Did you see the notice posted on the first floor of Liushang Pavilion?" Xiaochen nodded. I saw it. I have never seen such a shameless notice before." The fatty smiled awkwardly and said, "How can you say that I'm shameless? It is just that there is a difference in intelligence between people. Let's not talk about this anymore. This is this fat lord's idea. After today, all the cultivators in Whitewater City will know the location of the ancient remnant." A strange look flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said, "Are you trying to muddy the waters?" Jean Fatso smiled complacently. The fats on his chubby face jiggled continuously. "That's right. The appearance of this ancient remnant treasure map has attracted many cultivators. Among them, those noble clans naturally do not care about the Jiang clan. They can directly ask for the map from him. As for the other strong cultivators, although they are very strong and are martial saints, they do not dare to offend the Jiang clan. Hence, if they want to obtain the blueprint, they can only think of other ways. This fat lord gave them a chance. Conservatively speaking, there are at least 50 martial saints who do not belong to any of the major powers that have come to Whitewater City. More than 50 martial saints in addition to an even larger number of martial grand masters. Such a team would definitely not be weaker than any of the major powers." Xiao Chen continued to think in his heart. With such an alluring place, not only would it attract some independent martial saints, it might even attract some martial kings, just that they are hidden somewhere. Thinking about it this way, this trip to the ancient remnant is much more dangerous than I thought. It was laughable that I thought I could go in alone at the start. That would be no different from sending myself to death. Jean Fatso continued his analysis. Think about it, if the ancient remnant really exists, who will have the last laugh? It will definitely be those noble clans. Whoever is stronger will be able to obtain the greatest benefits. For people like us who are not strong, if we want to compete with them, we can only muddy the waters. The muddier the better. That way, we will be able to fish in troubled waters. Xiao Chen thought about it carefully. It was indeed as Fatso said. 4 lone rangers like them, if they wanted to gain something in the ancient remnant, it was not realistic to rely on their own strength to contend with the noble clans. "Do you have any empty rooms in Liushang Pavilion? I would like to rest here for 3 days." Xiao Chen made up his mind and was no longer in a rush. He might as well take this opportunity to recuperate. Last night, when he left, he was targeted by a group of Jiang clan cultivators. Although there were no martial grandmasters, he still spent a lot of effort to deal with them. Now, he urgently needed a place where no one would disturb him to recuperate. Kim Tae-ho was a very mysterious person. Xiao Chen thought that with the background of Liushang Pavilion, he would not be afraid of the Jiang clan. Fatso smiled. "Are you offering a refuge service?" "No problem. There is no business that this fat lord cannot do. 10,000 silver taels for a day." 10,000 silver taels for a day. That would be 30,000 silver taels for 3 days. 100 silver taels was equivalent to 1 gold tael. This Fatso was really black-hearted, spending 300 gold taels just to stay for 3 days. Then never mind, I will just find a place to stay for 3 days. This was a classic case of being taken advantage of. Naturally, Xiao Chen was not willing to leave without even looking back. Fatso quickly pulled Xiao Chen back. "Brother Xiao, why are you always so anxious?" "I have not finished speaking. Actually, I can let you stay in this room for free." Kim Tae-ho whispered something into Xiao Chen's ear. After that he smiled wretchedly. "Brother Xiao, what do you think?" Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "I will give it to you in 3 days." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All the cultivators in Whitewater City knew the location of the ancient remnant, but no one dared to go there. Although Beast King Valley was a burial ground, there might be a Beast King at the end of its lifespan that had not died yet. For a spirit beast that could enter Beast King Valley, as long as it was still breathing, it could easily kill a martial grand master. Furthermore, no one dared to casually enter the inner regions of Savage Forest. These people all fixed their gazes on the noble clans, hoping that they could open a path. Hope was beautiful, but reality was cruel. On this day, a black dot suddenly appeared in the southern sky of Whitewater City, flying towards Savage Forest. When the black dot neared, a huge black warship appeared in the vision of the crowd. There was a black flag on the warship, with a big G character written on it. The G clan's secret treasure, the Black Royal warship, is really flying over. They are going to clash with the Guy Marquis' golden warship. Furthermore, from the direction of the Sisui prefecture's capital, a small white dot flew over. When it neared, it was indeed a huge ice bird. On the back of the ice bird was an ice palace that gave off a cold light. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace is flying over as well. It's over. It looks like they are preparing to descend into Beast King Valley from the sky. Damn it, I was still waiting for them to open a path. All of them are flying away from the sky. Even with your intelligence, how could these noble clans not think of something like this? They are too naive. When the many cultivators in Whitewater City saw the situation, they could no longer remain calm. They started to form groups and prepare to enter the inner regions of Savage Forest. At this moment, a few strong martial saints jumped out and called for everyone to enter Beast King Valley together. Xiao Chen stood in front of the window and looked calmly at the sky. He did not get too excited about the 3 secret treasures that were flying towards the inner regions of Savage Forest. Bang! 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 Fatso opened the door to Xiao Chen's room and walked in. Brother Xiao, the 3 days are up. Have you prepared the things? Xiao Chen did not say anything. He took out a wooden sculpture and handed it to Kim Tae-ho. Fatso received it happily, and carefully placed it into a spatial ring on his hand. Xiao Chen felt excited. Although the 10 spatial rings on Fatso's hands were very gaudy, every one of them was a spatial ring. To be able to possess so many spatial rings, his strength and background were definitely not simple. Do you have any weapons or equipment that you can sell to me? Xiao Chen asked in a probing manner. The inner regions of Savage Forest were very dangerous. He had always wanted to purchase some equipment, but he could not find any channels to do so. Kim Tae-ho took out 10 arrows and chuckled. I knew you would ask this. This fat lord has already prepared them for you. 10 essence light arrows, 10,000 gold taels, no bargaining. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. These essence light arrows were really prepared for him. The might of the Soul Slayer bow in his hand was extraordinary and he was lacking some arrows. With these essence light arrows, the might of the Soul Slayer bow would definitely double. However, the price was quite exorbitant. It was almost equivalent to his entire net worth. Even so, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to buy it. After all, other items could be bargained for. However, there was no room for bargaining for such a rare arrow. Every year, the Heavenly Craft Manor would only sell 1,000 essence light arrows. This was something that could not be bought even if one had money. For Fatso to be able to obtain 10, it was already very good. After paying, Xiao Chen put away the essence light arrows. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, the earth-ranked battle armor that Yen Qinyun wore yesterday is with you, right? Kim Tae-ho said, what are you trying to do? That is not for sale. It is worth at least 1 million gold taels. Furthermore, you do not have any money on you right now. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, if I did not knock him out, how could you pluck him until there was nothing left? Hence, I definitely have a share of this earth-ranked battle armor. Fatso said angrily, don't speak nonsense. Although this fat lord loves money, I definitely do not have any perverted hobbies. Those are just rumors. The two of them bickered for a long time. Finally, Xiao Chen wrote a promissory note for 500,000 gold taels and took the earth-ranked battle armor away. After Xiao Chen left, Kim Tae-ho held the promissory note and chuckled. Now, I have completely trapped you. After all, that battle armor is a windfall. After a while, there was the sound of footsteps. Su Xiaoxiao walked over leisurely while carrying her zither. She asked softly, did you give him my essence light arrows? The fatty quickly put away the promissory note and said righteously, according to the little girl's orders, I have already given the essence light arrow to Xiao Chen as a friend. That's good. We should go as well. In the periphery of Savage Forest, Xiao Chen took big strides and quickly headed into the depths of Savage Forest. Along the way, there were spirit beast corpses everywhere. The spirit beast corpses that people normally fought over were now ignored. Xiao Chen even saw a few rank 3 spirit beast corpses lying on the side of the road. No one bothered to look through them. Xiao Chen stopped walking and took out a small knife. He started fiddling with the rank 3 spirit beast corpses. Even the most ordinary rank 3 spirit beast spirit core was worth at least 1,000 silver taels. Xiao Chen was currently extremely poor. He even owed Fatso a large debt. There was no need for him to be lazy to pick up money when he saw it. This person is really stupid. Now is the time to fight for time, yet he still has the time to dig out spirit cores. Furthermore, they are left behind by others. Chapter 110. Stop talking, let's go quickly. It is already very late. Later, if we find some scrap metal in the ancient remnant, we can probably sell it for hundreds of thousands of silver taels. Two cultivators who were not even superior grade martial masters walked past Xiao Chen. When they saw Xiao Chen's actions, they looked at him with disdain. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored them. I don't even know if I can make it to Beast King Valley alive. To think you are talking nonsense about the treasures in the ancient remnant. Even if you obtain it, will you be able to walk out alive? Xiao Chen put away the spirit cores of the three spirit beasts and continued on his way. The spirit beast corpses in front of him were even denser. He even discovered a few rank 4 spirit beasts, allowing Xiao Chen to make a small fortune. There would not be any spirit beasts above rank 5 in the periphery of Savage Forest. Normally, it would be somewhat dangerous. However, today, with so many cultivators charging forward, there were no spirit beasts that could obstruct them. Boom! Boom! The sound of fighting reached Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and looked in the direction of the sound. A group of cultivators were surrounding a completely golden spirit beast. A golden holy beast. Xiao Chen said in astonishment. The spirit beast that was surrounded was a completely golden, glass-like lion. There was even a golden horn on its head. I did not expect there to be such a holy beast, Xiao Chen said in astonishment as his heart was in great waves. However, its blood does not seem to be pure. A golden holy beast was a type of spirit beast that had existed since the ancient era. This kind of spirit beast was completely golden. Even its blood was golden. The spirit core that it condensed was also of the highest quality among those of the same rank. There had always been rumors that there were ancient savage beasts in Savage Forest. However, they did not see any savage beasts. Instead, they saw a golden holy beast. It must have been due to a large number of cultivators entering the forest. Otherwise, with the spirituality of this kind of spirit beast, it would have fled before anyone could get close. However, the blood of this golden holy beast was much thinner. Its value was not that shocking. Xiao Chen was only interested in the golden horn on its head. He had never been able to find a suitable material to cast the life bestowal spell. This golden horn was the most important part of the golden holy beast, and the spirituality it contained was self-evident. Leaping onto a branch, Xiao Chen leaped all the way forward. Once he got closer to the battlefield, he began to observe carefully. There were two groups of people surrounding the golden lion. At this moment, the golden lion was about to reach its end. The atmosphere instantly became strange. The leaders of these two groups were martial saints. Each of them led a dozen cultivators dressed in different clothes. Clearly, they were a group that had been put together at the last minute. Puchi! The golden lion spat out a golden flame. The flame emitted a dazzling golden radiance as it blasted towards the leader of the group on the right. The flames were extremely powerful, but the golden lion was already injured, so the flames it spat out were not strong enough. The gray-robed martial saint expert gently clapped his hands, forming a strange chi field. The golden flame suddenly turned back and rushed towards another group of people. Caught off guard, the flames instantly burned many martial artists. Jianghu, what are you trying to do? The leader of the martial saints shouted angrily. The martial saint named Jianghu smiled coldly. What I am trying to do, isn't that what you want to do? Zhou Hongyu, don't think I don't know what you are trying to do. If you did not make a mistake earlier, would this beast be able to injure me? As the two of them spoke, they did not stop their attacks. The golden lion, which was already severely injured, was on its last breath. Occasionally, the two of them would shoot their flames at the other group. The two martial saints were fine, but the group of martial grandmasters behind them were very unlucky. Occasionally, someone would get burned by the flames. Seniors, although this golden holy beast is precious, its bloodline is already diluted beyond recognition. There is no need to cause unnecessary casualties here. Indeed, we should hurry to Beast King Valley. Just pick up some scrap metal there and it would be worth more than this. The cultivators behind both sides advised. If they continue to be toyed with by these two, they might really die. Bang! After the final attack, the golden lion finally fell to the ground. Both sides looked at each other cautiously and did not move forward to touch the corpse of the spirit beast. Jianghu looked at the other party and said, "Zhou Hongyu, our strengths are similar. In a short period of time, neither of us will be able to defeat the other. It is impossible for us to monopolize this golden lion. We have already delayed our fight for a long time. If we still want to go to Beast King Valley, we have to settle things here quickly." Zhou Hongyu thought for a while and said, "All right, I only want this golden lion horn. I don't want anything else." Jianghu smiled. "You should have said that earlier. I only want that spirit core. As for the remaining golden holy beast's flesh and blood, how about we split it with the brothers behind us?" Zhou Hongyu nodded and said, "The two of us will step back now. Each of us will send one person to collect the spirit core and the golden lion horn. How about that?" "That is exactly what I was thinking." The two of them agreed on the distribution of the golden lion and started to step back. Two cultivators walked out of the crowd with short sabers in their hands. Wuxia! A ring of purple flames suddenly rose from the ground, forming a 2-meter-tall wall of fire. The sudden appearance of the wall of fire startled the two cultivators with short sabers. In the instant the wall of fire rose, a figure descended at the same time. With a schwa sound, the golden lion on the ground disappeared. There was a clap of thunder, and the figure brought the golden lion far away. "What's going on? What happened?" The thick flames blocked everyone's vision. They were unable to see what was happening inside. The two martial saints exchanged glances before they quickly chased after Xiao Chen. By the time the two of them caught up, they only saw a figure flying into the distance. Jianghu said in disbelief, "Could it be a martial king expert?" Zhou Hongyu's complexion turned ashen. He shook his head and said, "Definitely not. I can feel that person's aura. He is not even a martial grandmaster. He definitely has a flying martial technique. Damn it! In the end, we worked ourselves to death. To think that we worked so hard for someone else." The two of them felt incomparable regret in their hearts. If it were not for the two of them being overly suspicious, this golden holy beast would not have been taken advantage of. After Xiao Chen used the gravity spell and flew far away, he stopped. He spread out his spiritual sense in all directions. After he made sure there was no one around, he revealed an expression of joy. "I did not expect that I would be able to take advantage of such a big loophole. Those two martial saints can only blame themselves." Xiao Chen revealed a joyful smile as he took out the golden lion from the universe ring. After a careful observation, he discovered that the fur on the belly of the golden lion had already turned completely white. Looking at its eyes, it should be a juvenile-like bai. Otherwise it would not have been killed so easily. According to legend, spirit beasts with the golden bloodline could become at least a rank 8 spirit beast. That was equivalent to a human martial sage. Xiao Chen did not hesitate and immediately cut off the golden lion's horn. Then, he started to drain its blood. According to legend, this golden blood could be consumed directly, allowing one's cultivation to increase greatly. After using 8 porcelain bottles, the golden blood was drained. Xiao Chen started to separate the tendons and bones. Then, he took out a completely golden spirit core. The golden spirit core gave off a faint glow. Streams of golden qi that could be seen with a naked eye flew out from it. The dense spiritual energy actually leaked out like an unending stream of spring water. What a horrifying energy! Just the amount that leaked out is already so huge. Xiao Chen was astonished. If he were to absorb all of it, how huge would it be? As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Chen took out the golden spirit core and sat down cross-legged. Then, he entered a state of cultivation. Wuxia! The golden spiritual energy was like a mist. It was directly sucked into Xiao Chen's mouth and nose. A pure and vast amount of spiritual energy gushed in like a gushing river. Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, and slowly digested this pure spiritual energy. The mist-like golden spiritual energy leaked out for 2 hours before it stopped. Boom! There was a crisp sound and the golden spirit core cracked and turned into countless specks of dust. When the wind blew, it completely disappeared from Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and shot out a piercing purple light. The purple light in his eyes flickered for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Every time Xiao Chen advanced, this purple light would appear. Xiao Chen could not understand the reason for it. The Compendium of Cultivation also did not explain it. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen did not continue thinking about this problem. He got up and carefully felt the energy contained in his martial spirit. His cultivation realm had risen to superior grade martial master. Unexpectedly, that golden holy beast spirit core was a treasure. No wonder, even though it was a very diluted bloodline, the two martial saints did not even bother going to Beast King Valley and directly made a move on it. Xiao Chen calmed himself and stretched his arms and legs. Then, he quickly made his way into the depths of Savage Forest. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. Dragon images appeared behind him. It was as though he was flying on flat ground. After half an hour, Xiao Chen arrived in front of a large river. As long as he crossed this river, he would officially enter the inner region of Savage Forest. However, at this moment, there was a large group of people gathered at the riverbank, cursing loudly. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He parted the crowd and arrived at the riverbank. He finally understood what this group of people were cursing about. The only bridge that connected the inner and outer regions of Savage Forest had actually been destroyed by someone. The river was tens of meters wide, and there were water monsters bobbing up and down in the water. This blocked off the group of people at the riverbank. Ah! A miserable cry came from the river. Two cultivators who were preparing to swim over were swallowed by a strange black fish. After a while, large amounts of red blood started to seep out of the river. Xiao Chen felt it was a pity. He had seen it clearly. Those two cultivators were the ones who mocked him earlier. If they picked up some scrap metal in Beast King Valley, they would be able to sell it for hundreds of thousands. Unfortunately, they did not even manage to enter the inner region of Savage Forest before dying in the river. Tong! A martial grandmaster suddenly leaped out of the river. His body soared high into the air before landing on the water. He pushed off lightly and leaped up again. The opposite riverbank was already less than 30 meters away from him. Chapter 111. As long as he pushed off the surface of the river once more, he would reach the shore safely. Thinking of this, the martial grandmaster revealed a joyful smile. Hoo-chee! Just as he landed on the water for the second time, a black tentacle suddenly shot out from the water and wrapped around his legs. That martial grandmaster did not panic and reacted very quickly. He chopped out with the saber in his hand and the black tentacle immediately broke apart. Pooh! 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 The martial grandmaster regained his freedom and leaped into the air again. However, before he could fly up, countless black tentacles shot out from the water and pulled him into the water. A startled cry came out of his mouth as he struggled with all his might. However, he was still dragged into the river. Chewing sounds could be heard. Gunong! Gunong! Bubbles kept appearing on the surface of the river as pools of blood flowed out. The crowd could vaguely see a strange black fish floating out of the water. Its back was covered with tentacles of various sizes. I don't know which bastard broke the bridge. It's over. There are so many terror fishes. None of us can cross. If we want to cross, we need to be at least a martial saint. Otherwise, if we do not hold on and fly over, we will be caught by the tentacles of the terror fishes. Seeing another martial grandmaster die miserably, the crowd at the shore no longer dared to try. They all cursed the person who broke the bridge. Rushing footsteps could be heard. Jianghu and Zhou Hongyu led a large group of cultivators over. Xiao Chen quickly hid himself in the crowd. When the two of them saw the bridge was broken, they did not hesitate and shouted loudly as they flew to the other side of the river. They leaped high into the air, and when they landed on the water, they kicked up countless waves. Puh! 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 Countless tentacles flew towards the two of them in the air. The two of them sent out resplendent sword chi and shattered these tentacles. After a while, the two of them landed firmly on the other side of the river under the gaze of the crowd. Then, they quickly rushed in the direction of Beast King Valley. Damn it! These two bastards, they said they would bring us to Beast King Valley. Now, they actually ran away without any sense of loyalty. The cultivators that followed the two cursed out when they saw the situation. The person next to him said angrily, "What are you scolding? You're not good people either. You're just using each other. There's nothing to say. Who are you cursing? Say it again if you have the guts." Because they could not cross the river, the cultivators on the riverbank were all very angry. Since they could not agree with each other, it quickly turned into a fight. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with this group of people. Just as he was about to cross the river, a black dot suddenly appeared upstream. It was speeding towards them at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in everyone's field of vision. That black dot was actually a black ship. The people on the shore were shocked and stopped making noise. He felt that it was extremely strange. There were many water monsters in the river, so why would a boat suddenly appear upstream? Where did this boat come from? To all the new and old customers of Liushang Pavilion, your Lord Fatty is here to save you once again. A familiar figure appeared on the bow of the ship. Kim Tae-ho stood at the corner of the ship, holding a golden folding fan in his hand as he spoke with a smile. Bang! The bow of the black ship stopped by the riverbank. A group of cultivators were wild with joy as they rushed towards the bow of the ship. It was like they saw a life-saving straw. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, arrows shot down from the bow of the ship. The cultivators below were startled and they all retreated to avoid them. Fatso smiled faintly. If you want to cross the river, each person has to pay 10,000 silver taels. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. After all, this Lord Fatty is just a businessman. 10,000 silver taels? Are you robbing us? It's just a trip across the river. Indeed, even robbing us is not as ruthless as you. Although the people below were clamoring ferociously, they still paid up in the end. Xiao Chen counted carefully. There were about 300 to 400 cultivators at the riverbank. Just from this trip alone, Fatso had earned more than 4 million silver taels. Xiao Chen had already expected that Fatso would rush to Savage Forest. However, he did not expect to meet him here. It was unexpected, but within reason. Xiao Chen suspected that Fatso was the one who broke the bridge. In the blink of an eye, all the people at the riverbank had left. Fatso stood at the bow of the ship and looked at Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, come on up. I know you are out of money. This Brother Fatty will give you a ride for free." Xiao Chen did not say anything. He leaped into the air and landed on the bow of the ship. The ship immediately turned around and moved quickly to the other side. The huge ship broke through the waves, causing the fish in the water to avoid it. Kim Tae-ho parted the crowd and led Xiao Chen to the ship's hold. He said with some pride, "How is it, Brother Xiao? My ship is not bad, right?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Although it cannot compare to a king-grade secret treasure like the Black Royal warship, it is at least a spirit-grade secret treasure. Fatso was startled in his heart. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's eyes are really sharp. How about I bring you to Beast King Valley? Of course, with our friendship, I will not charge you a fee." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. When he saw the ship coming from upstream, he had already thought of it. Aside from entering the water from the sky, there was no other way to enter the water. "Can you bring me to the control room to take a look?" Xiao Chen asked. He really wanted to know if this legendary secret treasure was the same as the magic treasures recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. After Xiao Chen spoke, he took out a bottle of golden holy beast blood from his universe ring and placed it in front of Fatso. Kim Tae-ho opened it and took a whiff. He smiled and said, "Sure, there is no problem. However, time is limited. Don't stay here for too long." Fatso stretched out his hand and sent out a shockwave. It struck an unknown place and a large hole immediately appeared in the floor of the hold. Xiao Chen and Fatso instantly fell into the hole. Xiao Chen turned around in the air and landed firmly. He immediately felt a familiar aura around him. He quickly closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense. A huge formation appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Every line of the formation was hidden in various parts of the ship, giving off a green radiance. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and followed Fatso to the center of the formation. Finally, he saw the secret of the core of the secret treasure. There were many spirit stones placed around the center of the formation. A few old men were controlling the flow of the spiritual energy on the ship. Indeed, this secret treasure is a magic treasure, Xiao Chen thought in astonishment. However, the people of today seem to have forgotten how to operate a secret treasure. They actually needed spirit stones to activate it. "Let's go. Brother Xiao has already reached the shore." Xiao Chen was lost in thought when he was interrupted by Fatso. He discovered that the true function of the secret treasure was not even a tenth of its power. It was only used as a transportation tool. He felt that it was a pity. The two of them returned to the bow of the ship. When the group of cultivators saw the shore, they quickly jumped off. After everyone jumped off, Fatso waved his hand and the ship soared into the sky, heading for Beast King Valley. Damn it, it is actually a secret treasure. This fatso is too hateful. He took more than 10,000 silver taels from us. Why didn't he send us directly to Beast King Valley? When the people below saw the situation, they all started cursing. High in the sky, Fatso stood at the bow of the ship. He felt very satisfied. He spread his arms wide open and welcomed the cool breeze. He said, "This feeling of soaring in the sky is really extraordinary." Just at this moment, a large golden ship flew by quickly. It brushed past Fatso's ship and created a whirlwind. It nearly blew Fatso off the ship. Dong! Just as Fatso was about to curse, a shadow suddenly flew over his head. A wine cup fell from above and smashed into Fatso's head. Xiao Chen looked at the warship that flew over Fatso's head. He saw Hua Yunfei's figure on it. Indeed, the Hua clan's king-grade secret treasure had appeared. Damn it, when this fat lord obtains an emperor-grade secret treasure, I will kill you all. Damn it, Fatso cursed as he rubbed his head. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen noticed that there seemed to be a figure standing on a tree below. He felt that the person looked familiar. He extended his spiritual sense and discovered that it was Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun carried a sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood on the tree branch and looked into the distance. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. Those noble clans brought a large number of people and even mobilized their king-grade secret treasures. The strongest sect in Dongming province, the Misty Sword sect, only sent Chu Chaoyun. Furthermore, he came alone. This did not make sense. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun turned his head and revealed a faint smile at Xiao Chen. It was like he was greeting him. Xiao Chen was startled. Could he have seen me? I only scanned him with my spiritual sense. Even a martial saint would not be able to detect it. Suddenly, a sword of light appeared under Chu Chaoyun's feet. It carried him through the air, flying quickly towards Fatso's warship. Wang! The sword of light disappeared and Chu Chaoyun landed firmly on the bow of the warship. Xiao Chen felt a strange sense of danger and took 3 steps back. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and jumped down from the bow. He said to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, there is no need to be nervous. I am just here to hitch a ride." Fatso smiled coldly at the side and said, "Whose warship do you think this is? Do you think you can hitch a ride as you please?" Fatso had just suffered a series of setbacks and was in a bad mood. When he saw Chu Chaoyun arrive uninvited, he immediately made things difficult for him. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and walked over to Fatso. He handed over a stack of gold banknotes and said, "Your Jin clan is full of businessmen. You would not reject a business that is delivered to your doorstep, right?" Kim Tae-ho, who normally treated banknotes like his father, did not show any change in his expression. He snorted coldly and took the banknotes. Xiao Chen was astonished. He thought to himself, this fatso must have suffered at the hands of Chu Chaoyun. Otherwise, he would not have such an expression. They flew towards Beast King Valley in silence. Along the way, Chu Chaoyun appeared very calm. Occasionally, he would chat with Xiao Chen, giving off a very relaxed feeling. However, the more relaxed he was, the more Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He did not know why, but the feeling that this Chu Chaoyun gave him was much more horrifying than Hua Yunfei. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there were explosions in the sky in front. The 3 people at the bow looked forward and saw that the Guy Marquis' golden warship was fighting with a flock of huge birds. The huge birds had 3 heads. When they spread their wings, they were tens of meters wide. Of the 3 heads, 1 breathed fire, 1 breathed poison, and 1 breathed cold chi. They were all very ferocious. Chapter 112. Rank 5 Flying Spirit Beasts. 3-headed birds. This is troublesome, we might not be able to go around them, Chu Chaoyun said indifferently after he saw them clearly. Fatso's expression was grave. After a while he said, "Let's descend, there are too many of them." I did not expect to meet such a flock of spirit beasts when we are still a few kilometers away from Beast King Valley. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly and said, "It is too late." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 3-headed birds flew over quickly. The 3 huge birds connected together like a dark cloud, covering the sky in front of them. Bang! 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 Flames, ice and poisonous gas rained down on the ship. A pale green halo appeared around the hull of the ship, isolating all the attacks. The fat on Fatso's face trembled as he cursed, We are going to suffer a loss this time. We have not even reached Beast King Valley, and we have already exhausted so many spirit stones. Xiaochen thought for a while and said, Dabao, I think I'll take another route and help you lure one away. When he was with Chu Chaoyun, Xiaochen always felt pressured. Now that he had an opportunity to leave, he did not hesitate. Xiaochen circulated the gravity spell and soared into the air. Then, he passed through the jade-green ring of light and flew out. Immediately, the three-headed birds all attacked him. Flames, ice and poison. All of them attacked him. Xiaochen executed the heavenly lightning shield and blocked all the attacks. He quickly flew forward and the four three-headed birds chased after him. Damn, I only wanted to lure one away, not all of them, Xiaochen said gloomily. The attacks of the four three-headed birds landed on the heavenly lightning shield in a continuous stream. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the shield. Xiaochen's body swayed left and right in the air, like a leaf moving up and down in a strong wind. Fatso stood at the bow of the ship and watched as Xiaochen lured away the four three-headed birds. He finally smiled and said loudly, Brother Xiaochen, you are too polite. Ding! A faint zither sound came from the hold of the ship. 3 visible sound waves flew towards the three-headed birds like sharp swords. Pussy-eye! The three-headed birds cried out in pain as a severe wound appeared on their bodies. Blood sprayed out as they fell from the sky. When Fatso saw the three-headed birds returning, the smile on his face froze. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He looked at the ship's hold and said in shock, Unexpectedly, Miss Xiaoxiao is here as well. With three-headed birds gone, the pressure on Xiaochen lessened significantly. He executed the lightning evasion and dodged the attack of this three-headed bird. Xiaochen checked his direction and continued flying in the direction of Beast King Valley. When he saw the golden warship in the distance, he saw a scene that would make one tremble. A person clad in golden armor emitted a resplendent golden light from his body. It was very dazzling. He held a 3-meter-long golden spear in his right hand and a 1-meter-long red short spear in his left. He leaped continuously on the three-headed bird's back, sweeping his spear around like a god of war. He fought left and right. Blood spurted out in the air. He picked off the three-headed birds one by one. This is the Guy Marquis, Ing Xiao? The super expert of the younger generation in the king's residence, second only to Ing Yu? Xiaochen said with astonishment in his eyes. The strength of the three-headed birds was equivalent to a peak martial grand master. However, they were killed by Ing Xiao without being able to retaliate. This person's strength was truly horrifying. The Guy Marquis in the air seemed to feel Xiaochen's gaze. He turned his head and a pair of dragon eyes shot towards Xiaochen like lightning. Xiaochen did not want to cause any trouble, so he immediately flew away. After flying for half an hour, Xiaochen could already see the silhouette of Beast King Valley from the sky. He did not want to attract too much attention, so Xiaochen slowly descended. He saw the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace, the Ji clan's Black Monarch warship, and the Hua clan's warship all stopped in the air. They were being held back by some flying spirit beasts. After Xiaochen landed, there were miserable cries coming from the surroundings. When he turned his head back to take a look, it was indeed a cultivator being torn to shreds by a spirit beast and swallowed into its stomach. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the spirit beasts in Savage Forest became. Xiaochen carefully jumped onto a big tree and hid his aura. He waited for the spirit beast to pass before he slowly jumped down. Now that he was here, every step was filled with danger. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the spirit beasts. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. He extended out his spiritual sense and slowly made his way to Beast King Valley. Because the entrance to Beast King Valley was the resting place of tens of thousands of beasts, normally, there would not be any spirit beasts passing by. When Xiaochen saw a large group of cultivators gathered at the entrance, he did not rush to enter. We finally made it here. This journey was really miserable. I saw a few martial saints die miserably. It was really scary. Indeed, that Jianghu, who led us earlier, was actually swallowed by an ancient savage beast. Why are the people of the noble clans not coming down yet? The people who just entered discovered a few beast kings that were not completely dead. They did not even have time to escape before they were killed. Fortunately, I was smart and only took a look from afar. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape. The Golden Lion King inside is as tall as a small mountain. When sabers and swords hacked at it, they could not even break its skin. Xiao Chen blended in with the crowd and finally understood why this group of cultivators was blocking the entrance. It turned out that there were still Beast Kings that were not completely dead in Beast King Valley. Furthermore, there was more than one. Bang! The Guy Marquis's golden warship was the first to stop. A group of golden-armored warriors jumped off the warship. The Guy Marquis rode on a dragon-scale horse and jumped off the warship. He led the warriors into the valley. The Guy Marquis is here. Behind him are the golden armor guards of the Marquis's residence. Every one of them is a peak martial grand master. Furthermore, they all came from the battlefield. There is no need to be afraid now. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense to the group of people. Indeed, he could see a black aura lingering above the heads of the group of golden-armored warriors. This was the baleful aura that was formed when the stench of blood on their bodies was too heavy. Bang! The Ji clan's black royal warship also stopped. Ji Chongkong led a group of Ji clan cultivators and jumped off the warship. After a while, the Jiang clan's martial saints all jumped off as well. The Ji clan's people are here as well. Damn! So many martial saints. The 6 martial saints of the Jiang clan are all here as well. They might be the strongest among the noble clans. Bang! Bang! The people from the Hua clan and the Duanmu clan also dealt with the spirit beasts in the air. They all led their people in. Now, all the people from the noble clans were present. The cultivators at the valley entrance could no longer endure it. They all followed after them, hoping to gain some benefits. Xiao Chen noticed that there were some strong cultivators who were still able to remain calm and did not rush in. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He did not follow them in. He locked his spiritual sense on the group of people from the Ji clan. This was because he actually saw Jiang Muheng's figure among them. He could not help but pay attention to him. After another 4 hours, almost all the cultivators at the valley entrance had entered. Xiao Chen did not wish to continue staying here. He used his spiritual sense to sense that the Ji clan had already killed a beast king past its prime. Brother Xiao Chen. Wait a moment. Let's go together. Suddenly, Fatso's voice came from behind him. Xiao Chen turned around and saw Kim Tae-ho smiling as he shouted from behind. Beside him, Su Xiaoxiao was hugging her zither. Her pure face revealed a faint smile as well. When Xiao Chen saw Su Xiaoxiao, he was slightly stunned. He remembered that when he was attacked by the 4 three-headed birds, he seemed to have heard the sound of a zither. It seemed like Su Xiaoxiao had made a move. Many thanks to Miss Xiaoxiao for your help earlier. Xiao Chen thanked Su Xiaoxiao after the two of them walked up to each other. Su Xiaoxiao smiled tactfully. A mischievous expression appeared on her pretty face as she said, "Is young Master Xiao not afraid of lowering your intelligence?" Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart. This girl was indeed a creature that bore grudges. He had already forgotten what he had said to her back then. Now that he thought about it carefully, Su Xiaoxiao was actually on his side. Yan Qianyun's strength was not low. It was just that he was careless at the start and suffered a disadvantage. Hence, Xiao Chen kept attacking him. The most important thing was that he did not expect Xiao Chen to make a move in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Fatso held the golden folding fan in his hand and smiled. "Let's go in quickly. This fat lord has to at least recoup my losses this time." When Xiao Chen did not see Chu Chaoyun, he felt it was strange. He asked, "Where is Chu Chaoyun?" Fatso replied, "Let's go quickly. Don't mention that brat anymore. He left the moment we disembarked." The 3 of them crossed the valley entrance. Not long after, the huge Beast King Valley appeared before everyone's eyes. Although this Beast King Valley was called a valley, it was actually as big as a small city. Even when Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to scan the area, he could not find the end. Everyone walked forward. There were huge skeletons everywhere on the side of the road. Fatty's eyes lit up as he looked at them. These were the bones of high-level beast kings that had passed away and remained in this world. Even after thousands of years, there were no signs of weathering. Unfortunately, these skeletons were complete. Sabers and swords could not break them, nor could they be moved. Even if they saw any treasures, they would not be able to pick them up. The towering skeletons gave off a faint pressure even from far away. Even after thousands of years, the auras left behind by these former beast kings still existed in the world. Fatso pounded his chest and said, "What a pity there are so many bones. If we could bring them all back in one piece, Even if we did not obtain any treasures from the ancient remnant, it would be worth it. Xiao Chen was a little confused as he asked, "Are these beast bones really that valuable?" "I don't think so. Even if these bones are very hard and can be used to make weapons, there are no tools to polish them." Fatso glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and smiled faintly. "Don't look down on the methods of the Heavenly Craft Manor. Of the 10 great spirit weapons forged by the Heavenly Craft Manor, 3 of them are made from the bones of a 1,000-year-old beast king. Furthermore, pure bone weapons are also extremely helpful to those who practice specific martial techniques. Furthermore, aside from forging weapons, these bones are also good supplementary materials for refining medicinal pills. If we find a smaller one later, this fat lord will personally move it back." There was even a spirit weapon made from beast bones. This greatly exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. The 3 of them walked forward and saw a cultivator fumbling around in front of a beast bone. Chapter 113. "I'm rich. I picked up a beast king's bone," that cultivator suddenly exclaimed in joy. The surrounding crowd immediately looked over. Someone at the side took a look and said, "It's the real deal. It is at least a rank 8 beast king's bone. What a horrifying spiritual pressure. I could feel it from a few meters away. Furthermore, it is just a piece of bone." Pusiai. Before the cultivator who obtained the beast bone could fade away, he was chopped in half from behind. The person who sneak attacked him grabbed the beast bone and fled frantically. When the people at the side saw this, how could they let him go? They all chased after that person. In an instant, an intense battle appeared before everyone's eyes. The last lone martial saint who passed by snatched the beast bone. After he killed tens of people, no one dared to continue fighting for it. Fatso shook his head and sighed. "Intellect. How stupid must one be to tell others so loudly that the treasure is on me? Come and snatch it." Xiao Chen also felt it was a pity. They had not found the entrance to the ancient remnant, and the killing in the valley was already so intense. If they entered the ancient remnant, what would the scene be like? The 3 of them did not go far before they saw the people of the Ji clan in front. They were currently dissecting a beast king that they had killed. Fatso said in astonishment, "They actually killed a living beast king. The Ji clan has struck it rich this time. Just the beast blood alone can be sold for millions. The value of the spirit core is even more horrifying." Xiao Chen was not too astonished. Before he entered the valley, his spiritual sense was locked onto the people of the Ji clan. He had seen how they killed the beast king with his own eyes. Among them, Ji Chongkong's resplendent sword that tore through the sky left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. That martial technique should have already reached Earth-ranked. "Let's change direction. The Jiang clan is in front. It is not easy for me to go over," Xiao Chen said to Fatso as he looked at Jiang Muheng, who was in the crowd. Fatso felt it was a pity. "I don't know if we can go up in exchange for something." "Never mind, let's go." The 3 of them changed directions and continued forward. A light exploded in the sky, and an incomparably resplendent meteor suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of the 3 of them with a boom. After the dust settled, Ji Chongkong appeared before the 3 of them. His long black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. His powerful aura pressed down on the 3 of them as he slowly walked towards them. Xiao Chen and the other 2 felt a pressure. They could not help but take a step back. They looked cautiously at Ji Chongkong, who had suddenly appeared in front of them. Ji Chongkong's face was like jade. He was very handsome. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "You stay. The 2 of you can leave." His voice was not loud, and he spoke slowly without any killing intent. However, his words revealed an aura that could not be rejected, and no one could question his words. Puh, puh, puh. Jiang Muheng led a group of Jiang clan martial grandmasters and rushed over. He stood beside Ji Chongkong and said, "Cousin, that damn fatso must stay behind as well." Kim Tae-ho laughed coldly. The crowd only heard the sound of the wind and Fatso picked up Jiang Muheng. In just an instant, the crowd even thought that Jiang Muheng had run into Fatso's hands by himself. Pa! Kim Tae-ho grabbed Jiang Muheng's collar with his left hand and lifted him up violently. His right hand held the golden folding fan and gave him a tight slap. "Although I'm fat, that doesn't mean that anyone can say that, especially someone like you." Pa! Pa! After Fatso spoke, he gave Jiang Muheng another 2 tight slaps. Jiang Muheng's right cheek instantly swelled up, and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Damn you, fatso. Put me down quickly. Otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. I will. Ah. Before Jianghu could finish speaking, the fatty ruthlessly flung him to the ground. His thick legs stomped on Jianghu face, ruthlessly stomping on it a few times. Seeing Ji Chongkong block the few of them, the cultivators at the side quickly watched from afar. When they saw Fatso suddenly flipping out, everyone felt incomparably shocked in their hearts. Fatso flipped out. He is indeed tyrannical. He does not even care about Ji Chongkong and directly stepped on his cousin. Haha, what does Jianghu count for? Even the fur of Shiha province's Yan clan's Yan Qianyun was stripped by Fatso. Do you think there is anything he cannot do? Looks like the rumors are true. I wonder if Jianghu will be stripped. If that is the case, it would be funny. When the words of the crowd reached Fatso's ears, Fatso even felt like dying. He wanted to explain that this was just a rumor, but this was clearly not the time. Did you see Fatso's expression? It looks like he admitted it. Damn it, how savage. You still dare to call him Fatso? Didn't you hear what he said? Whoever dares to call him Fatso, he will strip off all his fur. You are finished. You are so loud that Fatso will definitely hear you. Quickly deal with it yourself. Damn it. I'm not going to say any more. If I continue, I might really be finished. When Xiao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao heard this, they both subconsciously took 3 steps back, putting some distance between them and Fatso. Kim Tae-ho had a wronged expression on his face. He no longer had the tyrannical air he had earlier. He complained bitterly. Can you guys be more loyal? Kim Tae-ho, quickly let go of my son. I do not have any grudges with you. I will not take back the street in the east of the city. I will not make things difficult for you. The Jiang clan's clan head, Jiang Mingxuan, hurried over and shouted when he saw Jiang Muhing being stepped on by Kim Tae-ho. When Jiang Muhing heard Jiang Mingxuan's voice, he became very agitated. His head struggled under Fatso's foot. Finally, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He said loudly, "Father, you have to save me. This Fatso is a pervert." Yan Qianyun was. Fatso was extremely frustrated. When he heard Jiang Muhing's words, he kicked him into the air. Then, he used his palm as a saber and knocked him unconscious. Jiang Mingxuan felt very anxious and rushed forward. Fatso grabbed Jiang Muhing's neck and glared at Jiang Mingxuan. Feeling that murderous gaze, Jiang Mingxuan quickly stopped. Boom! Ji Chongkong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly moved. A black figure suddenly appeared in front of Fatso. That figure used his fingers as a sword and aimed for Kim Tae-ho's eyes. The golden folding fan in Kim Tae-ho's hand opened up with a schwa sound. A golden figure appeared behind him. That figure was dressed like a scholar. He was also holding a golden folding fan in his hand. The instant the scholar appeared, the might of an ancient sage spread out in all directions. The surrounding cultivators all felt a righteous aura. Boom! The scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand, sending out a wave of energy. The black figure in front of the fatty was immediately sent flying backward, exploding into a bloody shadow in the air. That is the weapon of an ancient sage. There is actually a trace of a Tao image left in it. How horrifying! Ji Chongkong's external incarnation was actually destroyed in an instant with just a gentle wave. Ji Chongkong's expression did not change. However, he was somewhat astonished in his heart. He did not expect that this incomparably tacky Fatso would actually have a treasure on him. Furthermore, looking at his attire, those gorgeous ornaments could very well be treasures. Fatso carried Jiang Muhing on his shoulder. He looked at Ji Chongkong and said, I do not care about the grudges between you and Xiao Chen. After we leave Beast King Valley, you can do whatever you want. However, as long as he is in Beast King Valley, he is my companion. Leave Jiang Muhing with me for a period of time. After we leave Beast King Valley, I will return him to you. After Kim Tae-ho spoke, he brought Xiao Chen and Ji Chongkong and left in another direction. Jiang Mingxian and the others looked at Xiao Chen's back. Their hearts burned with rage, but there was nothing they could do. If they tried to forcefully take down this group of people, Jiang Muhing would definitely be killed immediately. This Fatso is really tyrannical. He is not even afraid of Ji Chongkong. What a pity for the Jiang clan. They only have one son, and he is going to be ruined by Fatso. Of all the people they could offend, They just had to offend this fatso. Let's not talk about this anymore. That fatso has not gone far yet. Lower your voice. In a secluded area of Beast King Valley, Kim Tae-ho casually tossed Jianghu to the ground and started fiddling with his body. Xiao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao thought of the rumors they heard earlier. The two of them tacitly moved to the side. After a while, Fatso scolded, "Pauper, you have nothing." Seeing Xiao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao move to the side, Fatso quickly carried Jianghu and chased after them. He explained, "I say, can you not look at me with such a strange gaze? Those are just rumors." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "I know. It is just that there are differences in intelligence between people. They are unable to understand you." "That's more like it," Fatso said happily. After a while he felt that something was wrong. "Why do I feel that your words are mocking me?" Xiao Chen listened for a while and said, "Stop messing around. I heard the sounds of fighting. Maybe some noble clan is killing the Beast King. Let's see if we can take advantage of it." Fatso looked in the direction Xiao Chen pointed and listened for a while. He said, "Why did I not hear anything?" "Never mind. I believe you. However, what about the person I am carrying?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before placing the universe ring on Jianghu body. With a thought, he stored Jianghu inside with a so sound. When Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao saw this, they were astonished. Fatso said in astonishment, "What kind of spatial ring is this? How can it store a living person?" Xiao Chen did not explain much, just treat it as a secret treasure. Xiao Chen led the way forward. Along the way, they could see battles taking place everywhere. As long as they found a piece of Beast King bone, there would be a fight over it. Fatso was a little depressed as he said, "There are so many people picking up the scattered Beast King bones. Why can't this fat lord find any?" Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He kept his spiritual sense extended out. He saw that Fatso had stepped on at least 3 pieces of Beast King bones, but he did not discover any. Bang! Bang! The 3 of them finally saw the source of the sounds of fighting. The Gi Marquis, Ing Xiao, was leading his 200 golden armored warriors, fighting against a golden lion king the size of a small mountain. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought back to the infant golden lion that he met in the periphery of Savage Forest. Just the spiritual energy contained in the infant's spirit core allowed Xiao Chen to raise his cultivation by 1 realm. Chapter 114. This golden lion king was the size of a small mountain. The amount of spiritual energy contained in its inner core was definitely horrifying to a shocking level. Fatso's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "Golden holy beast! It really is a golden holy beast." Su Xiaoxiao countered, "Don't think too much. The Gi Marquis' 200 golden armored warriors are all peak martial grand masters. Furthermore, they have fought on the battlefield before. The most important thing is that they are wearing earth-ranked battle armor and superior-grade profound-ranked spirit weapons forged by the heavenly craft manner. Although they do not have a martial saint, they should be the strongest of all the powers." Xiao Chen was incomparably astonished. Over 200 elite spirit weapons and battle armor. How horrifying was that? The battle armor that Yan Qianyun wore was only earth-ranked. Furthermore, he was a scion of a noble clan. These 200 golden armored warriors were actually all wearing earth-ranked battle armor. Just thinking about it caused one to tremble in fear. No wonder the Gi Marquis only brought 200 golden armored warriors. With just this, he could move unhindered in Beast King Valley. Ha! As the 3 of them were speaking, the Gi Marquis Ing Xiao, who was riding on his dragon scale horse, suddenly shouted loudly. He galloped towards the Golden Lion King, kicking up a cloud of dust. Man and horse became one. He moved as fast as lightning, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the Golden Lion King. The 3-meter-long golden spear in his right hand carried a huge force as it smashed violently into the Golden Lion King's chest. Boom! The 3 of them saw an extremely majestic scene. The Gi Marquis riding on his dragon scale horse was only 2 meters tall. In front of the small mountain-like Lion King, he was pitifully small. However, at this moment, he was able to send the Golden Lion King flying. This was a very terrifying spear power. How strong was the power contained in the spear to be able to send the Golden Lion King, which was like a small mountain, flying? Bang! The Golden Lion King landed heavily on the ground and gave off a loud sound, causing the ground to tremble. Before it could stand up, the 200 golden armored warriors under the Guy Marquis immediately surrounded it. Xiao Chen felt that it was a pity. He knew that in the face of this absolute power, he had no chance at all. He quickly led Fatso and the others forward. Before Xiao Chen left, he felt the Guy Marquis' lightning-like gaze looking at him again. After the three of them walked for a long time, Fatso grumbled, "This Beast King Valley is too big. If we continue searching like this, who knows how long it will take to find the entrance to the ancient remnant." Rumble. As Fatso was speaking, a series of continuous loud noises came from a distant mountain wall. A gust of cold wind suddenly swept through the entire valley. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The entrance to the ancient remnant must have opened. It's the Duanmu family. I saw them heading in that direction. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the mountain wall in the distance. Thad. 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 The Guy Marquis rode on his dragon scale horse and led the 200 golden armored warriors past the three of them. They actually gave up on the golden Lion King that they were about to obtain and headed straight for the mountain wall. Everyone's expression became extremely excited as they headed for the mountain wall. They were afraid that if they were too slow, the treasures in the ancient remnant would be snatched away by others. Xiao Chen thought of something and turned around. He said, "Let's go and take a look at that golden Lion King. There is no rush to go to the ancient remnant." Fatso chuckled. "That's exactly what I was thinking." When the three of them returned to the place where the golden Lion King was, they saw dozens of cultivators had the same thoughts as them. They were currently surrounding and killing the golden Lion King. Many martial masters hacked at the golden Lion King with their weapons. Metallic sounds resounded continuously. Its golden skin was like metal. There was not even a scratch on it. Hoo-chi! A strand of golden flame descended from the sky. The cultivators on the ground were immediately burned to a pile of ashes. They did not even have the chance to resist. When the remaining cultivators saw the situation, they all gave up. Xiao Chen somewhat understood the reason why the Guy Marquis gave up. Although this golden Lion King was past its prime and its movements were slow, its skin was like steel. Sabers and arrows were unable to injure it at all. When Kim Tae-ho saw the situation, he frowned and said, "Why is this fellow's skin so thick? How are we going to attack it?" Xiao Chen measured carefully. This golden Lion King was about 50 meters tall. He looked at the place where the Guy Marquis' spear had pierced at. There was a shallow wound there, and a trace of faint golden blood was slowly flowing out. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened her mouth. "There is still a chance. The life force in its body is rapidly disappearing. Furthermore, its internal injuries are very severe." Although the Guy Marquis group did not manage to injure its skin, the force of the spirit weapons managed to injure its body. Xiao Chen took out the Soul Slayer bow from the universe ring and knocked an essence light arrow. He drew the bow into the shape of a full moon and aimed the arrow at the small wound on the golden Lion King's chest. The arrow gave off a faint glow. Xiao Chen could feel the horrifying force contained in it. This essence light arrow was able to damage his superior grade profound ranked battle armor in the past. It should not disappoint him now. Hoo-chi! The essence light arrow buzzed in the air and shot out. In an instant, it pierced through the golden Lion King's body, causing a stream of golden blood to spurt out. Ding! Ding! Yellow Spring's 9 Death Song. Yellow Spring's 9 Death Song. Su Xiaoxiao gently stroked her zither and a majestic tune of a powerful army burst out. The grass and trees in the valley trembled and the wind howled. It was as though there were thousands of soldiers and horses roaring, reverberating in the valley. Within the valley, countless heroic spirits appeared behind Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao's zither music rose continuously. The army of heroic spirits rode on horses, as though they were coming out from the underworld river, rushing towards the golden Lion King. Xiao Chen executed the lightning evasion and flashed into the air. He caught the essence light arrow in his hand and the lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in his hand. Countless arcs of electricity leaped around it. Pusiai! Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and stabbed it violently into the wound that the essence light arrow pierced through. Instantly, golden blood spurted out and splashed onto Xiao Chen's face. The electricity on the lunar shadow saber directly entered the golden Lion King's body. The golden Lion King cried out in pain and its body trembled violently. A huge force came from its back and Xiao Chen was immediately flung off. The golden Lion King spat out a huge clump of golden flames at Su Xiaoxiao. Then, it sprinted as though it was in the final moments of its life. Its speed was incomparably agile. Fatso opened the golden folding fan in his hand and a golden figure appeared again. He fanned the flames ferociously and sent them flying. The army of heroic spirits brandished their spears and sabers and pierced through the Golden Lion King's body. Every time a heroic spirit pierced through it, the Golden Lion King's speed would slow down. It was as though a portion of its life force was being drained away. When the army of heroic spirits pierced through the Golden Lion King's body, it came to a complete stop. It was only 2 meters away from Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao's hands, which were playing the zither, suddenly stopped. The indistinct tune reverberating in the valley suddenly turned silent. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. Dong! A high-pitched tune suddenly resounded and a strong wind blew. Su Xiaoxiao's clothes fluttered and her fine black hair fluttered. A formless energy sent the Golden Lion King flying. Descending Divine Dragon Chop. High up in the sky, Xiao Chen streaked through the air like a meteor and struck the back of the Golden Lion King. There was a loud bang, and the mountain-like body of the Golden Lion King knelt down. The Golden Lion King let out a painful wail. The three of them could feel its life force rapidly draining away. This Golden Lion King, which was already past its prime, was about to pass away. Just when the three of them were feeling relaxed, a human figure suddenly flew over from a distant place. He was like a long sword as he streaked across the sky with a terrifying sword image. With a loud sound, he followed the small wound caused by the primary light arrow earlier, and directly penetrated the Golden Lion King's body. Boom! There was another loud sound and he came out of the Golden Lion King's body. He was holding a golden spirit core the size of a basketball in his hand. This time, the Golden Lion King was thoroughly dead. Golden blood spurted out from the huge wound like raindrops. When it fell into the valley, it made dripping sounds. Chu Chao Yun! Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment when he saw this person's figure clearly. Chu Chao Yun smiled faintly. The golden spirit core in his hand emitted a golden spiritual energy that soared into the sky, forming a golden ribbon. When the countless spirit beasts in the surroundings saw the spiritual energy, they flew over frantically. With a satisfied smile, Chu Chao Yun stored the golden spirit core in his spatial ring. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I'm borrowing it. I will return it in the future." A sword of light appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. He rode the sword and flew off into the distance. Xiao Chen was extremely furious in his heart. This Chu Chao Yun was too despicable. Everyone worked hard for a long time, and he took away the most valuable spirit core of the Golden Lion King. Xiao Chen was very dissatisfied with the fact that he only said he was borrowing it and then flew far away. He was clearer than anyone about the horrifying spiritual energy contained in the spirit core. He used the gravity spell and chased after it. "Brother Xiao, don't chase after him," Fatso shouted from the ground. "It's over. Xiao Chen is not a match for Chu Chao Yun. If we chase after him like this, it will be disastrous." Su Xiaoxiao's complexion was slightly pale. She had exhausted a lot of essence and mental energy after playing the Yellow Springs 9 Death song. She looked in the direction Xiao Chen left and said, "There is no need to shout. Chu Chao Yun will not make a move on him." Fatso said hatefully, "This bastard! This is not the first time he did this. There will be a day when he will fall into this fat lord's hands." On a flat ground in the valley, Chu Chao Yun suddenly stopped and slowly landed on the ground. He looked at Xiao Chen who was following behind him and said, "Brother Xiao, it was my fault for taking your spirit core today. I will return this favor to you in the future." After Xiao Chen landed, he said indifferently, "If you want to take it, then take it. If you want to borrow it, then borrow it. Have you asked for my permission?" Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber tightly as he stared at Chu Chao Yun. This Chu Chao Yun gave him a very dangerous feeling. If it were not for the fact that he was too angry, he would not have gone against this person. Chu Chao Yun smiled gently. "In this world, it has always been the law of the jungle. The strong are respected. I borrowed it, so be it. Xiao Chen, I really do not need your permission.